Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had dual Hydrophyte Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. An explosion ripped through the silence of the woodland area. Trees shaking with the force of the blast and all animal life leaving the area. All life apart from four boys. Bakugou and his gang stood around the smaller form of little Midoria Izuku. Even if an adult had heard they wouldn't have investigated, Bakugou was a good boy after all. It was Midoria you needed to watch out for. Midoria was an odd kid. Everyone knew it. After all, if a kid like Bakugou was against him, then he had to be odd. Probably even bad. Sure, the little kid was always polite, and always ahead in school, and yeah, his lowest test score was a 94, but the kid was odd, bad, he just had to be. His quirk was practically useless as well. Oh yes, worthless little Deku had a quirk, water and plant manipulation. He could fill hours discussing the intricate nature of what he could do with water, as long as he had enough of it. Never mind only barely getting flowers to bloom. Which was what ultimately made him useless in Bakugou's eyes. What use was his quirk when not next to a river? Which was how Midoriya ended up in this position in the first place, on the floor, with his arm bent at an unnatural angle and being held down ready for another attack. His teeth digging into his own cheek to try and curb the pain. Bakugou stood above him with a low smirk on his otherwise angelic face. Grinning at the blotchy bruises forming across the green-haired boy's arms, and the very broken-looking right leg. Those bright green eyes still stared up unwaveringly at him despite the tears bubbling down his chubby cheeks. Even the useless boy's quirk seemed to have given up, the water having returned to the river beside them long since defeated. Yet still those eyes burned bright. Pathetic. Hope you get a better quirk in the next life, you DMN nerd. Bakugou growled out as he lit up yet another explosion, this one just millimeters from Midoriya's crying face. The sickening crunch forcing a deep full-bodied laugh from the blonde boy's mouth. The blood that spurted onto the ground like some twisted halo stopped the laughter dead in its tracks. The smoke cleared to reveal a sickening hole in Midoriya's jaw, no, the whole left side of his face. Even his arm was hanging off, the entire shoulder joint reduced to a congealed mush. Not even the chest moved as the other boys watched desperately for any signs of him breathing. Those green eyes were finally shut. Run. We just need to go, pretend nothing happened, you hear me? DMN Deku ran off on his own. Got it. Bakugou managed to grind out, turning his burning glare on his friends. His thoughts stuck on the worst-case scenario. He wasn't stupid, not like Deku, he knew his dream of heroics was over if anyone saw this. Golden child or not, this was a step too far. He wasn't about to let a useless Deku ruin his dream. So he had to make sure it never got out. Why, yeah, good idea, man. The 3 10-year-olds turned and ran away from the river bank, the mud, the park and the little green-haired boy all of them had once called friend. Perhaps if they had stayed, just for a second longer, they may have seen the water of the river break its banks once more in answer to Midoriya's call. The cool water flowing till it covered his body completely, glittering too brightly for the few patches of light that made their way through the dense trees above. It was only seconds, but it still happened all too slowly. The jaw and left side of Midoriya's face began to regrow, heal almost perfectly. While his arm twitched uncontrollably while the muscles and sinews built back up to reattach it to the main body. Within the span of 20 seconds the boy was completely healed, even the scrapes on his knees were gone. His bright green eyes sparkling once more as they opened to the water once more receding to its natural home. His chest rising and falling to take in grateful lungfuls of air. But I died, didn't I? Izuku had barely finished speaking before his eyes met the water streaming back to the river, the cogs starting to whir inside his mind. He knew only one thing for sure, he was going to need a brand new notebook. The rest was lost in a haze of wondering if this Bakugou was anything like the Kaken he had known. The last pieces of his rose-tinted glasses fell away under this new weight of evidence. He had long since accepted Bakugou was a bully, but there was a huge gulf between bully and abuser. It wasn't something he wanted to dwell on. It only took a few minutes of searching to find his backpack slung into a tree, no doubt Ito's doing. Midoriya had just about resigned himself to climbing up the tree when it seemed to bend towards him, the bag falling neatly into his arms. Thank you. Midoriya wasn't entirely sure why he thanked a tree, especially when the light tingling sensation bubbling away under his skin told him he had done that. He put it all down to the weirdest day in history. Even the thrill of buying a brand new 600-page notebook and a set of new black ink pens did little to calm his raging nerves. It was hours later, after a tense meal where Inko asked after Bakugou, wondering why he wasn't coming around as often, that he was finally able to open the notebook to the first page. It was thicker than all his other notebooks, and was about twice as heavy as them too, but he still couldn't shake the thoughts that it was too small for what he needed. Yet still, he had to start somewhere. He could get more later, now he had to write. So with a deep sigh he picked up one of the new pens and begun to write, neatly noting the date at the top right of the page. Name, Midoria Izuku. Age, 10. Quirk, Hydrophyte. Basics, Hydrophyte is a dual Quirk, allowing the user to manipulate plants and water, named after a class of plants who grow specifically on or in water. First self-assessment basics. The user can manipulate and control any water in the vicinity. The user is currently unable to create water. The manipulation of water exceeds its usual bounds, for example, lifting, pushing, grappling, floating, throwing, etc. The user can apparently use water to heal. This currently seems involuntary. Studies need to be done on the full extent of this. Thus far it has healed a broken leg, exploded skull and shoulder, and minor abrasions. The more water being manipulated, the more mental strain. The amount has increased over the years, and it becomes easier to use as the user ages. The user can also make flowers bloom around him. On one occasion after the incident, the user was able to manipulate a tree to bend into the ground to return stolen items. This may be a secondary aspect to water manipulation, as plants and flowers can be up to 95% water by weight. Max specifications. The user can manipulate 26 gallons of water without blacking out. Potentially elevated due to the incident. 10 gallons is the comfortable amount for the user to manipulate. Though this may have increased after the incident, calculations suggest much more water was used to heal. See observations below. 20 gallons can shove or lift the weight of 100 kilograms. 10 gallons can restrain a 52 kilograms weight. 3-meter radius for plants blooming. Observations. The injuries sustained during the incident were healed when the water covered the whole body and areas in need of healing. The surface area of an adult man on average is 1.9 square meters, due to height, age, and only the front half being covered, but the water being at least 2 inches thick all around the body. A conservative estimate is 0.5 square meters. According to an online converter, this equates to 93 gallons. No scars are left on the user's body, even ones long healed. This needs further checking. The user went from barely making flowers bloom, to getting one of the tallest trees to bend almost in half with barely a thought. Questions and improvements. Check the maximum gallon usage and try to increase it further. Increase the weights and reduce gallons needed. Increase fine motor control with water. Test if plant manipulation can also be used similarly to water. Work with a fighting style that can be effective outside of quirk use. Find the limits of the healing and try to lower water needed. Test whether plant manipulation is secondary or true duality. Test movement and creation of both elements. Test the limits of healing, for example, could it be used to improve muscle growth, or to repair neurons and pathways in the brain to aid memory? Izuku glanced at the page, a small smile creeping its way across his face. He had filled 4 pages with his knowledge, expanding further on ideas on how to expand and ways it could be utilized. On the next clean page he took a few moments to sketch out a semi-realistic drawing of himself, giving it just as much attention as the ones of heroes in his other notebooks. He nodded as he finished it, before turning the page once more and signing the date at the top with the title, Experiments. He took the kitchen knife he had hidden in his school bag and twirled it in his hand. The water bottle already sat on the desk. A small huff left him as he dragged the blade across the palm of his hand, desperately trying not to make any noise. The knife clattered to the desk as he grabbed at the already open water bottle. Pouring the water over his hand and concentrating on the tingling feeling he had felt just hours before. Just as it had then, the water glittered unnaturally in the dimly lit room, covering the cut like a bandage, and within seconds any evidence of it was gone altogether. The water easily accepting being coaxed back into the water bottle. That was too much. His quirk wasn't this, not ever. In the years he'd tried to make it something more, something to prove he wasn't useless, but there was a traitorous part of him that knew what was going on even if it made no sense. Quirk evolutions weren't even taught in schools anymore, they were so rare. Izuku had only heard of them due to an analysis board which suggested that was how All Might was so powerful. He attempted again, biting back a hiss as he dug the blade deeper, only for it once again to be perfectly healed. Only a fuzzy floaty feeling at the edges of his consciousness showing something happened. It was as if a light was flipped in his head, and suddenly he was filling out page after page thinking of all the applications, how much water he needed, what else could he do, what other applications could he use this for. Wait. A second bulb lit up and his jaw dropped to his chest and eyes widened at the thought. Noting down the experiments he started to think and plan, first off how to build muscle, and that was worrying in and of to self. Muscle building was ripping your muscles, and your body healing across the rip, thereby making them bigger. The thought honestly terrified the poor boy. If that was really all muscle building was, then he should be able to do it easily. Too easily. A small smirk spread across his young face. He was going to have fun with this first long-term experiment, his exercise routine. He managed 20 reps of weights in each way on an average day, 20 push-ups and 15 squats. If he pushed himself. Let's see how far he could go now? With the experiment sheet created, he began making a note to himself to make sure there was water nearby. Bakugou stared at the empty desk that was set right behind his. His red eyes were uncharacteristically dull as something ate away at his heart. He refused to name the feeling. He refused. But he couldn't shake the deep foreboding at the emptiness. The lack of noise. Everything was so quiet. The two lackeys were trying their hardest to not look too. Both had deep purple bruises under their eyes from a night unable to sleep. Bakugou's were only a few shades lighter. Each time they had closed their eyes, the image of Izuku's broken, dead, body seared into their minds. Midoriya, the stuttered exclamation had the blonde boy in question whirl around to scream at the two for blowing their cover, only for his blood to run stone cold. Stood in the doorway was indeed Midoriya, his smile less bright than the day before, and his physique seemed to fill out his clothes more, but it was definitely him. Looking across the room at them with his two bright eyes. Izuku, to his credit, had tried not to terrify them too much. He had spent the last few minutes outside the classroom door, debating with himself before finally settling on a game plan. It was rudimentary, and definitely not his best work, but time was ticking and he had little choice in the matter. He decided not to tell on the boys, the last feeble thought that maybe they would realize what they had done, almost done. Or really not tell on them just yet. Maybe this was enough of a wake-up call? Also the nagging thought in the back of his mind that even if someone listened to him there was no evidence. He had to play this smart, and hope it didn't happen again. And sue him if he wanted to see them panic at him being alive. A little vindictiveness wasn't entirely bad, right? He wasn't sure if he liked it, but a part of him wanted to know what was going through their heads. Did they care? Were they acting completely normal? Did anyone even notice he was gone? Late for the first time in his life. A deep-seated pleasure thrummed in his heart seeing the two lackeys' eyes set on him as if questioning their own sanity as the door to the classroom finally opened. Ito, Noguchi. Izuku nodded at them, trying not to smile at how scared and relieved they looked. For a second he was glad he made the right choice. It didn't exactly last long, but it was a nice feeling all the same. Deku! The angry shout echoed ominously around the silent room. The others quietened at the prickly atmosphere surrounding the four boys. It took them a few seconds to realize what was up, why it felt different. Izuku's smile. Sure, the kid always smiled, even while Bakugou was screaming at him, but this wasn't that smile. It wasn't a timid deer caught in headlights or an attempt to look confident or even a determination not to cry. This was possibly the first natural smile any of them had seen. A confidence exuded from him with every step he took towards his assigned desk. While Bakugou and his lackeys paled further, his hands popping with explosions that didn't seem to be directed at anyone in particular. You could have been fooled into thinking he was horrified, but... Get in your seats. Shiro-sensei was a too serious man. One of the few teachers that actually cared about quirk regulation. Or pretended to at least. Apparently he could hear a shuffle of papers from packing up early but not explosions. Funny that. Mr. Bakugou, please take your seat. Shiro-sensei almost glanced past the boy before he noted the rigid posture and wild rabbit eyes. Those steely gray eyes flashed for a second, glancing between Bakugou and Midoriya, before a small smirk fell into place. He began the lecture, writing easily on the board, choosing to ignore the statue like Bakugou. If this was the first time students saw him smile, that was not his problem. It was in the next class, however, that the strange upheaval in dynamics really showed. Science with Ryo-sensei was always interesting. She was a tall woman with a simple but very effective quirk of scaly skin along her arms and hands. The one downside, at least from the class perspective, was her utter lack of understanding of safety needs. It turned out those scales were impervious to a lot of lab hazards. Izuku glanced at his partner. He thought her name was Yumiko but couldn't be 100% sure. She had obviously harvested her silver hair the night before, something she did once a month, the hair choppy and cut a tad too close to the skull for comfort. But the new limited edition Maruko keychains on her backpack seemed well worth it. Yumiko gave him a soft smile back, which was just adding to Izuku's weird day. Remember, these components are difficult, be careful. That was at least normal for Ryo-sensei. A half-hearted reading of the top line sent to remind her others weren't quite so durable. No students were quite reassured, especially with the bottle of acid sat next to each pair with a skull and crossbones prominent on the label. The tall, precarious-looking piece of apparatus was already half set up but didn't exactly inspire confidence. Time seemed to slow as the equipment buckled. Izuku shot his hand out to push Yumiko's away where the girl had been trying to hold the equipment steady. Vines shot from somewhere up his sleeve grabbing her arm before his hand got close and pulling it away, a couple of them hitting into the equipment, changing the trajectory of the collapse, acid already streaming out of the top beaker. It hit Izuku right in the center of his wrist, immediately burning its way through his skin as more fell splashing up his arm as the beaker smashed on the worktop. The girl next to him shrieked, as the blood ran down his arm. Izuku shook lightly as water extracted itself in thick blobs from nearly everything around him, twisting around him in the air as it flowed onto him and down towards his arm. The amount growing with each second as his arm was encased with water. The class could only watch in horror as the deep acid burn rebuild and heal till the skin was once again perfectly smooth. If anyone had dared to take their eyes away from the spectacle in front of them, they would have noted the shaking noise coming from the windowsill. Where the potted they were growing for dissection the next week were thrashing wildly, their roots crashing through the small plastic plots and stretching out towards Izuku's shaking form. The water stayed in the air for just a couple of seconds before it came crashing downward, splashing everyone harmlessly. Despite the few childish squeals. In the few short seconds Ryo-sensei had made her way over, brows furrowed and hand out running scaled fingers over the smooth skin. Midoriya, I take it that this is all a new development? Ryo-sensei asked with a soft hum, her gaze flickering to the vines that were now lying limp on the worktop having fallen away from both Izuku and Yumiko, the latter of whom was staring at her savior with wide glittering eyes. Yes, Ryo-sensei, I discovered it after school yesterday. Izuku tried not to look at Bakugou. He really did, but it was as if gravity was making him look towards the older boy. The blonde's bright red eyes were narrowed, and the light pops of his starter explosions were already racking up with a silent threat not to tell. The funny thing Izuku found with fast healing was that physical injuries didn't scare him half as much as they used to. Midoriya. Thank you. The dam had broken and Yumiko had flung herself at him, her arms wrapping tight around his torso and face pressed into his shoulder as she cried. The rest of the class either watching awed, laughing at Izuku's awkward attempt to hug bag or congratulating him on saving the damsel in distress. Which for a girl that created a business selling her hair to the highest bidder at 8 years old was a character assassination if there ever was one. Hey, are you okay? It didn't hurt you, did it? Izuku wasn't quite sure if he was asking about the acid or the vines, but either way Yumiko shook her head and tightened her arms around him. Midoriya, do you need to schedule a meeting with a quirk counselor? Ryo-sensei actually sounded worried, her brow furrowed deeply making the few scales on her face stand out even more. Her gaze set on the arm that was holding Yumiko close to him as if waiting for it to fall apart. I made an appointment for after school, sensei. He told her, glancing up and hoping it was the right answer. He had learned years ago that correct and right were two different things to the teachers around him. A tight smile came before any verbal response. Perfect. Be sure to have them send the paperwork back here. No more surprises, all right? Ryo-sensei indicated over her shoulder to the split-open plastic pots and flowers that were larger and all pointed in his direction, their roots a tangled mess. The laughter at this didn't sound quite as scary as it usually did. Wow, so cool, Midoriya. Masao yelled out, slapping Izuku on the back, luckily missing Yumiko's arms, while his friend Akihiko grabbed the arm to check it over. Izuku could swear he had a couple of voices wonder out loud if Bakugou hated Izuku so much because he knew his quirk was cooler. By the rising explosion noises from somewhere behind him, he was sure Bakugou had heard them too. The rest of the day was just as surreal. People actually sat with him at lunch. Yumiko had invited him, or rather told him he would be having lunch with her, and the others at the table were all nice. It was weird. Good. But weird. She even asked to swap numbers, and by the end of lunch the whole table had his number each, smiling brightly at him as they asked for it. It was surreal and part of him ached at how happy it made him. How much he had missed. It was a rather hard pill to swallow. Having people be nice to him. Not that Yumiko had ever been not nice, but a dam had definitely broken between the two of them. Even the darkening glare of Bakugou watching him from his own table did little to still the flowing conversation. It was odd, but Izuku wanted to remember this feeling for the rest of his life. The pair only parted when they had to get changed for gym class. By which point Izuku had confirmed he had found his first friend since Bakugou. The change from her quiet but sweet personality to the raucous boys' changing room was painful. The air thick with some heavily perfumed body spray that was an attempt to hide the strong smell of mingling sweat. Izuku wondered, not for the first time, if the changing room had ever been cleaned. The other boys for once made room for him by his locker and didn't try anything while he stashed his bag away. The only sign they realized he was there was the almost perfectly in sync turn as he undid his uniform. Izuku wondered if any of the changes were already noticeable. Or if it was just wanting to see the arm for themselves. Wow dude, what happened to you? Masao was grinning too wide for his face, but that was a pretty permanent state of being for him. His eyes locked onto the beginnings of abs and widened muscled body Midoriya definitely didn't have the day before. Even the dark blush making Izuku look a little like a strawberry with his freckles didn't get the usual jibes. Quirk evolution? It's kind of hard to explain. He didn't know why he didn't tell exactly what happened. Why he didn't throw Bakugou under the proverbial bus, but a nagging voice at the back of his head told him it wasn't a good idea. He was walking into a trap. Be careful. The voice hadn't steered him wrong yet. By the time the last bell rang after gym, Bakugou was relegated to fuming in the corner while people marveled at how quickly he had changed. Going from somewhere near the bottom of the class to battling Bakugou himself in one night. It was rather impressive, to be fair to them. Izuku couldn't help still being short though, and his hair was somehow messier than normal from all the head pats. Good luck with your meeting. Yumiko threw over her shoulder as they parted at the gates to the school. A sigh escaping Izuku as he made his way through the streets. He was pleased with the day, even if he wasn't 100% looking forward to this. His last quirk counselor had barely checked him over before sending him out the door for a more interesting quirk and had continually cancelled every appointment since. Hence why he had requested this new counselor's office that dealt with more complicated quirks. A new counselor for a new Midoriya. Alas, it seemed one thing definitely hadn't changed: he was still Bakugou's favored punching bag. Think you're better than me, you DMN nerd? I'll prove I'm better than you're sorry, but... The deep guttural growl sounded from just behind Izuku's ear. The burning hot hand accompanying it had grabbed him 2 streets away from the school and dragged him bodily backward into the alley. Out of view of cameras, again. The attack only lasted seconds, and was as disastrous as the one before it. A small part of him wondered if he ever really thought the boy would change? A lifetime of being an abuser didn't go away overnight. Izuku couldn't deny that word anymore. Not when he was slumped to his knees in a back alley 2 streets from his school, his ripped half-burned uniform the only evidence of what Bakugou had done. Again. Though at least one question was answered. Though thinking about the water extracted from the sewage pipes healing him still made the poor boy want to hurl. But that might have also been the fact he could still smell some of it. Hey kid. You alright? Ah, that voice must have belonged to the reason Bakugou scarpered as quickly as he had. A lady with bubblegum pink hair and a long knee-length coat zipped up to her chin walked down the alley. A scowl on her face, as much as she wanted to run the little twerp down. She was off duty and this kid needed her. She noted but managed not to react to his now healed state. Why yeah thank you, I'll be fine. Izuku tried not to let his voice waver, but it was a lost cause. The only thing he could do was hide his face so she wouldn't see the fat tears rolling down her face. Kid, I really don't believe that. Look, I took some photos of the guy before I came back, so how about I take you to the police, okay? The lady spoke softer this time, her hand gently coming to rest on Izuku's shoulder, in an attempt not to startle the poor boy. I can't. No one will believe me, and I have a court counselor meeting, and I can't cancel it, please. He hadn't realized he was hyperventilating until cold hands pressed into his own. Can you breathe in when I squeeze your right hand, and out when I squeeze your left? The soothing question, even if spoken like a command, had him nodding. The woman slowly squeezing each hand in turn until his breathing returned to somewhat normal levels. Her smile softer now. There we are, Sprout. You back with me? She asked after letting the silence hang between them. Why yes, thank you. Good, now is it safe to assume you are going to Fairbrooks? At Izuku's nod she continued, their offices are next to the police station, and I'm sure if you explain they will understand. She was confident in her words, but a pit formed in the depths of Izuku's stomach. No, it's an emergency appointment. My quirk only started this last night. I can't wait 2 weeks. I needed this appointment, please. Izuku paused long enough to gesture to the skin that had regrown moments earlier, and my school knows and wants the feedback and dash. Okay, I get it, Sprout. How about this? I will walk you there, talk to the receptionist and see if she can get word to your counselor and then take you to the station for a statement. They can just delay the appointment an hour. They will understand. She pursed her lips, sensing more behind why the vibrant-haired shield was scared to go to the police. Though she supposed he was just a little Sprout. Oh okay. He nodded weakly and clasped her extended hand to pull himself up with until they stood toe-to-toe. Marveling at how she had barely moved even as he pulled as hard as he could. A soft smile appearing on his own face once more. Oh sorry, where are my manners? I'm Maki Yuki and you Sprout? The lady, Yuki, had already begun to guide him down the streets effortlessly with a bright smile lighting her face. Midoria Izuku. He managed to stutter out, feeling the weight of her gaze on his cheek. It was possibly luck, possibly awful fate that Yuki knew a cut off, which meant he was only just about to be late when the Fairbrook offices came into view in front of them. The glass outside walls glittering in the evening sun. Good evening, you must be. Oh God, are you all right? The receptionist at least had the decency to blush as the others waiting in the lobby turned to stare at her, then Izuku as one. Yuki huffed after a moment of gawping. Nothing to see here. She growled out, pulling Izuku as gently as she could towards the receptionist's desk and turning to Izuku expectantly. Hello Miss Kanda, why yes, but a problem happened. It seemed that Yuki took pity on the poor boy at this point, sensing his discomfort at the attention and worried gaze of the young receptionist. Midoriya was horribly attacked on his way here. I wanted to take him straight to the police, but he said he had an emergency appointment here and didn't want to miss it. I was hoping he could make a statement to the police and then return for his assessment. Yuki spoke with an authority that belied her casual dress. Flashing a card that had been hidden in a deep pocket to the receptionist, who immediately relaxed and nodded. I'll send word to Miss Fairbrook, she'll just do her note typing now instead of later, so please don't worry Midoriya. Please don't hesitate to cancel if it's too much, okay? The receptionist had already begun typing the IM out as she watched Izuku being dragged backwards out of the office. Wondering how on earth the boy got a pro-hero to compromise their hidden identity for him. The police station was unlike anything Izuku had seen on TV. Even the supposedly realistic crime drama his mother had banned him from watching was anything like this. The walls were painted a light gray, with a tiled floor that was mostly a dark shiny gray except for a band of white ones that directed people towards the reception desk and then towards the waiting area, with a final band heading straight into a doorway that separated the visitors from the main station. It was both more intimidating and more inviting than he thought it would be. But Yuki may have accounted for the intimidating atmosphere as she burst through the swinging front doors. Yuki did not let go of Izuku's arm even as her free hand slammed down onto the police reception desk. Her eyes flashing with barely controlled rage, or maybe just the imitation of it. Why yes lo, how can I help you? The poor young man behind the counter wilted under the weight of her glare. Izuku took a second to wonder just who he had managed to get involved with if she could cause that. Even Bakugou hadn't made anyone that scared. The man took the moment of silence to glance at Izuku, who was trembling beside the taller Yuki. His school uniform in shreds with a whole section by his shoulder and upper torso missing with burnt edges to the fabric. Midoriya Izuku is here to make a police report with myself as witness. Midoriya? Yuki finally let go of the younger boy, a soft sweet smile shining down at him. Her pale gray eyes warming up if that was even something possible. The man behind the desk had sobered up in that moment, typing away at the computer before him. What would you like to report, Mr. Midoriya? The man's voice had softened slightly, as those dark red eyes glanced at the trembling boy. He wasn't a monster, the usual briskness wasn't what was needed here. At least one question was answered by Yuki's change in demeanor. It wasn't the boy before him that was the delinquent, though that thought just made him worry for the reality of the situation. Why yes, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I would like to make a report for illegal quirk use. I suppose grievous bodily harm. Someone tried to. Izuku couldn't force the words out no matter how hard he tried. Even Yuki's smile turning to a softened frown did little to help force the clogged words from his throat. It took him a few moments to realize he had begun to cry, the fat blobs rolling off his cheeks and onto the floor. He may have remained oblivious had Yuki not pulled him to her side, arm sling carefully around his shoulder. Her other hand pressed tissues against his cheeks with a soft cooing sound coming from somewhere in her throat. I'll take over, all right, Sprout? I came across Midoriya when a boy was illegally using his quirk on him. It looked like it was some form of explosion or fire quirk. Yuki caught herself before she launched into debriefing mode, a faint blush coating her cheeks before she continued as calmly as possible. But we are here to make a report for illegal quirk use, grievous bodily harm and potential murder or attempted murder. Midoriya's own quirk may affect that. Yuki only just managed to keep a hold of her anger. She owed it all to Izuku tucked into her side like a timid rabbit. She didn't want him to ever be scared of her and yelling about that little brat. Yeah, she wasn't about to do that. You said you witnessed it? At Yuki's nod the Amon continued to type, the detective will be right out with you. The typing continued after a short nod in the direction of the few scattered plastic chairs. Yuki nodded to the man, allowing her shoulders to slump slightly. She guided Izuku the short distance to the chairs, her hand absent-mindedly playing with his soft green hair. Now let it not be said that Detective Shimanda was a cruel man. But a sudden pop-up from reception about a boy wanting to report attempted murder at 1 hour till his shift change was bothersome. To say the least. So if he glared daggers at the computer screen before gathering up his things, no one really needed to know. The door buzzed low as he held it open to check the waiting room. The sound sending jitters of electricity through his body in a way he had never found pleasant. Midoriya? Detective Shimanda called out, though it sounded more like a groan than anything else. It was so low in pitch and volume that Izuku missed it altogether. Only Yuki standing from the squeaking chair made him realize what was happening. Shimanda found that Midoriya was much less vexing in real life, but that didn't stop the steadily growing scowl from spreading across his face. The angular man led them in complete silence to the interview room where he sat with a heavy sigh and gestured for them to sit opposite. "This will be recorded for later, and I will be taking notes. That all right with you both?" He paused just long enough to see them nod before he pressed the deep red button to start the recording properly. His notebook landing on the table with a dull thud. For the benefit of the tape, this is Detective Shimanda, interviewing Midoriya Izuku and Maki Yuki. "Midoriya, I understand you were assaulted earlier today? Is that where the uniform issue came from?" The man ground out, each word like rocks in a blender. Too harsh to come from anything natural. "Why yes. Bakugou's explosions, Izuku paused for a moment and Yuki carted her calloused fingers through his feather-soft hair once more. Detective Shimanda let out a soft sigh and seemed to force his face into a more neutral position. "Okay, don't worry. We will need to take the shirt and jacket for evidence, but we have some spares for you. If it is easier you could start from the beginning." The rocks in his throat had smoothed, the harshness still there but tamed somewhat. "It's complicated? We are here to report today, but it started yesterday." Izuku paused for a moment, relishing in the soft ruffling of his hair by Yuki and the familiar coldness on the detective's face, and he began again. "I was walking by the river in the Mustafu Park, by the trees, and 3 boys from my school jumped out." Izuku paused long enough to wipe away the tears with the offered tissues, his lip trembling. "It's important to start there because what they did. They then left me for dead, and my quirk evolved I guess and saved me, healing me." Izuku found himself staring once more at the arm that shouldn't be there by any laws of nature, or at least none known of. The silence drew on as both adults stared at each other, coming to a silent agreement. "And you didn't report this? Why?" Detective Shimanda asked gently, well, as gently as his gravel-strewn voice could allow at any rate. The first page of his notebook already full. "I had no proof. I healed immediately. No evidence of my jaw being exploded into dust or my arm, nothing. It all healed, even my old scars. There was no CCTV either and no one would believe me anyway. He's just like this, the teachers have always let him do stuff and his mum only adds to it all. I had no one I could tell. The last time he destroyed my uniform I had to apologize for being in his way. I couldn't handle that again." The expressionless face on Detective Shimanda had broken a dam inside Izuku and he found himself unable to stop the torrent from exploding out of his mouth. The years of pain, of the weight of everything Bakugou had done to him finally spilling out of him. The lack of the weight, of knowing other people knew, was somehow more terrifying than facing the boy again. "Midoriya, we believe you." That? So simple. Just 4 words and yet it burned to hear. Burned in the best way possible. As if he had been frozen his whole life and was finally coming alive. Finally becoming a real boy. If the tears had begun anew, he honestly didn't care. As horrible as this was, some spark of him finally felt happy, hopeful. "It's okay, Midoriya, take your time." Detective Shimanda spoke after a few moments of watching the poor boy stammer through floods of fresh tears. Suddenly, there was no annoyance to be had at the unexpected extension of his shift. At least none for Izuku, perhaps whoever this Bakugou was, but no, not for Izuku. Yuki moved her arm slowly until Izuku was once more tucked tight against her, her fingers brushing along his shoulder. I went to school today, I had to, and 2 of the boys looked so scared and relieved to see me, but Bakugou, he looked so angry. I tried to avoid him, I really did. But I had to get to my emergency quirk counseling session, and I didn't check if he was following me like I usually do, and he grabbed me from behind, his explosions already beginning, burning deeper than they usually do when he starts. I was dragged into an alleyway and he threw me into the wall before he said, "Think this is funny, DMN Deku? Think you can play me for a fool? See if you survive this, whoever you got to help last time sure as hell ain't here now," and I just managed to get my arm up before he exploded again. Everything went black. When I woke up, Yuki was running up to me, and the water was surrounding me. Izuku still looked a little green at the concept of the disgusting water being anywhere near him. Though both adults looked green for a whole different set of reasons. Known or not, Izuku had let slip some important details in that explanation. "Thank you, Midoriya, you've been very brave. Can you tell me their full names, please? And your elementary school? Just so we can start up the process?" Detective Shimanda hoped this gentler approach was better, but he honestly hadn't dealt with many children this young without a parent with them. Though Yuki certainly counted as a responsible adult, pink hair and all. Bakugou Katsuki, Noguchi Goru, and Aido Yuta. We go to Kaimusho Elementary in Mustafu. Izuku genuinely tried not to stutter over the names, and to be fair to him, slowly his voice was becoming stronger. It seemed it was clear enough for Detective Shamanda to understand at least. Bit far to get to here. Where is your court counselor? The sound of pen dragging against paper was the only sound for a few short seconds. My old one retired, and Fairbrooks had an opening. They are good with hybrid quirks, and it was an emergency, so, truth be told, Izuku was still amazed at that. His old court counselor worked out of a small office as part of a haphazard workplace. They didn't even have a space to practice with the quirks. Fairbrooks was elite in every other sense, only taking cases deemed interesting. Just being on their books were a boon. It seemed Detective Shamanda understood this all too well, his eyes widening comically. You mentioned that? When is your appointment? The ghostly chattering of teeth may have been funny in any other situation. It was supposed to have started half an hour ago, but Maki had them move it back so I could come here. Izuku stuttered through the explanation, and Yuki had the sense to look a little contrite. Even if her face-splitting grin rather ruined the effect. Detective Shamanda glanced at the clock and nodded. Well, I'll just finish up with you and I can take Miss Maki's statement while you go to your meeting, if that is all right with you? He asked, tilting his head ever so slightly, giving a signal to whoever was watching the tapes. The next few minutes consisted of a whirlwind of double-checking contact details, and getting Izuku to double-check the spelling. All mixed with gentle coaxing out of the other times the boys had hurt him, pushed it too far. Each story met with a steadily deepening frown. Miss Fairbrook will see you now, Midoriya. She's on the 4th floor, she'll be waiting by the elevator. The receptionist beamed up from behind the tall desk. Speaking before the front doors had even closed behind Midoriya. The boy in question tugged at the edge of his new white top courtesy of the police for confiscating his school clothes. His cheeks turning a strawberry red at the hand waving him towards the elevator. Thank you, he called out, rushing across to the large silver inflated doors. Everything about this building towered over him. Even the buttons within the lift were too high up for comfort. Izuku worried for a second that he had definitely pressed the button for the 4th floor, not the 5th, when the doors flew open. Midoriya? Pleasure to meet you, I'm Fairbrook Kyoka, follow me. The woman looked only about twice Izuku's own age, with bright orange hair that could only come from being a natural ginger, and equally bright green eyes. Nearly bright enough to rival Izuku's own. She was only a few inches taller than him, 2-3 at most. The floor was vast, with her office set at the edge with divided spaces for quirk assessment. There was a distinct lack of other offices. But then Izuku wasn't sure what else he expected for the daughter of the owners. It still wasn't quite like this. He sat in the offered sofa, a pastel blue with enough pillows to drown oneself in. It was set opposite a wall seemingly made entirely of floor-to-ceiling bookcases, each full to the brim. Most held research texts or old pre-quirk titles that looked utterly fascinating. The ones behind Kyoka's desk were the most intriguing though, file binders and notebooks in alphabetical order about each person she counseled. Izuku's own files were strewn across her desk in a manner too haphazard to be anything other than deliberate. Well, again, pleasure to meet you, Midoriya, and thank you for notifying us that you would be late. I hope it was all sorted? You certainly look better. Kyoka glanced over the young boy before her, trying not to buzz already at the simply wonderful conundrum before her. Thank you for delaying it. I really am sorry. Kyoka waved off any further apologies that threatened to tumble from Izuku's mouth. No problem. Now, I trust the police are handling everything with that, and that I would be right in assuming that this incident is part of a reason you needed to see me. Kyoka checked over the printed-out email Izuku had sent late in the evening the day before. The email she had only just caught before heading home, and now with the boy in front of her she couldn't have been happier if she tried. Not for the situation itself, no. That would be utterly terrible of her. Kyoka wasn't that bad. But still, quirks were fascinating, and a chance to study quirk evolution? She'd be pretty terrible at her job if she wasn't fascinated. At least, that's what she told herself. Why yes, or rather a linked incident. It's all being taken care of. Izuku nodded as if to try to make his words more impactful. It did little but show up just how young he was. Good. I was worried as to what this incident was, and if you ever need help please contact me. But let us move on to less dark topics, yes? You look like you could use a pick-me-up. Kyoka's voice turned serious, in such a jarring manner to her usual high pitch that it took Izuku a second or two to process her words, but nonetheless he found himself nodding. Izuku settled further into the plush sofa at Kyoka's words, the gleam in her eye all too familiar to him. He wondered if that's what he looked like when learning about new quirks. It probably should have scared him, but he found that he rather liked being with his own kind. I had your old quirk counseling notes sent over. I wanted a good idea of the basis of Hydrophyte before we discussed changes. I found them rather lacking though in a few key areas. So I was wondering if I could clarify any points with you? Such as they mentioned you could use water to move things but no specific weights, and amount, etc. Also, did you wish to change the name or do you like it? Kyoka had already moved the old counselor notes into the keep but don't reference pile due to this very issue. Each client of hers had such a pile, but Izuku's was certainly the largest. None of this flittered across her face though. I actually made some notes last night, I brought them with me just in case. Izuku swung his bag onto the sofa and pulled out the thick notebook, carefully handing it to Kyoka with a silent plea not to mess it up. Dutifully she began making her own notes from it, not taking the pages out. She nodded at him to continue, listening with her gaze flicking between him and the pages. I am unsure on the name. Hydrophyte was chosen because of the class of plants that grow at least partially submerged in water? I thought it was fitting, and it also doesn't give too much away. But, I want to be a hero, so I know the quirk name is important. Izuku finished, his fingers fiddling with the All Might keychain on his bag, the kind that's pinned around inside a metallic circle. Its once bright colors now well worn. Whatever he had been expecting, the beaming smile was not that. I think it's perfect. I just wanted to check you were okay with it. Some names you get at 4 don't fit well later. It's sweet, easy to say, a good meaning behind it without giving it all away. A perfect name for a hero's quirk. Thank you for your notes as well. Glad to find a fellow enthusiast. Kyoka held out the notebook, her own pages full of a perfect copy of what Izuku had written out, the only difference being the handwriting. It was slightly unnerving if Izuku paused to think about it too long. I just like quirks. Izuku found himself blushing a bright strawberry red once more. It's an excellent trait to have. Now, have you healed anything else? Maeve noticed your ripped uniform? Kyoka turned her book to a fresh page and waited, her pen poised over the page waiting for Izuku to begin. Why yes. I burned my arm in chemistry class, it healed straight away, and then when I was attacked, again I woke up healed again. Each time the water glittered oddly, but there was nothing else that should have affected it like that. Izuku scratched his chin lightly, thinking back to anything else before dipping his head. I also noticed all my old scars have gone? No blemishes or anything. Once he begun, the questions and answers flowed easily between them. Of the fuzzy edge to his thoughts for a short time after healing to the muscle building he had attempted briefly, and even down to the plants that reacting oddly. Even the vines shooting out were discussed with each point, making Kyoka's smile wider until it had to have started hurting. Perfect. I would like to see it in action if that is. Alright, and I would like to use my own quirk on you, calorie deficit. At Izuku's nod her eyes flashed for a second, accompanied by an amused hum. Perfect. Your calorie burning has increased drastically. I need to observe you using it to double-check figures, but we'll need a nutrition plan. Kyoka nodded as if that explained everything. Her words rushed in a way all too similar to Izuku's own mumbling habit. So he supposed it was good that he was well versed in understanding the language of mumble. Kyoka leapt up, bag in hand, and directed Izuku through to the main area, which looked more like a professional-level gym than a counselor's office. The longest wall was made entirely of windows looking out onto the street below, with a soft blue tint to keep the sun's rays out. Kyoka took a seat on the push-red bench against the wall beside 2 water cooling units, her notebook open before Izuku had chance to even blink. Okay, first the water, try and gather as much as possible. Kyoka's gaze never left his as Izuku moved to the middle of the room, and stayed locked on him as his eyes closed. The difference in the air was palpable. The dry air became humid in seconds as the coolers behind her poured water from every possible part, along with thicker rivers from the shower behind him. Even the moisture in some of the everyday objects was pulled towards Izuku, the water swirling around him in mesmerizing ribbons until they formed into a towering half-formed being behind him. Kyoka had just the time to be disgruntled at not filming this when water droplets began to form on her skin. No, not form, they were being drawn out from her, each breath becoming harder as the droplets whipped their way from her. Her head hit the left water cooler as her body slumped from dehydration. Fairbrook. I'm sorry. The water crashed to the floor and Kyoka drew in deep breaths as the lost water flooded back into her. Okay, important note, be aware. Though definitely an effective way of stopping people. But don't recommend? What stopped you? Did you reach your limit? And no. I'm not sure how, but I think I can tell where the water comes from. When I have used actual sources of water before, and just now with the showers it feels light, easy, drawing it out of compounds is harder, and I can almost tell what it is. I knew I was getting it from the punching bag, and then it wasn't that I knew it was you, but I got the sense it was from something living. I tried to stop the moment I realized. I'm sorry. Hey, are you okay? He probably could have continued rambling for several more hours on how it felt, but Kyoka, clutching half-drunkenly at her own head, snapped him out of it. His hands waved wildly in the air as he approached, trying to see if there was anything wrong, only to be waved off. I just feel a little fuzzy. Don't worry so much, just let me acclimatize. This is like the worst hangover ever, by the way. We'll want to work on it. Kyoka's voice was slower, half-slurred, and if how his mother sounded after coming home from the Bakugous was any indication, she sounded very drunk. "Okay, Miss Fairbrook, sorry again." Izuku slumped down onto the mat, crossing his legs in a lotus position and humming softly, his body swaying in time with the soft tune. It took a few minutes, longer than either had hoped, for Kyoka to be able to sit up without shaking. "Okay, so, now is probably a good time to check your healing, I suppose. If I make a cut in my arm, could you try and heal it? Just a small cut, I promise." A knife was already twirling in her hand, though where she received it from was another matter altogether. Izuku was torn between fear and burning curiosity. It was only a moment, perhaps less, before he chose the curiosity, answering with a short, sharp nod. He watched with rapt fascination as Kyoka made a small cut on the back of her arm, a few centimeters from the wrist. The knife landed with a dull thud on the bench and the wrist was extended out to Izuku, but the water had already begun to answer to him. The ribbon swirling in the air, swooping around his body before wrapping around Kyoka's arms until it laid an inch thick over her skin. The water glittering vibrantly with each second that passed until it slipped back to the puddle on the floor. No evidence or trace of the cut remained. Silence reigned for a tense 10 seconds before Kyoka exploded. "Not even a scar. Oh, you are a marvel, aren't you? I have to make a phone call, but I want you to try and move weights with the water while I make it, okay?" The way she was practically vibrating in front of him told him this phone call was everything to do with him. He wasn't sure if he liked this much scrutiny, especially from her, but it was less daunting to see the extent of his water ability without being the center of attention. Kyoka had the decency to wait until he had begun to phone an old family friend, her eyes sparkling as she watched the boy before her. "Dr. Kubo? I found one. You'll love him. He's perfect for the apprenticeship. Trust me, you will want to make time for this, on my family's honor." She barely listened to the gleeful reply, merely jotted down the 5 o'clock meeting time for the next day at the top of the page that was already overflowing with notes on Izuku's water use. Only just able to keep her voice low enough that he couldn't hear her. If she had to estimate, his ability had grown nearly 10 times in just the month since his last assessment, and that was before she considered his plant side. Her mind kept going to the note about if plant manipulation was secondary. The Vine story said different, but there were plenty of ways to try it out, and she was ever so willing to work it out. "Well done. I have a few more tests and then we'll wrap up. Can you try and grow a plant? One you know well?" Kyoka had her trusty pen poised over the workbook, seemingly oblivious to just how confused Izuku was with this turn of events. To his credit, Izuku shrugged after a moment, thinking back to the boat orchids his father used to get Inko on every trip home. Back when he actually came home anyway. He had spent evenings researching it and staring at the beautiful plant, keeping it alive. He had a collection in his room now after saving them from his mother's bin bags. The first thing he felt was warmth, spreading from his hands throughout his entire body as the plant grew, appeared, from nothing before him. Perfectly in proportion, if the plant was ever meant to be 10 foot tall at least. The booming laughter of Kyoka snapped Izuku out of his daze. "Well, kid, looks like we have to have a few more sessions to work this out. Don't worry, it'll be perfect. Now can you?" And so it continued, checking every part of his quirk with the occasional comment about how reading about plants or healing could potentially help, or adding her own comments to his observations. It was maddening and brilliant at the same time. Finally Izuku was brought back to the office, feeling close to exhaustion and a fine film of sweat spread across his body. Kyoka let him compose himself while she tidied up her notes, but eventually she found she had to speak. "Okay, first, your calorie consumption has increased dramatically from the usual baseline. I'd place you more at 6,000 calories a day, increased to 10,000 with extended quirk use. But I'd like to take a few more readings in our next session. I have a preliminary nutrition guide for you, but again I'd like to personalize this for you next time. I'd like to meet bi-weekly for a couple of months so we can get a handle on everything and also get you used to your new quirk. Does that all sound okay?" Kyoka handed Izuku the plan, that was too basic for her liking but was better than nothing. She noted with a hint of undeserved pride that he read it clearly and took his time to understand it before nodding in confirmation. "I can make the same time of the original appointment time and same day? If that is acceptable?" Izuku asked after a moment, flipping his notebook to the calendar at the back and noting it down when Kyoka nodded. "I usually ask my clients to write a diary of their quirk use, but I think you'll do that on your own? I just asked to be sent a copy and feel free to email if anything big happens so I can be prepared for our next session." Izuku got the distinct impression that Kyoka was stalling, but he still nodded along to the rambles. It was more than his previous counselor did, emails were pretty much banned. His twitching hands must have finally made up Kyoka's mind because her beaming smile slipped into a more natural smirk. "That phone call I made? Dr. Kubo at Amaranth Hospital has been looking for people with good quirks for medicine. He runs an apprenticeship scheme, and I have made a preliminary appointment for you to see him tomorrow. I will accompany you if you wish it." Kyoka played with the tendrils of her hair, the one trait from her mother's side she dared dislike. It was almost funny to see everything wash over the young boy, his jaw slackening until it hit his chest. Amaranth? The Hero Hospital? But why what? Apprenticeship? Would I even be allowed? The answering smile of Kyoka did nothing to calm his racing heart, but for the first time, fear came with a smile. The path to school the next day seemed all too long and yet much too short all at the same time. Izuku had managed to find an old uniform that just about fit him at the back of the wardrobe, but that was as far as he had gotten. Any sense of processing the day before was impossible, at least not fully. The stack of paperwork practically burning a hole in his bag didn't really help matters. A soft half-whimper escaped from somewhere in the back of his throat as the school gates came into view. No other students though, apart from a few who had arrived early for homework club, but none that Izuku recognized. It certainly made his journey to the school office simpler than before. Though somehow he hated this more than his usual trips there. Midoriya? I just checked your email, come in. The office was small, with cracks on the wall, but it was semi-expected considering the rest of the school. It had 2 plastic chairs, one for Okabe, the elderly-looking man who had worked at the school office for decades, and one Izuku was gestured towards. "Thank you for agreeing to see me. I have the new assessment here, it's a copy for your records." Izuku had half a mind to congratulate himself on not stuttering, but instead he pulled the pristine sheets of paper that made up the needed report. His own copy secured safely in his own file at home. Okabe huffed slightly and took the pages, his half-smile slackening to an unreadable level as he stared at the new rank at the top of the page. He wasn't entirely sure why, but he hadn't shown his mother the new shiny SS rank on his quirk. Something even a week ago he would have shoved in her face the moment he returned home. Now though he wanted to keep it safe, something happy, just for him to know. Well, him, Kyoka, and whoever this Dr. Kubo was. Oh, and the school office, but he had dealt with them enough to know they wouldn't phone his mother for anything. Ryo-sensei wasn't lying then. She said to watch out for this. She did. Thank you for updating us. It was the most polite Okabe had ever been with him, and quite frankly Izuku was starting to be put out by this change in everyone. There was certainly a shift in the school from the day before. Teachers glancing at Izuku in turn before standing up straighter. Izuku knew deep in his gut that it wasn't because they all knew his new quirk level. He wondered how many CCTV tapes had been handed over, and really it was worrying that the school had CCTV in the first place. He had never been more pleased to leave the school gates as he was when the final bell finally rang. Izuku didn't have to look hard to find Kyoka at the train station. Her vibrant hair and double-width briefcase in neon pink were like a beacon calling out to him. She was sat on the bench playing around on her phone, and to be fair to her he was earlier than planned. "Good afternoon, Fairbook, thank you for agreeing to come with me." Izuku shifted the straps of his oversized backpack as he came to a stop in front of her. Her beaming smile turned back on as her head lifted. "Of course, silly. I wouldn't throw you to the wolves. Not that Dr. Kubo is mean, he's not. But usually people interviewing for these things are 15? You're a bit young, but it'll be excellent. I just don't want you to be alone in there." In the time it took her to speak, Kyoka had jumped up with everything gathered into her arms, and was already leading Izuku through the crowded station. "And my age won't count against me?" Izuku asked after a beat of silence, managing by some sort of miracle, to keep the blush from rising up his neck to his face. "No. Not at all. In all honesty, you're more mature than half the kids sent his way." Kyoka waved her hand dismissively in his direction, laughing at some joke only she knew the punchline too. Will I still be able to go to UA if I apprentice with Dr. Kubo? The question had been eating at Izuku the entire night. If he was honest, it had crept in any time he had a second of silence at school too. Everything he had tried to research online had been inconclusive. Or rather, too many differing opinions and laws that had his head spinning. Intellectually he knew heroes sometimes had 2 jobs, any UA teacher was a great example, but there was a difference between teaching and being needed medical personnel. Izuku bumped into Kyoka's back, almost throwing himself backward onto the ground with the force of it. The woman frozen in place with eyes wide. A gargled and cracked whimper escaped from somewhere deep within her soul before a stream of words poured out from her. Didn't I explain it right? Of course you will. You being a hero is your main goal, and I wouldn't have suggested it if you couldn't do that too. You'll have a few hours a week here, it'll be good on your high school application and will help with the finer details. UA really likes stuff like this, and Dr. Kubo will be more than happy to help with references when you apply. I also think it will be good just to have a secondary job as a debuting hero. If it gets that far. Also, a hero who can heal is a huge bonus, and I thought it might help the control aspect a bit. I'm sorry if you've been worrying. I just thought it was perfect for you. Kyoka had spun on the spot with that first stuttered syllable, her arms waving wildly around as her cheeks heated to a pale pink. Again, Izuku being fluent in mumble was becoming an increasingly important skill. It's okay, thank you for explaining. He felt a weight lift that he hadn't even been aware of. His back straightening without any input from his overactive brain. Next time please ask rather than fret though, okay? I would have cancelled if you didn't want to do it. But I just thought, if I was at least helping people it would be worth it, right? So, he didn't get further than that due to a hand clamped over his mouth and Kyoka looking sadly down at him, her brows crinkled in the middle and her lips pulled thin. Midoriya, your happiness matters too. Yes, you'll help people, but no matter what you do I'm sure you'd always help people. Don't put your happiness second, please? Kyoka continued to frown at her young charge, unsure if any of what she said was sinking in. The way he spoke had ice shooting through her veins and set off alarms that rang in her ears even though no sound was made. She stayed like that until Izuku began to squirm against her. The rest of the walk was conducted in almost complete silence. Izuku was too nervous to sit in the plastic chairs that lined the corridor outside of Dr. Kubo's office. His hands twitching with each tick of the clock while Kyoka calmly drank her tea. Her briefcase settled firmly on her lap, held on by her spare hand. Izuku felt like a wound-up rubber band waiting on the embossed door across from them to open. The corridor was calming enough, a powder blue with varnished wooden floors, separating from the clinical white of the main hospital. The intense white lights remained though, and Izuku felt a bit like a bug under a microscope. Sorry for keeping you both waiting. Come in. The short man, just an inch taller than Izuku himself, had begun to speak before the door was fully open. His face was gnarled with deep-set wrinkles from years of furrowed brows and happy smiles. Dr. Kubo left the door open as he retreated back into the office space, sitting at the regal-looking chair behind the desk, while smiling benignly at the pair of them. Izuku followed a step behind Kyoka and slid into one of the plush dark red office chairs facing Dr. Kubo. The doctor's hand was already out, thick fingers extended towards Kyoka, who gracefully handed him Izuku's file. The pages were flipped through casually, with a soft hum rumbling from Dr. Kubo every few seconds. Limits? He asked without looking up from the file before him. Kyoka ended up jabbing Izuku in the side with her pointed elbows to get him to speak. So far water amount seems the main limiter, it needs to be an inch deep around the area intended to heal. However, I am able to reuse the water for healing. I have managed to heal explosion wounds, old scars, and have reattached an arm, so wound type shouldn't be an issue? I believe my healing limit is proportional to my knowledge base, so I need to test if I can heal non-immediate wound issues. Izuku finished with an affirmative nod, managing to sound leagues more confident than he felt. Given the smile Dr. Kubo gave him, he managed to sell the act too. Are there any side effects to your healing? For you or for the patient? Dr. Kubo addressed this question to Izuku directly, finally looking up from the file. But both soon turned to stare at Kyoka, who was practically vibrating in her seat. I can answer this. After being healed by Izuku there is a fuzzy edge to the thoughts. I'd liken it to being drunk or hungover. It only lasts a couple of hours, but it's definitely there. On side effects for Izuku, the main one is calorie consumption. His quirk uses a huge amount of calories to work, so he would need a way to replenish on a shift. She finished with a decisive nod that seemed to drip with barely veiled threats of harm. Dr. Kubo found the whole display rather adorable, mostly because she looked like a puffed-up kitten pretending to be a tiger. Of course, both are easy to accommodate for in the scheme of things. Midoriya, I wish to test you before we go further in this discussion, 2 patients just so I can see for myself. Then we shall return here for the finer details. Understood? Dr. Kubo's voice wasn't half as harsh as his words were. The gruff rumble of laughter at Izuku's wide eyes only further ruined any chance at being seen as a grumpy old man. Yes, Dr. Kubo. I understand. Izuku stood ready to take his bag, but Dr. Kubo shook his head, making a point to lock the door after them. His easygoing smile and soft hum easily putting Izuku at ease as the trio walked back down to the emergency department. Amaranth's emergency department was complicated even by hospital standards. It was divided into 3 separate sections with their own color-coded door out of the main waiting room, blue for adult civilians, green for children, and red for heroes. It was the red door Izuku found himself ushered through, and if his jaw hit the floor no one said anything. Dr. Kubo simply guided him towards 3 bays with closed curtains, sweeping the closest one open, revealing one very annoyed eraser head only half lying on the bed, with present Mike halfway through reprimanding him for aggravating the wound, which seemed to be a large jagged gash on the left leg. Even at a glance Izuku could tell it was deep enough to hit the bone. Apologies for the wait dash. Why is a kid here? Aizawa asked, staring Izuku down, seemingly unaware he had just cut the doctor off. Izuku wilted under the intense gaze, only just catching himself from hiding behind Kyoka. Midoriya here is interviewing for an apprenticeship here of sorts. He has an exceptionally powerful healing quirk. He will show me how it works on you. Dr. Kubo's tone brokered no room for an argument. After a tense moment, Aizawa huffed and flopped back onto the bed. Scowl still deeply etched onto his pale face. Oh thank you. Izuku began before Dr. Kubo dutifully began to run the water in the sink just outside the bay. His hands splayed out to pull the water round in an arc to settle around the injury. The water beginning to glitter long before it hit Aizawa's skin. Izuku's fingers twitched for a second, and the next time he opened his eyes they shone brightly with the same eerie glitter that took over the water. In real time the four adults watched as the deep gash healed up without a mark to be seen. 10 seconds. Impressive. Dr. Kubo noted, his smile twitching into a delighted smirk that was outdone only by Kyoka's own. I told you he was special. She half-whispered, watching evilly as Izuku gracefully guided the water back to the sink. Erase your head, sir? You may feel a bit lightheaded for a couple of hours, so please be careful. Izuku bowed lightly, trying to ignore his steadily reddening ears and burning cheeks. Thanks, listener. Yamada smiled down at him, somehow still managing to tower over Izuku while sat in the tiny plastic chair. Aizawa grumbled something too low to be heard, but it caused a wider smile to break on Yamada's face. May I prescribe a responsible adult? Present Mike if you would take care of him in the meantime. The smile on Dr. Kubo's face almost turned sadistic, and Izuku found he really didn't want to know why. Not if the grin aimed in Aizawa's direction from Yamada was any indication at least. Him responsible? Whatever chaos Dr. Kubo had spun was already loud enough to shake the area. It seemed now he had started it, he was done listening to the two heroes. Izuku followed dutifully to the next bay, his eyes widening at the first face he saw when the curtain was pulled back. Sprout! What are you doing here? There stood Yuki, though she didn't look like she had the day before. Her hair pulled up into two twin tails of several braids, a voice-modulating mask hung around her neck exposing a thin red line from how tightly it had sat upon her face. The lilac armor fashioned to fit against her body only to jut out at her hips into soft swoops of fabric. This Yuki was even wearing heels. He knew who she was immediately. An ex-underground hero who had been flung into the spotlight when she defeated a particularly violent villain in view of cameras just a few months before. Lotus? But. Izuku was so caught up with Yuki's appearance that he almost completely kissed Gallant, the number 6 ranked hero lying on the medical bed, his arm in a sling and looking half out of it. Almost. Sorry Sprout, didn't want to overwhelm you yesterday. Glad to see you looking better. Still doesn't answer my question though. Yuki smiled at him softly, her gaze flickering between Izuku and the doctor, dissecting each minuscule movement. I may be interviewing for an apprenticeship here? This is kind of a test for it? Izuku chanced a glance back towards Dr. Kubo, who merely nodded in agreement with what he had said. Once more the tap was turned and Izuku's eyes glowed while the water arced towards Gallant's unresponsive form. The water flowed easily until it covered half of Gallant's body, soaking through the material of his hero costume. Izuku's fingers twitched with every second the clock ticked by. Whatever had happened to Gallant was not as simple as Aizawa's injury. This was deep-seated, spread across most of the body, the arm and head were last. Izuku's whole form. Twitching as the last part healed and the water returned to the sink. It could only have taken a minute or two at most, but it felt like eons. Lotus, he may be fuzzy for a while, I healed his head wound so it'll just be a side effect of my healing. Please don't leave him alone for a couple of hours. Izuku managed to speak out. It felt as if his head was stuffed with cotton ball, though they were quickly being swept away. It was a rather unpleasant feeling. Yuki nodded though her teeth bit into her lower lip. Thank you Midoriya? I hope that didn't take too much out of you. She flicked her gaze pointedly at the two other adults. Izuku's squawk of protest utterly ignored. I understand your concern, but Midoriya is perfectly fine as you can see. Kyoka inclined her head towards Izuku, who was already back to normal, biting into an energy bar he had brought on Kyoka's advice the night before. Several more were stashed within his bag in a variety of flavors. This one was birthday cake. It's okay Lotus. It appears fuzziness also affects me, but only for a short time with a larger amount of healing. It's important to know. He smiled widely up at her, hoping he had waylaid any further issues she had. Indeed, her soft comforting hand began to card through his vibrant green hair, while a soft sigh escaped her lips, which were reluctantly curling into a smile. If you say so Sprout. Hey, if you do work here maybe we'll run into each other again? This bonehead gets us sent here often enough. She jabbed her thumb back to Gallant. Izuku took a second to remember that she had been snapped up for his agency shortly after being moved into the spotlight. The two had only just started working together, and he didn't like that she already knew that much about the powerful-looking man. He would put up with the fuzzy feeling in his head and the uncomfortable feeling in his gut if he got to see Yuki again though. Sure, fingers crossed? Izuku was proud that he managed to stutter only once. Yuki wasted no time in enthusiastically crossing her fingers on both hands and winking at him. Though this was their last interaction before he was guided back to the plush office that now felt all too quiet. The office was just as they had left it, but there was a weight to the air that hadn't been there before. The kind that made Izuku sit up straighter and ball his hands into fists on his knees. Dr. Kubo spent the first few minutes writing something on the computer set at an angle to his chair. The clacking of the keyboard the only sounds in the room for the longest time. Well, Midoriya, I should tell you that you passed that with flying colors. You managed to exceed all expectations, which is a difficult thing to do. With that said, I wish to outline what this apprenticeship entails, and offer you a place on it. If we come to an agreement. Dr. Kubo paused long enough to hear Izuku's long ragged sigh of relief, the poor boy nearly slipping off of his chair as he slumped back. A dark chuckle rang from the doctor before he carried on. Firstly, this apprenticeship has a year-long preliminary phase, where you will work set hours in the hospital with a special license for use of your quirk here. Potentially this can be expanded after the first year or kept to the same rules if you prefer. This would not be a license to use your quirk whenever and wherever, do you understand? Any hint of his usual jovial personality were stripped away, only a cool calculating gaze was left, and it was solely directed at Izuku. Yes, Dr. Kubo, I understand. He nodded for good measure, but the doctor's quirked lips were already spreading back into a lazy smile. Dr. Kubo fought back a smirk as he glanced over the serious boy. He had spent the previous night poring over the notes Kyoka had sent through, these much less polished than the file still open on his desk. Most of it was searching for a reason not to take the on-boy, but even his sweet countenance was a point in his favor. The lack of arrogance and brashness was a rarity, and one he was glad to see wasn't overstated. Perfect. How many hours a week do you think you could dedicate to this? Dr. Kubo had just pulled out a spare sheet of paper to discuss it, when Izuku pulled out his own week planner, with color-coded sections. Dr. Kubo could just make out the word school on the largest band, a light green color, the other writing far too small to make out. I worked out that I could do a couple of hours after school, and 4 on weekends? Izuku made a mark beside the red color blocks which were metered out as he had said. Will you be able to keep up with schoolwork with that schedule? Even though it was Dr. Kubo who had asked, Kyoka seemed just as invested in the answer. Both wary of upsetting the preteen, but neither quite sure if he had thought it through. Yes, Dr. Kubo, I am ahead of my class, and I spent last night working on a schedule so that I can balance everything. This would likely just take the time I would have spent studying outside of schoolwork anyway. It seems a much better use of my time. Izuku dutifully handed the schedule over, and clearly marked were half-hour segments that detailed Izuku's day down to how long the train took to get him from his school to the hospital and back home. There was even an hour marked out for fun each day, set just after 2 hours on homework. At weekends he had earmarked 3 hours of fun outside of work and homework, which he had noted would be rearranged depending on the times Amaranth wanted. There was even an allowance for his quirk counseling sessions, with a note to adjust times. It was beautifully thought out. When it was placed next to the page in his school file showing his excellent marks, it was hard to argue. Impossible even. Agreed, however, with a couple of caveats. If your grades begin to slip, you will let us know so we can lower your hours. Similarly, you will let us know of any big tests so we can lower your hours too. Just the weekend for the 2 weeks beforehand, and finally you will let us know the moment it is too much for you. We will of course adjust and rework this when you get to middle school. Dr. Kubo once more began to type while he spoke, his tone brokering no room for argument, not that Izuku particularly wanted to. His skin felt as if it was buzzing with excitement at the prospect of this apprenticeship, and he was half sure he was vibrating on the seat. I would also request 2 hours in a specialized quirk gym each week to work on the other aspect of his quirk. To avoid the quirk growth being stunted. Kyoka piped up, shocking both the others, who had almost forgotten she was sat with them. Or Dr. Kubo had. Izuku was all too aware of her presence, but had assumed she wouldn't get involved, not that he wasn't glad she did. State your case. Dr. Kubo settled back onto his chair, smirking in Kyoka's direction, who merely flicked her own gaze to Izuku, who had already begun his spiel. Most quirks like mine need to be dual-trained. If we focus too much on healing or the water side, we may find it stunted or overbalanced, which could cause other issues. One instance I can see is water limit. I am hoping to be able to lower the water needed to push and pull, which could lower the water requirement overall. Equally, being able to practice with the other half could equally help due to it being one quirk working in several ways. It may also lower time taken and potentially side effects, although all of this is hypothetical currently. Honing this side may help with balance issues and in turn could stop any cap that might occur by only training the healing water element. Equally, I have a theory I wish to carry out about gaining muscle, due to the nature of how muscle is created and my quirk, and I wish to test this theory safely. Throughout the entire speech Izuku only breathed once. Yet each word was immaculate in its pronunciation, leaving both adults in the room staring flabbergasted at him. Blinking almost in sync as the words began to seep in. "We're going to enjoy having you here." "I was kidding, it's an easy concession to make, we will happily pay for that, there is one a couple of streets over if I remember correctly." Dr. Kubo glanced across to Kyoka, who nodded along happily, both ignoring the stunned expression in Izuku's face at how easy that had been. "Now, we will be taking you on as an apprentice for 18 hours a week on average. We will put you down as minimum of 8 and have 18 as your maximum for now. You will arrive at 1600 hours and your shift will end at 1800 hours on weekdays as per your timetable. At weekends I request your shift be 10 o'clock till 1400 hours, with 2 hours at the quirk gym starting from 1500 hours on both days. I will also set you up with reading to do outside of work hours. In compensation you will receive a preliminary quirk license for use within the hospital, calorie-dense bars to replenish yourself during your shifts, the quirk gym paid for, and our usual apprentice hourly rate of 3,500 yen, which will be reviewed after your preliminary year." Dr. Kubo spoke each detail to the sound of twin pens jotting everything down, as if he wasn't going to print out a copy of the contract to sign anyway. It was at the last point when the second pen stopped scratching against paper, instead falling with a loud clatter to the polished wood floor. "Wait, I'm getting paid for this?" Izuku couldn't have stopped stuttering if he tried. By the looks of concern on both adults' face, both of which marred by something that told him he had said something monumentally stupid. "Fairbrook, did you tell him nothing?" "Yes, this is a paid apprenticeship, Midoriya, we would be pretty terrible if we didn't pay you for your help after all." Izuku appreciated the attempt at a joke, but the tightness in Dr. Kubo's smile didn't really comfort him. Sorry, I just thought, I saw most apprenticeships are more about learning, so I assumed? I'm sorry if I insulted you." He wasn't sure what he had done wrong, but he was sure he had, even if both seemed more confused than appeased by his apology. "You didn't. I'm sure in some careers that's true, but not here. Also, for the future, it's a bad idea to tell your employer you weren't planning on being paid." Dr. Kubo winked, and this time it did settle something deep within Izuku's bones, his hand reaching out to grasp the freshly printed contract, reading it through 10 times before signing it. Izuku spent much of the train ride home calculating. With one hand he wrote in his notebook while the other typed away at the calculator on his phone. It didn't take half his brain to work out the amount of money he was being paid. 168,000 yen a month if he averaged out the hours to 14 a week. A one-bed apartment close to UA was 175,000 yen a month. That was the one thing he didn't have to look up. It had been a known quantity in his head for the last year or so, something he had added to the calculations of how much he needed to go to UA. Perhaps it doubled as a contingency plan for being thrown out before 15-2. No, what Izuku was researching was something else entirely. He scowled the more he looked at the phone in his hand. A normal junior doctor in their first few of years was on 1,500 yen an hour if you divided their salary into hours at least, but well, quirks make the world go around. One in America with a quirk that basically meant they needed no anesthetists in a hospital was paid nearly 100 times the normal rate. He wondered if that was part of it. How quickly could he get people in and out of hospital? Get people through the door quicker? Heal after surgery? Even saving a few hours each patient would get several more through the door at busy times. He wondered for the first time whether this evolution was more of a curse than a cure. Not that he wished Bakugou had succeeded. But still, he wished he didn't have to think like this. Amaranth was its own special case too, he had learned. Used to taking the people with the best healing quirks and paying just enough to keep them around and happy. They paid a premium for the best, and outside of civilian emergencies everyone else paid for the best of the best to work on them too. It was as unsettling as it was pleasing to know I was even in the same stratosphere. He wondered if that meant he could have argued for higher. But the thought of it turned his stomach into knots. The calculations continued: a new uniform, 20,000 yen, a spare uniform shirt 40,000 per month for the season train ticket he would need. Slightly annoyed at himself for not realizing that detail sooner. Amaranth was just a few stops outside the range of his current one and the price shot up steeply. Income per month: 168,000 yen. Monthly expenses: 16,800 yen tax. 30,000 yen for train ticket per month. 85,000 yen on food per month if he calculated correctly. He sure as hell wasn't going to ask Inko for help with that if he could help it. Net, 36,200. Other bills. 20,000 yen for uniform. 15,000 yen for a new All Might figurine. 5,000 for new sports gloves. 20,000 for more gym clothes. He really didn't have any. Okay, maybe using a family of 4 was a bit much for the calculation, but it was roughly the same amount of calories. Even the nutrition bars he had picked up weren't any cheaper than the actual food. At least he didn't have to cook them, or burn them. But as he looked at the page, the knot in his chest loosened. That made more sense, maybe. Though he wasn't sure he exactly felt happy at the sense of being paid so he wouldn't leave, but he guessed it was just one of the rules of adults he didn't quite understand yet. Chapter text. The next day school was a blur to Izuku. Even the quietened Bakugou, who looked as if he had seen a ghost, didn't fully register. Though this was unsurprising considering the rumors of Bakugou being asked to attend a police interview didn't fully reach him. However, that was probably a good thing. Smiling even slightly at the process being pushed forward would have likely broken whatever spell had Bakugou from screaming his head off. Izuku found he got a lot more done in school without the constant yelling. He had even managed to complete his homework during school hours, and was almost 99.5% sure he had it up to the same standard as usual. He had managed to spend half of lunch double-checking his earlier work while Yumiko and her friends chattered about everything and nothing at the same time. Today though, Izuku couldn't quite shake the annoyance at all the years they had ignored or laughed along at Bakugou's antics. Even the smiles directed at him by the teachers now didn't feel good. It was nothing like he had dreamed of. It all felt so hollow next to, well, everything. You running off, Midoriya? Yumiko asked. She had once again waited outside the changing rooms for him. Her hair, already a few inches longer than it had been at the beginning of the week, pulled into a bun at the base of her skull. Her hand raising to rest on his clothed arm. I have work I have to get to, sorry, I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku ran before the girl could say anything else. Shrugging off the healy-hearted attempt at concern before rushing off towards the train station. He didn't necessarily need to get there this early, but being late on the first day was not something he wished for. Amaranth Hospital was just as intimidating the second time as it had been the day before. The hallways smelt slightly of bleach and were too white under the bright hospital lights despite him making his way through the staff areas to the apprentice room. Again he got the sense he hadn't really known just who Dr. Kubo was before signing up. He was sure most doctors didn't have a room for just their apprentices. Especially one as large as the one he had just walked in on. It was almost as large as the main room in his family's apartment, possibly larger. A little kitchenette off in the far corner with a microwave and rice cooker prominently displayed beside a state-of-the-art fridge. The back wall was a beautiful floor-to-ceiling mural of something Izuku recognized almost immediately, the Tokyo skyline at sunset. The floorboards were half covered by a deep blue rug with a cream pattern looping around itself, matching a two-seater sofa and 2 carefully placed reading chairs. Only 2 pieces stood out, stylized lockers that looked like they were more reminiscent of the design of a safe than any school locker. It all screamed opulence. Izuku was so stunned he completely missed the 2 occupants of the room. Ah, Midoriya. Meet our other apprentice Tanaka. Tanaka, this is the student I explained about this morning. Dr. Kubo clapped his hands together delightedly, and Izuku took a moment to roam his gaze over the other apprentice. A tall, stringy young man who couldn't have been younger than 16 but definitely not a full adult yet. His eyes almost seemed to have white crosshairs in them. Pleasure to meet you, Tanaka-run. My quirk is X-ray, essentially I'm a living walking one. The young man held his hand out easily to Izuku, without any hint of jealousy of someone 6 years younger than him being in the same position. Midoriya Izuku, my quirk is Hydrophyte, I can heal almost anything wound-wise. For some reason he didn't really want to expand on anything else, partly because he wasn't even sure what else he could do and nothing else really mattered to their work. Ah, before I forget. Here is your pager, bring it each time you come or stash it in your locker here. Dr. Kubo tapped the side of the locker. Izuku opened his mouth to ask which one was his when he noticed the magnetic MI affixed to the front. So instead he simply held his hand out for the pager. It clipped easily to his belt loop, the green screen flashing each time he looked down. You need to keep that on you just in case, never know when you'll be needed suddenly. Tanaka chuckled easily after speaking, throwing an easy conspiratorial wink in Izuku's direction. Now boys, I have Tanaka working under Dr. Shinso, in the children's department for the evening, while Midoriya you will be working under me for the evening in the civilian department. Dr. Kubo didn't speak like Izuku assumed a boss would, there was much less shouting for a start. Tanaka clapped Izuku on the back, with a very pointed nod to put his school things in the locker before the pair followed Dr. Kubo out. Splitting up at a T-junction in the corridor. It was only once they were alone that Dr. Kubo began to speak once more. "We had a big villain battle a few blocks away. We've been trying our best, but you'll be really helpful. A lot of civilians got hurt." The doctor let out a heavy sigh and handed over the box he had previously stuffed under his arm. Izuku opened it with widening eyes, a box of 10 Mirko-themed energy bars, with a fake sticker proclaiming 500 fast-release calories in every bar. Half the bars had orange foil closing off the ends, the other had a light pink, both with a chibi-style cartoon of Mirko and a word bubble stating the flavor. Orange was a rather obvious orange and chocolate flavor, while the pink declared itself as raspberry and hazelnut. Thank you, Dr. Kubo." Izuku nodded his head so hard his green curls bounced atop his head. "It is part of our agreement, Midoriya, and on that note, today is rather harsher than I wanted. Baptism of fire and all that. So tell me if it gets too much, okay?" Dr. Kubo paused at the entrance to the civilian emergency department and glanced back at Izuku. The young boy stared back before nodding firmly and following his mentor through the heavy doors. Chaos. Pure chaos. The couple of nurses he could see were racing around looking half out of it as they darted between medical bays. No doctors were visible, but he could hear the tone he knew all too well from his visits to emergency rooms thanks to Bakugou over the years. All in all, it took Izuku 2 seconds before the first Mirko bar was shoved into his face. Coincidentally, it turned out he really liked raspberry and hazelnut together. "I'll assign you a bay, okay? And send through patients. I'll be checking in on you, but a nurse will be with every patient." Dr. Kubo sounded far less jovial than he had a moment ago. His wrinkled face contorted into a painful-looking frown. His gnarled hand rested lightly on Izuku's shoulder for a moment, the deep warmth a welcome relief from the bitter cold of the emergency department. True to Dr. Kubo's word, Izuku found himself steered into a cubicle at the furthest corner from the waiting room. One with the sink situated inside the cubicle, a feature he noted for future use. While the whole department was busy, inside his little cubicle the world seemed to calm, slow down, every sound muffled by the almost floor-length curtain. "Obviously use as much water as you need, and eat those when needed. If you need more, just ask." Dr. Kubo patted the box of bars, reminding Izuku that he was still holding it tight to his chest. "He places it squarely on the table furthest from the water." It wasn't as if he had any medical equipment to put there after all. Dr. Kubo pressed one more calming hand on Izuku's shoulder before he left, and the young boy finally let out the sigh he had been holding for what felt like hours. "Apprentice Midoriya will help you, Mr. Ueno." The nurse had a light airy voice that belied her appearance. Her skin was a smattering of silver-blue scales that were more fish-like than that of a lizard, and with fin-like protrusions on each of her limbs, and long sweeping dark blue hair with the kind of face that only spoke of kindness. Behind her was a man whose face was contorted painfully, tightening further with each step he took as his damaged arm swung to and fro behind him. Izuku knew from the first glance it was burned. If he had to guess, it would be 3rd degree. The thought alone made him wince. Already switching over to the basin. "Mr. Ueno, could you please stand still? I just need a few seconds." Izuku tilted his head back as he turned the tap, giving him a wonderful view of the confused look now adorning the sour man's face, and the expectant smile on the nurse's face. All too soon their faces fell slack as Izuku's eyes began to glow, the water arcing around him to wrap tenderly around Ueno's arm, the water never quite resting on any one point, as it began to shine. Only a few seconds later the water receded in its high arc back to the basin and Izuku's own eyes returned to their normal green. Both adults blinked at him while he beamed and checked on the newly healed skin. "All done." Izuku tilted his head sweetly and beamed up towards the nurse, who double-checked his work before nodding with a soft sigh. "I owe Kibi 1,000 yen. He could swear he heard her mutter under her breath, but her lips barely moved. He sincerely hoped he had heard wrong. He wasn't sure he liked being the subject of betting. "Mr. Ueno? It's advised to possibly have someone responsible with you." He was about to continue when the nurse snapped out of whatever stupor she was in and waved her hand at him. Ueno, to his credit, was waving his arm around and staring wide-eyed at the results. Izuku had to wonder if he had the same odd expression that first time. "We have a prescription slip for that, Apprentice Midoriya. Don't worry." The nurse had somehow made her way over to the set of drawers, pulling out a pad of prescriptions. Izuku found himself pulled closer till their sides were pressed together, to watch her fill out the first prescription in a neat script he was sure was for his benefit rather than the patient's. One responsible adult to watch over for 2 hours or until fuzzy feeling fades. "Okay, Apprentice Midoriya?" This enclosed Izuku could just about make out the name badge affixed to her right shoulder. Miyajima Rin, he slotted that alongside the knowledge of how to write a prescription. Committing both to memory. At his sharp nod, more for the latter than answering her question, Miyajima took the patient away with the prescription clasped in his meaty hand. The clock affixed to the wall just outside his bay told him only 10 minutes had passed. During the next 2 hours of dealing with people with various levels of burns, which Izuku was slowly realizing meant only one thing, he finished off the rest of the Mirko bars. Though he hadn't had any episodes like he had while healing Gallant, which he took as a win. He also dealt with several people yelling about a DMN kid being in a hospital, which fair, and several more ruffling his hair after he healed them. Apparently his scowls just made him look cuter, according to one patient, an elderly lady whose legs were both badly burned. He allowed it from her and her only. Final patient Midoriya, I just need your help with this one and then we'll take you back to the locker room, okay? Miyajima, while not the only nurse who had brought patients his way, had definitely decided she was responsible for him. Whether she had any real responsibility or just because she was that kind of person he didn't know. She's voice soft and light as always, chattering about a TV show she loved as she moved him round to Dr. Kubo's bay, as if the walk didn't take 10 seconds. This patient was laid upon the medical bed, ashen-faced and clearly in a worse state than almost all of the patients Izuku had seen. Though just as with all of them it took less than a minute to fix him right up. This time though Izuku blinked owlishly up as both Dr. Kubo and Nurse Miyajima stared at him with a soft frown marring their faces. It was the kind of look people gave Bakugou when he first blasted a table across a room. Or on the faces of concerned parents in court counselor waiting rooms. Not the kind ever pointed towards boys like Izuku. Except, that wasn't true anymore, was it? The lights isn't he apartment we're on, the off-white light pouring into the street. Throughout his entire walk back, the realization of just how much had changed finally sank deep into his bones, and a deep-seated bud of confidence began to grow. It was squashed nearly out of existence the moment he realized Inko was home. The steps up to the doorway felt more like he was climbing Everest than this familiar stairwell. Each step felt as if he was treading closer to a doom he couldn't escape. He wondered how Bakugou would feel, knowing that even now he was only the second most feared in Izuku's life. That thought, the one that had gotten him to open the door many times before, worked again. Like a key in the lock. Not pleasant, but then necessary things seldom are. You're late. The harsh high pitch of Inko's voice split the tense atmosphere apart. The door falling closed with a trembling thud behind Izuku, his head already bowed low enough to tuck his chin against his chest. Arms pulled inward to cover his torso. Inko by contrast, was at upright in the sofa, her legs crossed in an elegant manner at the knee, and her green hair swooped back into a low-hanging bun. Her work clothes adding to the slightly ominous posturing. I had some work ttt do, Izuku cowered at how weak his voice sounded in that moment. How the sinister creeping smile on his mother's face grew wider at it. Work, that wouldn't have anything to do with that, would it? Inko's voice curled around the room much like a viper would when circling its prey. Izuku had long since learned not to be lulled in by the false kindness imbued within. Instead his gaze followed hers to the letter sitting atop the coffee table, the printed insignia at the top of the page telling him all he needed to know. No one could mistake that insignia. Even from a few feet away his gaze traced each loop of the letter header, as if willing it to change shape and color. While his heart sank with each silent second that passed. Read it then. Izuku flinched before the first syllable had finished being spoken. Rushing across to the table to pick up the offending document, his hands trembling so violently they kept being cut by the perfect parchment. Each cut healed before any blood made its way onto the letter itself. Dear Midoriya Izuku. I do hope this letter finds you and yours well. The board was pleasantly surprised when news of your new quirk rank reached us. Due to the nature of SS rank quirks, we have taken a special interest in your case. It is an honor afforded to few. Your file came to us via your court counselor, a Miss Fairbrook, in accordance with the Hisoki Initiative paragraph 107c. On behalf of the President and myself we welcome you to the Renshu program. No action is needed on your part to stay with the program. Though what the program requires from yourself will be outlined below. There are just a few things that must be made clear before your first assessment. This letter and inclusion in the Renshu program does not give you a hero license, nor is it a permit for quirk use outside of permitted areas. This letter and inclusion in the Renshu program does not give you automatic acceptance to any hero school, nor does it negate the need for one. This letter must be kept safe as it will allow you access to our facility. Not much is needed on your part so far, though we will contact you as that changes. There are, however, just a few rules you have to follow. Bi-monthly quirk assessments need to be moved to monthly. Alert us to any address or schooling changes immediately. You must not leave the Japan without our permission. Once yearly assessments at our facility in Hamamatsu. Due to the nature of quirks, especially those in Rare SS rank group, these rules have been implemented for your safety just as much as it is for the safety of all others. We look forward to meeting you soon. your first assessment date has been set for XXXXXXXX at 9 a.m. Yours sincerely, Director Taniakui. Hero Public Safety Commission. It was shorter than he expected, but no less threatening. He wondered if Inko had taken lessons from these people in how to sound loving and venomous at the same time. It did not escape his notice that despite the language used, there was no backing out of the program. He couldn't help but think to the dodgier hero discussion boards, the kind that allowed discussion of underground heroes, and held grainy footage of heroes going about their normal day and where conspiracy theories ran wild. The kind where he had thrived for years under the name Kashikoi. Where he had first found the hints of distrust in the commission. Boyer the last year or so he had uncovered a secret discussion page, the kind that was invitation only. He could remember a letter similar to this appearing just 7 months ago, from someone in the program for years and who was terrified trying to get out. The poster continued detailing everything, too much for Izuku to have read so close to bedtime. He wished he had read it now though. The post and everything from the original poster was taken down within 2 hours of it being uploaded to the page. Posts and flooded in trying to find them, their profile picture featuring an angel with white wings in flight became a symbol of being silenced. Or for some more cynical members a sign of someone stirring up trouble. Izuku had never felt sure which camp he belonged to until this moment. The understanding in the pleading note took a hold deep in his bones and rooted him to the floor while Inko looked on with her too dark smile. Poor little me, finding my dearest son had been lying to me all this time, and too poor little Katsuki too. You really were so cruel to that boy, making him believe he was being kind to a useless well like you, dragging him down, trying to get him in trouble every day with your sickly little lies. Did you like laughing at him and me? Did you laugh when you went to the police? Inko spoke too high to be natural and in such a simpering honeyed tone that each word slid from her mouth like sharks in the water. Throughout her speech she stood with the grace of a queen, or perhaps a panther upon seeing its lunch. The latter comparison became more apt as she stalked across the room towards Izuku, her hand reaching out towards his exposed neck. The ensuing screams wrenched their way through the apartment walls, rattling fixtures and waking even the heaviest of sleepers. It was not a sound anyone would ever wish to hear. Sure, the residents in the flaunts around the Midoriyas weren't strangers to yells and screams, often apologized for by explaining a delinquent son. But this was the scream of a terrified child, not a delinquent trying to get their way. Any thread of loyalty or belief in Midoriya Inko cut itself in that moment, as people laid in their beds, sat on their sofas, or stood still in the hallway. Unable to move as the sound rocked them to their core. The only one to move, a young man visiting his elderly parents for the upcoming weekend, headed straight to the phone. His voice half drowned out by screams coming from above. Can you state your emergency for me please? The woman on the other end of the phone sounded calm, the kind of calm he needed, but made him question if she could hear what he could. But he knew it was real, just a look at his poor parents' faces told him that much. The screams, there's a boy in the upstairs apartment and I think he's hurt. He was cut off by another blood-curdling scream and even the woman down the phone hissed sharply at the sound. Can you tell me the address please? We'll get someone out to you. The lady paused as he fumbled out the address, her voice cracking as she double-checked each point. The sound of her typing helped to calm him if only slightly. Thank you, someone will be there in 5 minutes, can you possibly stand outside, to direct them? The lady seemed reluctant at this, as if half hoping he would stay in the phone or was asking too much, but he agreed before she had chance to offer an alternative. He hung up in time to pull on a jacket and race outside in the cold bitter air. The man's closest friends called him Ryuta, and he sorely wished one of them was close by, to relay the horror of the evening. Or to find the nearest bar with him at the very least. The bitter air dug its way into his skin as the siren sounded through the screams. The red and blue light bathing the street quickly followed by a black shape running alongside in the evening dark. Bliss was a hero he hadn't seen often. Her hero costume and name very much directed towards kids, with soft shapes and bright happy colors. Her silhouette unmistakable to the Mustafu population though. The only thing he knew was that she usually didn't work this late, but then knowing her speciality there was good reason she had put herself on the case. Or perhaps just took over from another hero for the night, but then that was her business. She skidded to a stop in front of Ryuta, a soft smile already splitting her face in two. Hey champ, which door? She pointedly looked up at the door she was sure was the correct one. Not wanting to waste any time with the minutes that had already passed. Ryuta turned to look at the door and nodded frantically. Yes, that's the one. He barely finished before she rushed in ahead, the two officers rushing after her. They barely made it to the bottom of the stairs when a resounding crash sounded through the otherwise still street. Bliss heavy grunt as her foot hit the ground swallowed up by it. The worst part of her was glad she had been a hero so long, if only because it meant she had seen enough bad to not run scared at what she saw. Blood coated the flat surfaces of the room. The furniture lay sporadically in a state of disarray, coated with blood that could only have come from being used as a weapon. Various knives and chunks of what she hoped wasn't bone littered the ground. In the center of the chaos stood Midoria Izuku, her cackle sounding clearly now there was no door to muffle it. Laid crumples at her feet was a boy whose only visible feature was curly green hair, that was matted with the red liquid. A wooden barrier similar to other shards of wood littering the apartment was curled over him but already beginning to splinter and rip apart. Water, despite the unusually dry apartment air, coiled itself under the barrier, further cloaking the young boy. It did nothing to hide the screams though. Bliss careened over an upturned sofa, her foot connecting soundly with Inko's jaw with a satisfactory crunch. The policemen swiftly following after her, one trying to help in containing Inko, the other carefully trying to find a way to get close to Izuku, whose screams had lowered to pained whimpers despite his rapid healing. Hey, it's okay, I'm Officer Mori, I'm here to help, okay? Can you let down the barrier so we can help? My partner and pro-hero Bliss are getting her away from you, okay? Mori edged closer to the boy, watching warily as the solid would seem to warp and bend before receding round the poor boy's body. The water beneath glittered as it desperately tried to repair the chunks of missing boy, the deep cuts and indented sections. But his quirk was running on almost empty, so it was slow, taking minutes rather than seconds while Izuku cried big wet tears into the damp handkerchief Moro was gently holding for him. Can you tell me your name, little one? Mori asked after a moment, trying to keep his voice as calm as possible despite the cacophony of fighting behind him and the horror before him. Watching skin and sinew slowly stitch itself back together while waiting for an ambulance. Midoria Izuku managed to stutter his name out between painful cracked lips. The calloused hand slowly carding through his hair, helping with at least the hardest edges of the panic still clogging his mind. Midoria, is that lady your mother? The question made him flinch, a terrible ripping from him before Mori cooed at him softly. The nod was all Mori needed to know. Hey kiddo, we got her under control, I'm going to check on the ambulance, okay? Bliss beamed down at Izuku, waving her hand over him, the calming happy pheromones she exuded washing over him easily, and the tense ball loosened further and further. With a sharp thankful nod from Mori, she was gone searching for the ambulance. It'll be okay, just stay awake for me, okay? Mori continued to whisper, asking questions about Izuku's dad. Yes, his parents are married, his dad is on a business trip, no, he didn't know when he'd be back. Izuku was just out of it enough to not realize the one question that wasn't asked. The first sign of the ambulance crew arriving was a man running with his pale green jumpsuit taut on his body as he too knelt in the pool of blood around Izuku's form. He was tapping away on a PDA and Mori could just make out Izuku's file being pulled up and the relieved sigh from the paramedic. Midoria, do you have any energy bars here? Okay, that question definitely threw Mori for a loop, but Izuku nodded the barest inch up and down without hesitation. B bedroom, top desk drawer. The soft voice was barely audible, but still both men heard it, and the paramedic in question ran towards the small corridor, opening each door until he found the one adorned with hero memorabilia that could only come from a kid. The desk had an old laptop on the desk, and surrounded by little figurines of various heroes. An All Might plush sat on the chair with a care he didn't expect from someone so young. Sure enough, through the top drawer was full of calorie-dense bars, the off-brand plain vanilla type with the odd chocolate thrown in, each proclaiming 350 calories on them. He grabbed 5. He had read the report on calorie consumption, and he wasn't about to chance not having enough. Nor did he want to use too many of Izuku's needed stash. Midoria, can you eat these for me? We need to get your reserves up. He spoke the moment he knelt back down beside Izuku, trying not to wince at the squishy wet feeling of the floor. Almost automatically Izuku opened his mouth, his limbs too painful and still unhealed to move. Mori helped the paramedic open up the bars, and together the pair helped Izuku eat all 5 bars, the change almost immediately with how the healing sped up and the water glittered even brighter than it had been. Both men looked to each other as the boy blacked out the moment he was healed, both in silent agreement as to what had to happen next. Izuku opened his eyes to the blackness of an unlit hospital room. He could tell just from the smell alone, the kind of antiseptic and bleach smell that mixed with the undeniable smell of sickness. At least for him. Though the usual sounds of pained whimpers and tired sighs were curiously absent. One click of the lamp beside his bed showed why, apart from there actually being a light beside his bed, the room was decked out to look more like a real bedroom. The dresser even looked somewhat new, but unmistakably hospital easy wipe down material. He glanced at the phone, the last thing his father had paid for, apparently to make it easier to contact him, though they had only spoken once since. A few clicks was all it took to get him back to the discussion board he had made his home over the past year. His other hand clutching onto the letter he had made sure no one else saw, the one that was spattered at the edges with blood now, his blood he knew. He knew what he was going to do, didn't mean he wasn't terrified of the thought. Only one of the specialist board members was someone he talked to enough to trust. The icon of the Greek god Hephaestus was ringed in green despite the time in the corner denoting it to be way too late for both of them. He tapped on the name, Mamoru, to private message the man. The replies came almost instantly. Kashikoi, hey, can I ask about an old post? It's okay if you're busy. Mamoru, isn't it a bit late for you? I've never seen you on here past midnight. Sure, I could use the distraction anyway. What's on your mind? Kashikoi, I was just wondering if you remembered that weird post from Akihane? Mamoru, private server now. Izuku nodded though he was 85% sure Mamoru, or whatever his real name was, couldn't see him. He wasn't entirely sure why, but sometimes he got the sense this man could know everything about him with one click if he wished to, but didn't. Sometimes he wondered if it was laziness or just not caring enough, other times he would wonder if he could ever get to that level. The invite was swift, and the black inky screen of one of Mamoru's specialty servers felt more comforting than anything. These were where they discussed techniques and did their true analysis. The discussion board might be home, but this was his happy place. Mamoru, why are you asking about that? Why now? Kashikoi, sorry, something happened and I needed to speak to someone. Mamoru, your parents? Kashikoi, complicated. Mamoru, Mamoru, I am going to make some leaps in logic, a lot of them, so you don't have to type anything out, okay? Don't clarify even if I'm incorrect and especially if I am. Got it? Kashikoi, yes. I understand. Mamoru, I will assume that this problem is along the lines of your newest bully is similar to the old one of our mutual friend. That most of the issues come from you having to play along or their friends will take over and it will get worse. Izuku took a moment to read through Mamoru's message a few times, though it was on the second read-through that he understood the double meanings and careful wording. His brain working a little slower than he would have liked. Mamoru, every game is different, the rules the same but no two chess games are. I would recommend checking the rules and learn from those before. That is how you get better after all. Just like when I taught you coding. Kashikoi, I hated you for that. Mamoru, but you appreciate my efforts now, don't you? Kashikoi, if you insist. Mamoru, I do. Also I'd check in on the friend who is friends with this new bully of yours. It wouldn't do to have another Kachin on your hands, would it? Oh, that he understood all too well. The underlying threat with the childish nickname he had once called the boy whose name hurt to say. Whose red eyes were etched into his brain in the worst of ways. Kachin as a name had been dropped long ago, when he put Izuku in hospital that first time. The meaning was not lost on Izuku at all, and a soft triumphant smile spread across his lips. He chose the right person to contact. Kashikoi, thank you, I will be sure to. Mamoru, last assumption for now, sometimes bullies find themselves following their victims. It may be worth working out ways around being so predictable as to make it easy. Kashikoi, thanks, you've been a lot of help. Mamoru, you know how to contact me if you need me again. Do not hesitate to. Now go to sleep, it's way past your bedtime. Kashikoi, says you, always on here at all hours. I'll sleep when you do. Mamoru, fine. Within the span of one maybe two blinks, Izuku was thrown out of the server and Mamoru was listed as offline. Not that Izuku had any right to complain. As always, Mamoru made him feel infinitesimally small and stupid while showing him how easy the world was if he took a second to think it through. He never quite left those conversations the same. He wondered if that was how people felt when they saw a quirked person for the first time. He settled back on the pillow and began to type out a needed email. His fingers flying across the small keyboard, filling the screen with practiced ease. It was clunky, but in that moment he couldn't have cared less. As the clock chimed 4 a.m., he hit send. Even if a small part of him balked at how angry he sounded. The small part silenced as sleep claimed him once more. Dear Fairbrook Kyoka, I do hope you are well. I know we have a meeting coming up, but I request an emergency meeting in my hospital room at Amaranth Hospital. Amaranth has been treating me well and I enjoy working here. This email is not about that, I will head that off at the pass. Instead, I need you to come to discuss a letter I received last night. I believe you may know the one I wish to discuss. If you cannot meet in person, a phone consultation may be acceptable, but it needs to happen. I do not know which floor I am on, but I assume reception or your special contact Dr. Kubo can direct you. Yours sincerely, Midoria Izuku, apprentice at Amaranth Hospital. Officer Mori stood in the pouring rain, staring into the police station he was regretting coming to. It wasn't his own, that would have been too easy. No, a routine check on Midoria Izuku's name brought up another open file. A cursory glance had moved talking to the senior investigating officer to the urgent list, and Mori drew the short straw. with a heavy sigh escaping from a place he wasn't quite sure existed within himself. Mori shook his head slowly and moved through to the reception desk and through the doors he was directed to, his feet carrying him until he stood in front of the door marked Detective Shimanda. "You can come in," been watching the monitor, was beginning to wonder if you'd turned into a statue out there. Gruff was perhaps the kindest term to use for the voice that called out to him, but it was not the most accurate. Mori got the distinct impression that recent late nights had more to do with it than the sudden meeting. Or perhaps that was just hope. Either way, he had to walk through the door. Thank you for seeing me, Detective Shimanda. I understand this was short notice." Mori spoke carefully as he closed the door behind him, taking in the surprisingly spacious office. "Your boss wasn't exactly open with the whys of this meeting, so why don't you fill me in?" Shimanda turned in his chair, elbow pressed on the table for his hand to support his head. In the harsh lighting, his eye bag stood out harshly against his sleep-deprived pallid face. Mori was sure that by the end of the weekend he would look much the same, except with a few less gray hairs. "Last night we apprehended a suspect, and when we ran the name through the system and it matched a recent open case of yours. The Midoriya case to be exact. I was sent because you spoke with our suspect yesterday, when you arrested one Bakugou Katsuki." Mori deliberately skirted round the issue of their shared victim. He knew how these meetings played out. This wasn't his first rodeo, so to speak. Though his knuckles paled as he gripped onto the notepad and on the pen, both poised ready to note any and all interactions. "Yes, his parents were there at the house when I arrived, Bakugou Mitsuki and Bakugou Masaru. There was also a Midoriya Inko there. Which of them is your suspect? How much can you tell me?" Shimanda shifted at the desk, pulling out the thick file he already had on the Midoriya case, flipping to his observations of the arrest. He tried not to linger too long on the pages of stills from various CCTV cameras. The pictures carefully curated by an officer who had told him in no uncertain terms that she should not be allowed anywhere near Bakugou Katsuki. He couldn't say he blamed the poor woman. "Last night we received a call of a particularly violent domestic dispute. We arrived to find one Midoriya Inko harming our victim, one Midoria Izuku. Pro-Hero Bliss was able to apprehend her. It's almost done and dusted, we just want to double-check her mental state." Mori had taken just a few moments to place his wording carefully. He wanted to leave no doubt that Midoriya Inko was guilty even if the judge hadn't officiated it yet. He watched with a dispassionate gaze as Shimanda's jaw dropped. "Is Midoriya Izuku all right?" Shimanda hissed out, his face paling even further, though part of his brain did try to remind him of Izuku's quirk. Modi's expression softened at the inherent worry etched into the lines of Shimanda's face. "He is. He was taken in for quirk exhaustion due to the healing factor, but he should be out and about this morning." Mori was quick to assuage those fears, his heavy sigh at the end seeming to remind Shimanda what they were really discussing here. "Has his father been notified?" Shimanda asked after a moment, wondering if Mori had had just as much difficulty getting a hold of the man. "From what we gathered from Midoriya Inko, he is on a business trip overseas, no idea when he will return. She speaks to him daily apparently, but no, we couldn't. Did you manage?" Mori let a frown fall across his face, recalling the many calls they were still trying to make and emails that sent to dead-end addresses. "Odd. Once, we used a burner phone, the man was quick, said his son never told him anything and he'd ask when he got back. No mention as to the when. Since then none of our calls have gone through. Is Midoriya Izuku staying at the flat?" Midoriya Izuku assured us he was fine, that it would just be a week or so. He was used to being on his own and would be fine. We are getting a social worker to assess him tomorrow along with a therapist visiting to arrange further help, and we have asked the neighbors to keep an eye. We have no cause currently to remove him. Mori hated that what he said was the truth. Many kids in Japan ended up with their parents away for various lengths of time. Usually a tad older than Izuku, but the boy had been adamant it would be a few days at most and Inko had said he was home often. He didn't like it, especially after what Izuku had been through, but until the assessments came in his hands were tied. "Stupid laws, if I was that kid's dad you couldn't stop me getting on a plane to get to him. Be calling every favor in the book to get him looked after." Shimanda growled out, practically spitting venom in all directions. Mori couldn't help but agree, however, he kept his face as neutral as possible. It wasn't his place to question the law. The elder man coughing gruffly in an attempt to cover his momentary blip. "We're looking into it," Mori promised, and though his tone was light both men knew the true meaning behind his words. Good. That kid's been through too much already. I'll send through my notes later today, but feel free to ask away." Shimanda shifted in his chair, hand running through his hair in an effort to collect himself. It was an effort which worked better than he had hoped. At least considering the look Mori was giving him. "Thanks. Can we start on Midoriya Inko, the mother?" Was she already there when you arrived? Mori made a note at the top of the page, writing out the question as he spoke, glancing upward only as the silence stretched out tensely between them. Shimanda was checking through his notes but already had begun to nod his head absent-mindedly. Yes, she and Bakugou Mitsuki were apparently having tea and chatting when I arrived with Officer Inoue at 5. We had wanted to make sure Bakugou Katsuki was at home. It seemed like she was around there often. From what I could gather, they met every day at the Bakugou's house after work. Shimanda clicked his tongue on the roof of his mouth, his index finger tapping at the point of the page where this was mentioned. How did she react? To the news of what happened to her son? Or had you already talked with her previously? Mori continued, his head tilted to the side much like a puppy whose head was too big to hold on its own. The sound of pen scratching across paper filled the room in the short pause that came before Shimanda spoke again. No, first time. Not for lack of trying. Young Midoriya gave us her contact details as well as his own. We had wanted to get her statement, make sure she kept an eye on him, you know the usual. Every time the phone just cut off, and no one at her job could get a hold of her. When she was there I thought it was perfect, a chance to speak with her finally. Shimanda had started with the air of someone complaining about someone they knew they shouldn't. He ended though with his voice trailing off in the manner of someone holding themselves back rather than any lack of words to say. Finally? Mori probed, a smirk tugging at the corners of his thin lips. It's all conjecture, just a gut feeling, understand? At Mori's nod he continued, something felt off from the start. I mean there was anger there but it felt more, it was almost directed at her son. When I asked after his court counseling session Midoriya was attending she seemed confused, and maybe that could have just been family matters but, when I told her what Bakugou Katsuki had done to her son she screamed, in complete denial I thought. Plowing on about how good of a boy Katsuki was and obviously her son was lying. She never called him by name, I checked with Officer Inoue on that too. I'll have the voice recording sent over. He huffed at the last point, nodding his head with a finality, though that in itself confused the younger officer even more than he had been already. Thank you, much appreciated. If she acted that way why didn't you raise an alarm, check in on the Midoriyas? He tried to leave the judgment out of his tone, he really did, but it leaked out of whatever box he tried to seal it in. He could tell because of the flinch Shimanda gave as he spoke. I had planned to. But when she calmed down, started crying, she went on about how she and Bakugou Mitsuki had been friends for decades. How their sons had been best friends when they were little and she couldn't imagine them hurting each other. That I put a stop to, all our evidence showed Midoria Izuku never retaliated. I just thought she was emotional, I planned to call in this afternoon. Shimanda allowed his voice to drift off, a cold ache settling in his heart. Understood. I'd have made the same call. You mentioned a court counselor in regards to Midoria Izuku, can you expand for me? Mori let out a low sigh as he turned the page one more time to write about it. He had only understood bits of what the paramedic had said but he suspected something was off in regards to Izuku's healing quirk. Something he was missing. Of course, he was on his way to a court counselor for an emergency session when Bakugou Katsuki pulled him into an alleyway and made a murder attempt. A pro-hero was on the scene in civilian mode and managed to help him to this station. He was stubbornly refusing to do anything other than go to his counseling session. As it was the Fairbrooks next door and I knew they had facilities to help I decided he could go. I didn't want to distress him more than necessary, apparently his quirk had evolved or grew sharply so I thought dealing with that would help him too. There it was, a lot of pieces fell into place at that point for Mori. The lack of information on how his quirk reacted to stimuli, everything else that had been unusual about the night. Even Eraserhead turning up to help take Midoriya Inko in and being yelled at to not ever use his quirk on Izuku. He supposed Eraserhead may have been the pro-hero who helped Izuku. The pro always had a soft spot for kids. It would explain why Eraserhead seemed to know the kid, and the whispered conversation that had Izuku sent to Amaranth Hospital. Not that it mattered in the long run. The pair continued their little meeting for next few minutes. By the time Mori left, the files and voice recordings were already sitting in the database for him to look over later. Their cases now intertwined if still being investigated separately. Kyoka sat herself in the uncomfortable plastic chair meant for a child beside Izuku's bed. Her hands twitching with a wish to hold his hand. The moment she saw the young boy her heart leapt into her already tight throat. He had sat there, just reading his too thick textbook overflowing with words people twice his age still had trouble with. Dr. Kubo simply sat in the taller, vastly more comfortable chair on the other side of the bed, his legs crossed at the ankle. Dr. Kubo hadn't offered any word of comfort, not that she expected any. Even on his best days comforting the crying was not his strong suit, and she was clearly in his bad books. She couldn't say she didn't understand. Midoriya, it is good to see you awake. Though I hope to never see you sleep again. Dr. Kubo huffed out with a soft laugh, patting the white bed sheets a few inches from Izuku's crisscrossed legs. The pair chuckling at his rather poor taste joke. At least I'm early for work, if I'm well enough? Izuku set his wide-eyed, brilliant green gaze on Dr. Kubo, and the elder man felt himself give a low huff in response. I'll give you an assessment after this meeting, but I am under orders from Nurse Miyajima for you to eat the breakfast she brought in. Gave her half a fright when you turned up. I'm that state just after you left. She's a stress baker and decided to make you her victim, I'm afraid. Dr. Kubo chuckled again as he watched the soft fond smile spread across Izuku's cheeks. The young boy looking over at the table full of baked goods, blueberry muffins, a few baked breads that puffed out with a filling he couldn't quite identify, a flask suspiciously labeled miso soup, and several containers he was sure held all manner of breakfast foods. It looked horribly calorific. So it was perfect. Dr. Kubo was quick enough upon hearing the rather loud growling sound coming from Izuku's stomach, and soon the various foods were piled around him on the bed. Neither adult caring as he began to tuck into the feast. You were on a drip, but this should speed up recovery. Dr. Kubo paused at that, staring intently at Kyoka, who was twisting her head towards the door. He chose to ignore her pleas for any semblance of privacy. Do you wish me to stay for this? If not, I'll have someone check on you in half an hour, or when you press the red button. Okay. Oh, he knew what this meeting was about, or he knew enough. The moment Kyoka had walked in with her head pointed downward and no bounce to her step, he knew, but perhaps he had known this was coming from the moment she phoned him. His gaze weighed heavily on the woman opposite him as he showed the button to Izuku, making sure it was easily within reach. Thank you for offering, but I'm sure you're really busy, Dr. Kubo, sir. I'll be sure to press it if needed. Thank you. Perhaps if Izuku hadn't looked as if he had aged half a decade in a night, or if he didn't look so determined, Dr. Kubo would have stayed. But he couldn't, not without Izuku's permission, and he wasn't about to be one more adult who failed him. Instead of staying as he wanted, he patted those green unruly curls and headed out to warn the nurses. Hoping his gut instinct was wrong. It rarely was. Back in the hospital room, Kyoka shuffled uncomfortably under the intense glare of Izuku's two bright eyes. Ones that now seemed to dissect her, taking account of every part of her and filing it away in a manner that left her feeling very much like a bug under a microscope. Or a mouse undergoing scientific testing. Neither was a pleasant mental image. You sent my file to them. Blunt. Accusatory. To the point. Izuku didn't have the energy to mince words. Especially while there was the best miso soup he had ever tasted sitting in a flask before him. Kyoka deflated almost instantly, collapsing into the chair as if all her bones had ejected from her body. I think most kids would be excited? Kyoka tried, but her half-hearted laugh and sob-like whimper kind of gave her away. I am not most kids. Izuku stared directly into her eyes, desperately battling down his usual shyness. It would do him no good here. Yeah, I get that, Kyoka sighed out, her mouth curling into a ghost of a smile, the kind that stemmed from sadness rather than happiness. One that was almost entirely alien to her face. Yes I did. It was an automated procedure. Any quirk registered in an assessment at S level or above, must be sent to them too. Kyoka's voice came from her chest rather than her throat or mouth, with a husky gruff sound that was devoid of anything one would normally associate with her. In a word, she sounded defeated. The Hisoki Initiative Paragraph 107, c. Izuku was careful to watch her as he spoke. Taking in the rapidly paling face, the widening eyes and the shaking form before him. Kyoka stayed like that, a deer caught in the headlights of a car, for several slow moments before she collected herself. As if she was pulled up by marionette strings, her movements wooden and controlled. The Hisoki Initiative was enacted initially to allow a separate database for those with quirks who could cause a lot of damage very quickly. Endeavor is an example. He could kill hundreds without breaking a sweat, but he's a hero. It was enacted in 2XXX when hero schools were invite-only, and villains took on protégés. One of the many laws never taken off the books. She trailed off at that, her hands falling into her lap as if their strings were cut. Her head tilted towards Izuku as she tried to impart whatever this knowledge was. Izuku already had a web page up about these accords but paused as the true information washed over him. You knew, the realization hit him like a freight truck, forcing all the air from him. I suspected, they usually prefer those with more damaging quirks. I had hoped the emphasis on the healing portion would diminish their interest. I knew the moment I saw your work that it wouldn't be easy. Kyoka trailed off, her gaze locked on Izuku's with an almost terrifying intensity. She noted the exact moment it clicked into place for her young charge, his eyes widening a fraction and his jaw opening the tiniest of amounts. That's why you contacted Dr. Kubo, isn't it? It wasn't excitement, you knew by making the appointment I wouldn't be able to say no. Izuku drove his calculating gaze across Kyoka, and the sense of finding someone like him reared its head once more. He had thought upon their first meeting it was purely the analysis, the love of quirks. Now he saw almost a mirrored reflection staring back at him. Mentally at least. He understood in a way he was sure very few others would. Do you know about the Tadashi Accords? A group of laws created to aid quirk counselors, enacted a year prior to the Hisoki Initiative. It starts simply: we have to have an appropriate degree and masters, our offices have to have a nurse's station proportional to office size. Page 23 paragraph 4 gives quirk counselors something similar to power of attorney over their clients in certain situations. First being to inpatient them if their quirk is too out of hand, second arrange appropriate practice and ways for a quirk to flourish without a parent's consent. Kyoka began to list them off, ticking off each point on her fingers. Her hair falling forward as she leant in towards the bed as she spoke. Why? That seemed to snap her out of her mind and she smiled sadly over at him before continuing. When the Tadashi Accords were enacted, parents often feared their children's powers. The world was still 87% quirkless, you see, and a child able to bring a skyscraper to the ground with a tantrum horrified many. So parents would often not agree with encouraging use of the quirks, instead forcing them to be pushed down, often with disastrous results. Quirk counselors were given those powers to help children in such situations, and the laws are still very much in play. It's just most parents have no issues anymore with their child being even more powerful. Quite the opposite. So when you contacted me, you, not your mother, when you came in with a borrowed shirt because your school uniform was destroyed, I realized I could use those laws to help. Even the tiniest bit. Kyoka sighed, her hand sinking into her thick hair as she tried to hide herself from Izuku's gaze, her teeth biting into her lower lip to stop herself from rambling on any further. So where did Dr. Kubo come in? Oh, Izuku had his theories, but theories were nothing if not tested. As was trust, and he was beginning to have the tiniest shred of hope that Kyoka would pass both. I contacted Dr. Kubo, partly because he really has been searching for someone like you and because an apprenticeship here protects you further from them. He's stubborn and has contacts everywhere, they won't want to antagonize him. Along with all the rest I've already explained to you. Why you really did it to protect me? The thought was strange even after the last few upturned days. That anyone would want to protect useless little Deku. Though he couldn't deny how sincere she sounded whenever she spoke. Yes. I won't lie, Izuku, a quirk like yours, many people would kill for it, and you don't even want power, you just want to help. You nearly cried thinking you hurt me even slightly. Then I watched you heal a man on the brink of death, and I have never been more sure that someone needed protection. It was underhanded, but it was all I could do. Kyoka took a minute to decide to let Izuku know of the potential danger. She knew all too well how the news could affect him, but lying could be just as bad. She had made the decision when she got that email to be as truthful as possible, and she wasn't about to break that promise. Even if only she would know that she had. What does this letter mean? It was an olive branch. Thin, with drooping leaves and no fruits to speak of, but it was there. Kyoka beamed with a brightness that seemed to rush back into her. She scooted her chair closer to read it where it was placed on the bed, being careful not to touch, as if afraid she would be glared at again. Renshu, not as bad as first expected. Travel restrictions, they have a similar note for heroes, restrictive, but it's not an all-out ban. I can always sit in on your Quirk gym sessions to make up for our sessions. I would like to take you to the yearly assessment, perhaps taking Dr. Kubo as well. Just so you aren't alone. This seems that it is more to make you aware they are watching you, but that can change at any time. It will be difficult to navigate, but nothing too much for you. Kyoka continued her ramblings as Izuku ate his way through perhaps 10,000 calories of food, and there was still more. He didn't want to think about the poor nurse bringing it in on the train. I miscalculated your calorie intake, I forgot the compounding factors and a safety net. 10,000 minimum, and no upper limit when using your Quirk. On days you work 4 hours I'd recommend 16,000 as a baseline point, but hopefully we can bring it down. The comment was so out of left field it took Izuku a moment to process Kyoka's words. A piece of fish dangling on his chopsticks halfway to his open mouth. That's too much, he groaned out, his cheeks redeeming to a delightful strawberry color as he saw the amount he had already eaten. Not for you. It is not uncommon for heroes to have to eat 20,000 a day. Minimum. Please, just so there isn't a repeat of last night. Kyoka found her hand clasping over his, more in the way a big sister might comfort someone than a quirk counselor, but she would bet that anyone halfway decent upon meeting Izuku would wish to protect him. He had that kind of aura. You know? The voice was so soft and small Kyoka had to strain to hear it even as she was half leant over the bed. Her hands tightened on his, just short of causing pain. I was called by Dr. Kubo last night to help consult on calories needed in the drip. And other factors he may not have known about. He didn't tell me anything more than what he needed to for a consult, I promise. Kyoka dropped her voice to a whisper, matching Izuku's own level. The boy in question shifted enough between violent trembles to be closer to her in the vast bed he had been given. I understand. I mean, I get it, I suppose. It just seems like a lot. Izuku paused every time a stutter or tear or whine threatened to bubble up from his throat. His voice cracking with the effort of not crying. Those energy bars will help a lot. And doubling your portions and having extra sauce goes a long way too. Of course, while I would prefer you chose the healthier options, cake and other desserts are good options to up your caloric intake too. Kyoka winked at this. The bright laugh that erupted from her young charge was worth its weight in gold. Sir Night-Eye took a deep sigh as he stared up at the entrance to Amaranth Hospital. A month? He'd been on his quest for a month now. Ever since All Might had. Well, ever since that fateful vision. There simply had to be a way to stop it. He was sure of it. He wouldn't let his All Might die. No matter what the man thought of him now. So onward he pressed into the sparklingly bright hospital. The ripples that lead him to be here were too small to be sure, but they held a promise he couldn't resist. A quirk able to bring back people from the brink. Gallant and his crew telling any hero who stood still enough to listen. It was exactly what he needed. Oh, Sir Night-Eye. Pleasure to have you with us today. Dr. Shinso will show you around. The lady at the reception desk smiled pleasantly at him. He vaguely remembered that doctor's name, he just hoped he was the right man for this excursion. Are you well enough to be here? The rough velvet voice of Eraserhead sounded from the bay. Dr. Kubo had led Izuku to. The curtain half opened to allow them entry, and Aizawa was staring directly at Izuku, his brows etching a deep V into his forehead. Izuku could vaguely remember seeing the hero the night before, and fought down the urge to blush or hide. Both sounded really good when under the intense weighted stare. Apprentice Midoriya was given the all-clear this morning. We checked him out for being fit enough to work. After he insisted, we started him on the ward so we could keep a better eye on him, don't you worry. Dr. Kubo butted in with a roll of the eyes. His gaze slipping notably to the injured hero beside Aizawa, eyebrow raised expectantly. Present Mike lay there with what looked to be a couple of broken ribs, and a deep bruising around his neck that was definitely stopping him from making any noise. Dr. Kubo handed Izuku the sheet that explained the issue, which ended up being 3 broken ribs and a bruised throat, along with other minor cuts and abrasions. All right, are you ready to start, Apprentice Midoriya? Dr. Kubo waited for the decisive nod before turning on the tap. Watching intently as the water arced around Izuku once more, seeming to be more streamlined this time, before it landed atop Present Mike. The water glittering from the moment it touched the man, spreading out smoothly until it covered his chest and neck. Small narrow rivers continued on to cover and encompass the other notable cuts and bruises until Izuku was satisfied with the results. There are some cuts in his throat. It's not just bruising. Izuku uttered after a moment, his face twisting into a frown. The water slowly flowing up Present Mike's body as the smaller cuts healed. Dr. Kubo turned to stare at Izuku, making sure to note this and biting back the stream of questions he was desperate to have answers to. Though as the seconds passed and Present Mike was able to breathe properly, it was getting harder and harder not to distract the young boy. Air, precious air. Present Mike gasped out the second his throat healed enough, his chest rising and falling in time with his rapid breaths. The water already making its journey back into the sink. How did you know? Have you managed to heal everything? The words spilled out from Dr. Kubo's mouth, managing to save himself some embarrassment by sounding halfway professional. The smirk on Aizawa's face was enough to tell him the man knew he messed up. Healing them just feels different. I catalogued it yesterday on shift, I just wanted it noted. Everything is healed up, he should have no lasting issues. Izuku nodded his head as he spoke as if that would somehow make his words more truthful. The only other sound coming from Present Mike groaning sadly on the bed. Being his usual dramatic self if you asked Aizawa. Dr. Kubo and Aizawa watched enraptured as Izuku pulled out the prescription form and filled it out quickly with clear script. 1 responsible adult for 2 hours or until dizziness stops, and no use of heavy machinery for 2 hours. Izuku held it out to Dr. Kubo to double-check before handing it to Present Mike, though it was immediately taken by Aizawa. Glad you're alright, kid, have us a scare last night. The rough and stoic voice opposite the kind words were a juxtaposition Izuku forced his head to get around. He smiled softly at the hero. Thank you for last night. He whispered softly, trying to keep it from escaping their bay, but Aizawa heard and gave a rare smirk back in his direction. See you soon, kid. Aizawa waved the pair off to go to the next patient. Gallant. Izuku had learned through Tanaka's grumbling that Gallant was in there every day, unless he was having a particularly good week then it was just every other day. He almost had a bay all to himself. So while Lotus being sat beside him, on her phone bored with the whole situation, was also expected, the other man there certainly wasn't. Sir Night-Eye had separated from his tour guide the moment he saw an old friend being wheeled into the emergency department. His decision may have been influenced by the knowledge that both apprentices were working that department, something Dr. Shinso was happy to tell him with minimal probing. Though after half an hour of Gallant's whining he was starting to regret that decision. He even was bored enough to ignore the curtain being open. "Sprout. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes, hey?" Lotus jumped up from the plastic chair and launched herself across the small medical bay to wrap the young boy in a hug. A cold jolt of electricity ran through Sir Night-Eye as he turned towards Izuku. Sprout was the name Lotus had told him about, the one who healed Gallant in minutes just days before. It was a perfect name for the kid. The kid, there was no better descriptor, didn't look powerful but that was probably a good thing. Green curls sprang from his head in a currently unruly manner but they could easily be tamed given the right expertise. Sure, the boy was a little short but he would likely grow quickly. Or it could easily be used to his advantage. He had a bright future ahead of him, Sir Night-Eye was sure of it. So long as Gallant and Lotus weren't overstating things, and while Gallant was known for it Lotus definitely wasn't. Sir Night-Eye just nodded in acknowledgement at the young boy as he attempted to extract himself from Lotus' strong arms. Izuku had no other option than to stare half-open-mouthed at Sir Night-Eye. There was only one better, All Might, to him and having his second favorite hero nodding at him short-circuited his brain for a good half a minute. "I hope to run into you, Sprout. We Gallant's been dying to meet you." Lotus gushed constantly, ignoring all attempts to get away from her cast-iron grip. Her cheek resting atop his head as she comforted herself with the knowledge he was okay. Bliss had returned to their shared apartment later than usual, and had crawled onto the sofa to cuddle with her, whispering about a soft green-haired boy as tears ran down her face. Oh, Lotus had guessed very easily who the boy was, even as Bliss cried at being late, as if she should have known it was happening ahead of time. She did begin to wonder if Danger Magnet was Izuku's secondary quirk. "Ah. You're the lad who saved me last time. Pleasure to meet you finally. Can't wait to see your work in person." Gallant boomed from his spot on the bed, his half-mangled leg must have hurt him but he wasn't showing any of it. Whether through bravado or thick-headedness was a mystery for the ages. "Glad to see you're awake too, is it only the leg this time?" Izuku asked, silently pleased that Dr. Kubo was already letting him take the lead a bit more. He turned to check the chart which confirmed while he waited for the laughing hero to speak. "Yeah, just the leg, hopefully means things are looking up. Might even make it a week before I return." Gallant teased between hearty laughs. His muscles flexing with each sound he made. Gallant was only beaten by one man in the muscle department, and All Might was really in his own league anyway. "I'll keep my fingers crossed." Izuku teased right back, relaxing further under the easy conversation and Lotus ruffling of his hair. He glanced semi-pleadingly at Dr. Kubo who chuckled as he turned the tap on. At this point Sir Night-Eye zeroed in on watching Izuku as if his life depended on him. Gaze set on the way Izuku's eyes glowed brightly, and the water arcing its way around him like a caress before coming to rest on Gallant's leg, the water laying an inch thick sparkling under the harsh white hospital lighting. Sir Night-Eye couldn't even bring himself to bling as the leg trembled, each part of it healing perfectly in order. The skin didn't even look raw or sensitive as new skin tended to. It took him a moment to realize he had just watched the boy bring a mangled leg back to full working order in seconds. The urge to whoop was difficult to deny, it was only his carefully crafted image that stopped him in time. This was what he had been searching for, he just had to convince the man to come here. All done. If Lotus can let go of me I can write out a prescription for the reliable adult. I assume Lotus will be with you. The sweet countenance that was Izuku only served to confuse Sir Night-Eye as he watched Lotus let go of the boy with a pout. He watched unable to comprehend the powerful quirk and sweet boy who looked genuinely happy to help. No sense of self-importance or arrogance that plagued the others he had seen. Or dismissed him or others offhand for not being famous enough. It was enough to send off a warning bell in his head. Have anything fun planned the rest of the weekend, Sprout? Lotus had shimmied close to Izuku once more, her smile stretched beaming across her face. I'm going to a quirk gym. I'm looking forward to practicing. I mean the other aspects at least. I needed build some muscles too. Izuku began to rattle off the various things he wanted to try while Lotus nodded along happily. We may have to rearrange it, Midoriya. I just don't want you to going to the quirk gym alone today, not after last night. Dr. Kubo shifted uneasily as all eyes in the room fell to him. Izuku's wide green pair watering already with such a devastating loss. Even if a small tiny part of him understood. If supervision is what he requires, perhaps I can be of assistance? I have a license and have worked on training hero students previously, Sir Night Eye piped up before anyone else had a chance. His genial smile meant to put people at ease. Over the past few minutes with Izuku, he had taken quite well to the young boy. He was everything Lotus had said and more. He was worthy, and helping All Might would just be the cherry on top. Sir Night Eye watched Izuku work for the last hour of his shift. Several heroes, then a handful more civilians, all treated with the same soft bright smile and care. It was something to admire really, how at ease Izuku made people with just a few short words. The amount of energy bars the kid was downing was rather concerning too. He calculated around 2,000 calories in the hour he observed. The side of his brain dedicated to analysis and teaching hero hopefuls came up with easier, less unhealthy options in seconds. He made sure to file the notes away for later, trying not to wrinkle his nose at the sugar-filled bars. Even if the boy was apparently wolfing down a quick lunch before they met up once more. Hopefully he could discuss it with Izuku at the Quirk gym. Currently he was just pleased to be getting out of the hospital. His hand gripping onto the suitcase like a lifeline. The smell of hospital antiseptic had never been the same after what had happened. 1 month. His life had turned upside down in 1 month. Since that. Well, he was sure he'd never be comfortable in a hospital again. It didn't help that the staff had been wary of him ever since he made the offer of help. Admittedly, it might have been an overstep on his part. A few minutes to the end of the shift, Sir Night Eye was escorted back to the reception area, where a nurse who refused to give her name so she could say what she wanted, despite being very easily identifiable due to her mutations, told him in no uncertain terms Izuku was not to be harmed. If remembered correctly, words such as, unfixable damage unto your person if you hurt him, and, he's had a hard week, don't make it harder, and, no one will find the body, were used rather liberally, even though he was sure she was just being overdramatic. Or perhaps that was just hope. The receptionist definitely overheard and just smiled benignly at him. That certainly didn't fill him with confidence, but he made a promise. Sir Night Eye also had to admit that the tiniest part of him was curious of the boy who inspired such loyalty. Even in the short time he observed the young boy, he certainly didn't think a bad week was a trivial matter. Though if he was a young teenager, as Sir Night Eye suspected, hormones could certainly blow something small out of proportion. Thank you for offering to come with me, but you really don't have to. I'm sure I'll be okay on my own. I don't want to take away from your day. Izuku mumbled the moment Dr. Kubo dropped him off at reception to be under Sir Night Eye's care. That threw Sir Night Eye for a loop. Don't worry, young Midoriya, I am a man of my word and I do not give it lightly. He might have said more but was cut off by his own choking sound at the bag Izuku was pulling onto his shoulders. It was a 3-year-old limited edition All Might bag, one with a chibi Sir Night Eye keychain looped into the main zipper. One he knew had only sold about 500, most he suspected to All Might himself. 2 years ago, it was still in perfect condition. Too perfect for any normal kid. Huh? Oh sorry. I guess that's weird to see, huh? Izuku felt the heat rush to his cheeks, his hands flailing wildly in the air between them as if that could hide the hero from the sight. The careful apprentice image, or whatever allowed him to sound so adult and put together earlier, was gone. In its place was pure Izuku. Night Eye watched as the boy trembled, his eyes wide and half-seeing. Oh, this kid, how many times had he seen the same overwhelmed face? Though he supposed he had just shocked the poor boy. An obvious hero fanboy at that. It was certainly something to file away for later though. You just didn't strike me as a fan earlier is all. It's the first time I've seen that keychain outside of All Might's mini collection. He had to stop his comforting of Izuku at that point. His heart twisting painfully in his chest at the thought of his All Might still lying in a hospital waiting to be well enough to leave even if there was little hope for more. He had to remind himself All Might was no longer his, he had no right anymore. OOT, that's odd, mostly we have a hard time getting any. Izuku scowled at the thought of it. This was his second piece of Night Eye merchandise, the other he traded for homework help with a high schooler, and still the sweatshirt swamped him. Should I even ask who we are? Night Eye was only sure of one thing in this moment, that the steadily deepening blush on Izuku's cheeks was not a good sign. Your fan club? The words were uttered so softly that it was only because of the lack of noise around them that Night Eye had a chance of hearing them. I actually have a fan club? I thought there was just a subset of the All Might fans. Night Eye hummed softly, mostly to himself. It was an odd thought. He had been very comfortable with not having his own fan base. It was a rather nice situation to be in. Unlike other heroes, he was rarely mobbed on the street for autographs but was well respected. A good middle ground. Apparently things were changing. Izuku took the contorted look on Night Eye's face as a criticism, and criticism form a hero in his top 5 list? Unacceptable. His mouth fell open and began to speak before his brain even thought it through. It's smaller than his, but then everyone's is, I think. Maybe gallant, but only because he actively interacts with his by doing those monthly live streams. Most of us, okay, so this might sound weird and I'm sorry, but basically you're not so punchy. You use your brain a lot and do the investigative side and the analysis side, sort of a Starlight, underground hybrid as it were? And you always have good insights whenever interviewed, and just you care a bit more about civilian casualties than others, and also All Might holds you in high esteem even though you've gone separate ways recently. We usually discuss analysis. Izuku trailed off as they turned down the street, his cheeks heating to strawberry proportions. Possibly brighter, and it wasn't something he was particularly proud of. Sir Night-Eye took a good minute to digest what Izuku had spilled out from his brain with little to no filter. If he spent half the time working out if he was happy or worried was another matter altogether. Also no one else's business, thank you very much. Heroes use their brains more than you think, but I can see what you mean. Though one thing is surprising. Not many kids your age know about underground heroes. So he may have been fishing for details about the age of Izuku, and maybe he was getting increasingly concerned by what he was seeing. But either of those being true or false was something he would always deny. Always. Even if the small voice of All Might in his head told him this kid deserved better. A voice he hadn't heard since that day. Why is everyone commenting on my age? First Fairbrook, now Sir Night-Eye. Not my fault no one else does research like me. I'm 10, isn't that supposed to be a big age? Izuku continued to mumble and grumble on, something about how adults couldn't see past his age. Night-Eye tuned that all out though. He knew Izuku was young, but, that young? He had thought maybe a short 13-year-old, although he supposed that wasn't a whole lot better. What on earth was a 10-year-old boy doing working at a hospital? Let alone in the emergency areas? More importantly, why was he just casually going to a quirk gym without a parent present? It wasn't a negative Midoriya, in fact it was meant as a compliment. It truly had been as well. Anyone who knew and understood the difference between Starlight and underground heroes who wasn't working in the field was far ahead. He allowed himself to wonder briefly just how intelligent the boy was. It was a worrying thought, if just for Izuku's sanity rather than anything else. Thank you I guess. Izuku blushed even brighter, something neither of the pair thought was possible, and practically ran into the doors of the quirk gym. Welcome to Minami Quirk Gym. Do you have an appointment? The young clean-shaven man beamed upward at Sir Night-Eye, his eyes running along Night-Eye's physique. The man himself was just about to interrupt when Izuku coughed expectantly. I do. He's keeping an eye on me for my first session. It should be under Midoriya Izuku, under the Amaranth Hospital apprentice scheme. Izuku's voice had reverted to the fake confidence he embodied within the walls of Amaranth. He was careful to keep his voice light. He supposed it was an easy mistake to make, or he was short enough the receptionist couldn't see him. Oh yes, I'm sorry about that. Apprentice Midoriya, we have the top floor open for you. Dr. Kubo requested a private gym session, so you'll be in the same space each time. Here's your card. The man was effective at least, quickly printing out and activating the plastic card with Midoriya's photo, the same one on his hospital ID, and handed it over with pale blue lanyard attached. The pair were swiftly shown to the lift, and Night-Eye took the time to observe Izuku as the lift buzzed around them. His mind caught up on too many things that all seemed so small, a puzzle he was desperate to put together. The floor Izuku was given to use almost put Kyoka's whole office to shame. Mostly open plan until a room which was labeled fire safe up to 2000 degrees. I'll take a seat over here. Night-Eye clapped Izuku on the back lightly and drifted across to the plush-looking sofa that sat against a pillar that helped to divide the wait area from the regular practice area. He got out his phone to check through any emails. For the one he really wanted but knew he would not receive. Not now. Izuku waited a second to make sure Sir Night-Eye was fully distracted before going to the weights area to prepare. He slipped into the changing room with his bag to get ready, pulling the white exercise clothes on as quickly as he dared before darting back out. He almost tripped at the sight of Sir Night-Eye still sat there. How could he not have seen? Was Night-Eye really going to sit there? He hadn't realized he'd actually have Night-Eye watching him. What if he messed up? He was going to look so stupid. The man had not looked up from his phone though, and it took a minute for the panic to lower enough for Izuku to think somewhat clearly. Izuku let out a harsh huff of air as he filled a blue bucket with water ready for his full experiment. He could fanboy and freak out about this later, he needed to get going. His few experiments in the safety of his bedroom had shown he could easily grow muscles, but, the limits, he simply didn't have access to the same weights at home. Or any really. 40 pounds to start. He mumbled as he noted it down in his thick quirk notebook, the date written at the top in elegant script. Elegant for Izuku at least. He made sure the book would stay on that page with a small flower whose leaves pressed down upon the pages. Sir Night-Eye caught unusual movement out of the corner of his eye just a few minutes later. his yellow eyes widening comically at the sight of Izuku, bench-pressing 160 pounds with relative ease while his skin up to his neck was encased in water. It took approximately 2.56 minutes for Sir Night-Eye to work out exactly what was happening. The switch from 160 to 180 pounds certainly helped him in his analysis, and oh how exciting it was. Not just the quirk but the brain behind it. He watched closer after that wonderful revelation, as Izuku switched to stretches he had obviously learned from YouTube. The water curling around him once more, and within the span of 10 minutes Izuku's new muscled build was able to touch his toes once more. Impressive. Night-Eye couldn't help but comment, a chuckle escaping his lips as Izuku buckled from his odd-looking yoga position and fell to the floor with a splutter. Why you were watching? Izuku practically shrieked, his eyes so wide they threatened to fall from his head. Only the last few minutes. Your muscle building was impressive, along with the stretching. Most people seem to forget that part. Praise was not something he gave out to many people, most of his friends accepted that long ago. A lack of criticism often meant a compliment from him. But he couldn't let this boy not think what he did was amazing. Not when he looked as if the world was crumbling just from being observed. Not when his smile could light Tokyo City at the slightest compliment. It had nothing to do with the green hair so much like his and the smile that matched All Might's. Oh thank you. Sorry I'll just continue. Izuku shuffled over to his notebook and jotted down the improvements and ideas circulating in his brain. More to calm down than anything else. Dr. Shinso Kai was glad he only had a half shift on Saturdays all things considered, but he couldn't remember ever being this glad to see his front door. Or the sounds inside of his dear Hina working in her home office. Today he didn't head straight to her. Instead he loved almost automatically to his son's bedroom. His arms wrapping Hitoshi in a tight hug before he even thought to do so. Dad? Hitoshi would forever deny the squeak that erupted at the surprise hug he was forced to endure. The arms only seemed to tighten as he tried to squirm away. Hard day, Kai began before his jaw and arms alike fell slack against Hitoshi. Letting the crawl his way out of the hold and into his desk chair before releasing the hold on his dad. He wasn't ever sure how to describe his quirk, holding wasn't exactly right. Though it was how his quirk counselor and everyone else thought of it. As if he gripped onto their minds forcefully until he let go. Realists, as it usually was far more boring. It was almost as if an invisible thread connected him and whoever he had under a spell. Rather than letting go of anything, he cut it loose. That never felt quite right either for the odd feeling that connection gave him. Not that it mattered. People believed what they wanted too. You could have just asked me to let go, you know. Kai chuckled as he shook his head free of the fuzziness that usually took hold after Hitoshi's quirk was used. He was very familiar with the feeling. When Hitoshi had decided he was too old for hugs at 7, he had once been stood in the corner for 10 minutes before Hina told Hitoshi to stop. Didn't mean he learned his lesson. Hitoshi snorted at him and refused to move. His eyes staring at his dad's haggard face, one that looked 5 years older than it had this morning. Bad? How bad? Hitoshi had learned long ago not to ask the what's and whys. I can't say much, a kid, he's such a good kid, he doesn't deserve what's happened to him. He's a lot like you in that way, Kai sighed, admitting for the first time how perceptive and young his son truly was. Perceptive enough to know, too young to keep it secret. Hitoshi sat there staring at his dad as he processed the odd wording that sounded more like someone tiptoeing round a bomb rather than a conversation. A bomb he felt with near 100% certainty he could guess in one go. One he felt he knew with startling clarity, even though it wasn't his. Will he be okay? That was safe enough surely? I hope so, he's around your age, you know. I was thinking I could introduce you next time you come in with me. They both knew Kai wasn't really asking. Not that Hitoshi had an intention of saying no. Someone like him was worth getting to know? You're a dual quirk user? Night-Eye's jaw fell halfway to the floor as he stared in surprise at the tree half wrapped around Izuku's torso. Two long appendages sprung up over Izuku's shoulders, long enough to span the width of the weights area. The limbs looked almost like arms with the hands half formed and twitching. Each movement slow and deliberate. Why yes, it's why I'm able to have this place. Train all aspects and all, Izuku stuttered out, his hands clutching at his cheeks as if that could ever in a million years hide his bright strawberry red cheeks. Even the tree moved its long limb-like branches to curl around his face to help, and to be fair it did a fair sight better than Izuku did. Sorry, that was unprofessional of me. It's incredibly rare to see, do you mind if I ask what you are attempting? Sir Night-Eye watched in wonder as the tree limbs moved seemingly on their own accord, though he knew it had to be Izuku's unusual quirk. No hand movements necessary was certainly a boon, but Night-Eye felt a small tingling of worry at the thought of people finding out. For once he was glad All for One was gone, if just because he would not have let this boy rest. Even if it cost All Might so much. Him so much. Oh, well, yesterday when I was attacked my quirk reacted and I suddenly had a huge thick wooden shield around my body. Didn't help much, but it helped me think of other uses. I've only been growing plants before as a full plant, but this means I could use them effectively in fights or defense. So that led me to think of a second set of arms, or ability to have extra limbs or weapons, and this is the first time I've tried it, so I know it looks clunky. Izuku huffed out with both sets of arms folded, though the wooden one splintered as they hit each other mid-air. The shards of wood raining down around him, though none seemed to quite hit him. Attacked. So maybe the lack of emotion in Izuku's voice as he said the word grew something in Night Eye. Ice shooting through his veins until he was frozen in place staring at this child. Child, not kid. No child should be that blasé about an attack. Oh, nothing, just, Izuku tried to trail off, but the look on the elder man's face forced him to continue. It's all being looked at, so please don't worry. It's being handled. Each word punctuated by his quickening breathing until he felt like he would never be able to get enough air into his lungs. Inko's laugh ringing in his ears and the smell of blood cloaking him as he trembled in place. His eyes glazed over as the memories of that night washed over him. Her quirk ripping at his skin, the sound of wood creaking around him. Warm hands held his shoulders, too large and soft to be hers. Midoriya, you're alright, you're safe, we're in a quirk gym, you're safe. I promise, and I always keep my word. The words grew louder, or maybe Izuku just heard them better as the fog around his mind lifted ever so slightly. The fingers lightly tapping against his shoulder blades, in a slow steady rhythm. Can you breathe for me, Midoriya? In an hour with the tapping? The voice was calm and deep. Izuku wanted to comply even though he felt as if breathing any slower would kill him. Slowly the ragged sharp breaths that sounded more like gasps for air slowed to match the calming taps of fingers he could feel through the thin material of his shirt. The fog lifted with each actual breath of air he took in, and slowly Sir Night Eye came into view, knelt in front of him with his brow furrowed with deeply etched concern. The hands on his shoulders connected to Sir Night Eye's arms. Oh. Sorry. Izuku tried to hide his face, but the wood had curled around him, leaving only enough space for the hands on his shoulders. It took longer than normal to get the wood to fall away from him. The exposed feeling allowed the panic to rise up until he met Sir Night Eye's eyes again and returned to breathing in time with the tapping fingers. Don't apologize, young Midoriya, I'm just pleased you are back with us. Maybe you should sit for a few minutes though? Sir Night Eye asked while gently maneuvering the young boy onto the sofa, continuing to make himself shorter than Izuku by any means possible. He never wanted to see Izuku like that again. Thank you. It was a few minutes later that Izuku finally spoke properly, Sir Night Eye having taken a seat on a separate stair he brought over to not crowd Izuku while being reluctant to be far away. His long fingers drumming onto the arm of the chair to keep a rhythm for Izuku to breathe in time to. The words were accompanied by a weak smile, and that alone caused a bright smile to appear on Sir Night Eye's face. It was no problem. Do you need anything? Sir Night Eye asked after a moment, keeping his voice as low and steady as he could. My bag? I think I need. Izuku didn't have chance to finish because Night Eye had already stood, bringing the All Might-themed backpack over to Izuku with a soft, easygoing smile that was never in place during his interviews. Thank you, Izuku mumbled again, blushing softly as he pulled out 2 energy bars, both reading Mirko's Best. 750 calories, with a chibi-style Mirko beaming next to it, and a bottle of water. Night Eye held his tongue as Izuku powered through the bars and the water as if they were nothing. I take it your quirk requires a lot of calories then? Night Eye finally asked as Izuku stuffed the wrappers back into his bag with a frustrated huff. Yes, these are just the best way to get the most calories. At least that we've found so far. Izuku frowned, but at least he only stuttered the once in his reply. It was a good start at least. Night Eye tried to smile at him as reassuringly as he could. It felt rather alien to do so, and he was sure he had never had to think so hard to keep the peace before. You ought to try some energy drinks, I know it helps All Might, so he was perhaps being just a tad underhanded in bringing up his All Might, but if it helped Izuku it was all worth it. At least that's what he told himself. Really? I'll look into it, thank you. Izuku's words practically fell over themselves to get out of his mouth. His whole form vibrating slightly at the prospect of something else to help. Yes, really. I'm here to help after all. On that note, I want to make something clear. Those tree-like appendages are in no way clunky. If you hadn't told me I wouldn't know they were your first attempt. It looked as if you'd been working on them for a while. It's a strong idea, allowing you to carry civilians or move objects while keeping your own arms free, or hold off many enemies at once, but I just worry that perhaps it is not the most efficient. Do you mind if I give you some suggestions on the matter? Just from my observations here today? Confidence was first on his list of things Izuku needed, but Night Eye couldn't help but want to add his thoughts to the situation. At least he tried to be pragmatic and calm about it, even if the pinging of ideas in his brain grew louder. Now he allowed himself to think on it. Please. Izuku practically glowed at the idea of being analyzed and helped by the Sir Night Eye. The arms certainly look very human, but I do wonder if that's adding to the timing? Also, depending on what you needed, other plant structures are much better built for flexibility than trees. Also, the wood may be heavy and therefore affect your ability to move. It could be something to check on in the future. Night Eye forced himself to stop there, mostly because Izuku looked as if he might break the sound barrier with how fast he was vibrating in his seat. The whole boy was a blur of unidentifiable colors. Yes. The vine. Izuku's voice was almost as unintelligible as his form, but it was all the warning Night Eye received before two thick vines sprouted from Izuku's shirt, shooting outward in opposite directions and lifting up the first thing they came into contact with. Coincidentally, the right one happened to pick up a 10 pounds weight while the left one picked up a bench. Lifting both objects high into the air and playing around as if testing the limits. Night Eye could only look on in awe. Midoriya, can you try lifting yourself or other objects? Night Eye lost all attempts to hide the fact that he was curious, and more than a little awed and worried at the sheer power within Izuku. In his experience, power rarely came without a lot of hurt. He hoped he was wrong. Oh, he really hoped he was. Izuku just blinked at him for a second before letting go of the objects held by the vines, the green appendages moving easily to press downward into the floor to lift him into the air, where he promptly swung upside down until he corrected the mistake. The sheer look of wonder on both of their faces said it all. I'm such an idiot. The scream came from somewhere in Izuku's soul rather than his physical body. The sheer volume and harsh edges too much for his body. I don't think idiot is a word anyone would use for you. Night Eye stood for his seat, his hands splayed out as non-threateningly as possible. His brows furrowed together until two became one. Mutable to work out where Izuku had gotten that idea from. I am though. I keep thinking of my plant constructs as the actual plant matter, but if I can make them move and lift and defend me, they aren't a normal plant. I can make them stronger or more flexible or whatever. If I can create them out of thin air, why was I treating them like that? Izuku's voice turned into a growl-like sound near the end of his impassioned rant. His hands knotted into his hair as he tugged relentlessly on the strands. Once more warm hands came down onto his shoulders. This time he looked up into the face they belonged to. You are not an idiot. You aren't even anywhere close to being one. Quirks are odd, finicky things, and you now know you can manipulate plant matter beyond its natural boundaries. Better to realize now than later. Night Eye knew the diversion had been a success when the lightning-bright smile returned to Izuku's face, and the hands fell forward and away from his hair. Night Eye watched for the next few seconds, while Izuku got back into practicing, before he turned back to his phone, creating a new group chat. He needed backup and he needed it now. Important discussion. Night Eye added gallant, Lotus. Night Eye, good afternoon, I apologize for the new group chat, however I am concerned about Midoriya and I understand you two have met him previously? Lotus, I'll add some others who might be interested or know more. Lotus added Bliss, Eraserhead, present Mike. Night Eye, thank you Lotus. Lotus, what are you concerned about in particular? Night Eye, I'm currently with Midoriya at the Quirk gym and a few things worry me. Night Eye, first he had a panic attack over an attack last night, one which he was surprisingly blasé about just beforehand. He wouldn't give details and I am reluctant to press on the issue, but he needs help. Night Eye, second he has a distinct lack of confidence, it's almost as if he judges himself for every little thing, it's worrying. To see in someone his age. Night Eye, third I find myself worried over how he reacts to any adult showing care, it is as if it is alien to him. Eraserhead, is he alright? Did he get over it okay? Bliss, I'd hope Night Eye wouldn't be messaging us if Midoriya was still in the middle of an attack, right? Night Eye, correct, he is currently trying an obstacle course using only vines to get around. I'm keeping an eye on him, do not worry. I just worry the attack was home-based more than villain? Bliss, his mother, if you can call her that. Eraserhead and I were sent over to help last night. Lotus, it's not just that. I think you should know a kid in his class also attacked him, twice in 2 days, it was bad, really bad. Only his quirk saved him really. I think it's more than just his mother. Gallant, where is the boy's father? He shouldn't be left alone surely. Night Eye, I second that. I am not comfortable leaving him without adult supervision. Do we know where his father is? Eraserhead, do not repeat what I am about to say to anyone, got it? I am helping on the case, partly because I've been asked to check in on him during my patrols tonight. No one can get a hold of Midoriya Hisashi, the man won't take any calls. All we know is he works in America, we think in New York, and that he hasn't been back to Japan in 2 years. Night Eye took that moment to look up at the child whose infectious laughter was ringing round the otherwise empty room. Flowers cascading around him like rain. He couldn't imagine a world where any father wouldn't have been on the first plane home. He would never dare let his boy be in the hands of strangers, even pro-heroes after his mother. No. He wouldn't think like that. He turned back to the text chat with a new goal in mind. Though it seemed the others had been a tad quicker than him on the uptake. Present Mike, I'll set up the spare room for the listener. Lotus, I'll get on at Shamanda for this. Sprout doesn't deserve this. Bliss, I'll adjust my route to check on him too. Send me your timings and I'll change my route. Night Eye has changed the group name to Protect Midoria Izuku Initiative. Night Eye, send me the police involved with his case. I want to check on the social worker, he needs someone on his side. Night Eye, I'm reluctant to let him walk home alone, especially without someone to make sure he gets back okay. Is there someone who could check if he doesn't let me walk him home? Present Mike, YEAHHHH. Count me in. Message me the moment he's out of your sight and I'll check in on the listener. Eraserhead, I heard that and I'm halfway down the street. Present Mike, oops. Bliss, I believe a social worker is coming tomorrow, but please add your worries and observations, anything will help. Eraserhead, if we meet at the cat cafe nearest the hospital in the morning we can discuss this in person. Gallant, so the initiative is a go. Night Eye, it seems so, yes. Night Eye closed out of the chat just in time to see Izuku blown backways by the force of the vines he shot outward from his hands, landing with a bubbling joyous laughter onto the crash mats he had somehow found, each one looking as if it weighed 50 pounds. Night Eye supposed he should stop being surprised at Izuku. That message from Present Mike, that seemed so nice, innocuous, of getting the spare room ready caused an icy clenching in his own heart. He had no right to, but he couldn't help the thought of getting his own spare room ready. Just in case. If he stayed up late that night getting it ready, denying the small voice in his head that had already bunned to call it Izuku's room, no one else needed to know. Lotus was the last to arrive at the cat cafe, aptly named Necaporium. Bliss waving her over as everyone waited for her to speak. Unusual, she usually liked being ignored in such settings, but at least they had an excuse this time. She took her sweet time in sitting down, feeling their eyes on her each moment as they waited for her report. Bliss' arm draped around her shoulders as she leant back into the booth. He's fine. I handed him over to Dr. Kubo and Sprout didn't realize he was being escorted. Lotus huffed out, her legs extending under the table as she noted the animosity already bristling at the table. Though the 1,000 yen being pressed into her hand by Bliss probably tipped her off first. It seemed the hands had tipped already, rather than the space between Gallant and the pair of Present Mike and Eraserhead being constructed around the sleeping pair of cats. She vaguely realized one was Edamame and one was Machi. It seemed the cats had taken advantage of the space. Gallant was even pouting. Night Eye was sat on their side, his arms folded in front of his chest, but the glare he usually held had no more power considering the black cat sleeping across his shoulders, Pitta if Lotus remembered correctly, and the little calico currently splayed out on his lap. Missy, she knew that belly fluff anywhere. How'd you manage that? Bliss asked as softly as she dared, sliding a hot chocolate with extra marshmallows across towards Lotus before settling back against the booth. Her free hand rubbing absent-mindedly up and down Lotus' arm. Sprout's my little buddy. I asked him about the new All Might movie and we talked the entire way. We stopped off to get some more energy bars and I managed to get more healthy ones for him by the way. Lotus nodded in the vague direction of Night Eye. Thank you. Night Eye unfolded his arms just enough to scratch Missy on the head, his muscles nodding as that at least was dealt with. You knew him from before the hospital. It wasn't a question. And considering it was Aizawa who voiced it, Lotus had no option but to reply as simply as she could. I believe I met him first. He was attacked by some brat from the same school. Nearly, his quirk saved him before I could get to him and I was in civilian mode. He was obviously scared and I took him into the station. That's the kid I told you about. He was just such a little thing, you know. According to Shamanda, that arrest might have caused Sprout's mother to snap. Lotus trailed off slowly as she looked around the heroes set around a pastel pink table that held various hot drinks in different floral containers. She made a note to make sure Aizawa chose the meeting places more often. Discussing surveillance tactics here would certainly be more pleasant than the usual rooftop. The heroes around her were all glaring downward at the table in front of them for a moment. He went from that to working at a hospital within a couple of days? Do they want to break the listener? Mike growled out, slamming his hot chocolate with extra marshmallows onto the table, dislodging a very grumpy-looking gray kitten whom was a new addition to the cafe. Soybean. The green eyes flicked to each person, assessing them before finally plodding across to Lotus despite Mick's hurried apologies. Baby. Soybean. I'm sorry, baby. Mike cooed after the little fluff ball that resolutely worked its way onto Lotus' lap. Give it up, Soybean is mine now. Lotus chuckled, striking Soybean behind the ears, feeling her whole body relax at the sound of the truck-like purrs. No fair. Mike wailed, tears streaming down his face despite no one else appearing bothered at all by the exchange. Back on topic please? Aizawa huffed after a moment, his head tilted slightly away from Mike. As if that would help against the shrill of his husband's voice. I spoke to Shamanda last night, after I dropped Midoriya off. He told me about it, about a lot of other things too. They managed to get CCTV from the school. It's bad. It's not looking good for the mother, it's obvious she should have known what was happening. Night Eye added into the ring with a long drawn-out sigh, absent-mindedly petting the two kittens that had decided to use him as a bed. It was a sight most heroes at the table never thought they would see. An unsure Night Eye. Oh, all heroes knew at least in part of the huge breakup between All Might and Sir Night Eye, but it was the former they expected to fall apart. Not the put-together one. Yeah, he said, similar to me. I'm a witness obviously for the Bakugou case. The kid that tried to kill Sprout. It's clearly not a one-off. The school are going to get it too. Lotus added after a brief pause on her end. Her gaze set on a faraway point while her brows furrowed into a deep V in the center of her forehead. Okay, let's stop there. We know this kid, Midoriya, is going to be taken from his poor excuse of a mother. The dad is likely not in the picture, so what do we do? Because I don't want him vulnerable. Bliss forced the last words out despite her throat threatening to close around the words she feared speaking. As if the words themselves could make it come true. Everyone at the table tensed. Why yes, you are correct, Bliss. From what I gathered, his dad is in America, rarely comes home or talks to him. He lets on more than he thinks. I personally don't think sending him to his father is the best option. I would argue against it. Night Eye once more sounded less confident than even Gallant had ever heard him. Though decidedly more human and less afflicted by tunnel vision. At least until the urge hit again, they were sure, or hoped perhaps, it was a quick affliction. Gone soon. His pain over All Might obvious in every word he spoke despite his renewed dedication to Izuku. More than that. His quirk. I do not think, we all know the stories, the reality. He could be captured any day, the villains once they realize they won't be able to resist. And Midoriya? He'll be perfect, a victim who heals himself constantly. I fear so badly for him if he isn't protected. Bliss' high yet soft voice had a pleading edge to it as her head whipped frantically between them. The other's eyes were blown just as wide. Only Lotus seemed to have understood the issue already. Well, that was not entirely true. Night Eye's eyes were blown wide for a completely different reason. His blood ran cold, ice-like shards shooting through his body as the thought flickered in his head. All for one. How on earth had he forgotten? Oh, he was defeated, he hoped in a more permanent fashion, but his network might not be. Oh, he knew all too well how that lot would take to Midoriya. The bright eyes and easy smile, the need to help, his chest burned as he hoped to any god who listened he was just being overprotective, please. Anyone else he would, could, deal with but not them. Not now. Mike and I have a spare room ready. We are happy to take Midoriya in. That was as sentimental as Aizawa got with so many people around. He was trying to keep an air of indifference but in the last few minutes several cats had decided to make him their home, ruining the effect. Hard to be intimidating when you are cuddling 4 contented cats to your chest and 2 more kittens are on your shoulders and head. No, all eyes swung to Night Eye who seemed to be back to his usual confident gaze stuck on Aizawa. What do you mean no? Aizawa growled out in return, decidedly ignoring the booming voice of Gallant beside him. Oh, isn't that obvious? His deep booming voice carried around the cafe, yet the cat seemed accustomed enough to stay put. With all due respect, Midoriya needs time, attention, he's never had either before. He needs someone who can dedicate time to him. You have 2 jobs, Mike has 3. You don't have a lot of spare time. Midoriya has complex needs that require someone able to give time and care to him. Night Eye finished with a sharp nod of his head, his smile not one of happiness. Mike surprisingly was the one to begin growling at that. Hey! One of our jobs is the same time the green bean will be at school. We could make it work. It was perhaps a testament to the situation that Mike had no need of his husband to help control his quirk. Oh, he wasn't yelling at the hero opposite, he was growling. His eyes narrowed into a dark glare. In between your weird schedules? You'd always be leaving, always tired, always rushing. I can take the boy, I have the time. Gallant's words were interspersed with unoffensive laughter. His chest heaving with the sound of it. You end up in hospital almost every shift. Lotus hissed across the table. He works there, does he not? Extra family bonding time. Gallant waved off the concern with the same energy he waved offset things in life. Oh yes, because seeing his guardian constantly need his quirk isn't going to make him feel used. The words practically dripped with dark promise. Perhaps if it had come from someone else it wouldn't have been so shocking. But the simple fact that it was Night Eye who spoke them sent shivers down their spines. Even Gallant looked frozen under the poisonous glare as he spluttered to defend himself. Aizawa's lips pulled into a mirth-filled smirk. I just meant it wouldn't affect time spent with him, and you know it, Night Eye. Why do you care anyway? Of course, doesn't mean my observation was wrong, old friend. Quite frankly, isn't that part obvious? I also want to adopt Midoriya. We spent a few hours together yesterday. I don't think you ever have though. Your only interactions are hospital-based? That final dig in Gallant's direction had a rather rude hand gesture pointed at Night Eye, only for the owner of the cat cafe to take away Gallant's cat as punishment. Now it needs to be known, the sight of a tall muscle-bound man, pouting with his arms crossed in a pastel booth in a cat cafe is a true wonderful sight. Eventually though all eyes slid to Lotus and Bliss. What? We haven't said anything. Bliss pouted, hers somehow managing to look more dignified than Gallant's. Exactly. Did you want to make your case? Mike, it seemed, was the one to break the tense silence, though he was pretty sure he already knew the answer. No. Sprout is my little buddy. We're filling in big sister duties only. I'm way too young for a child. Lotus' hand slammed down onto the table as her body shook. Bliss' arm lowering to hook around her waist with a confirming nod. They weren't stupid. Too young, heroes barely in their 20s, was simply put not the best place for a child. The others nodded at her once before their argument began again. Lotus was silently glad for front-row seats. Who knew Aizawa could be so high-pitched? We at least know how to deal with children with powerful quirks. We know how to help him. Aizawa was the first to throw his comment into the ring. Midoriya already has a handle on that aspect, and he wishes to attend UA, so both of those are moot points. I also am studying for a license to students for the hero studies and mentorships. So I also know how to deal with powerful quirks. It is not that which is the problem. Night Eye flushed ever so slightly at the admittance of that little fact. It had originally been part of his "be so busy you can't think about All Might" plan. But he found he rather enjoyed mentoring students. Then what is? The boy is a delight. Oh, and wasn't it painfully obvious Gallant hadn't actually talked to Midoriya outside of hospital? Even Mike and Aizawa had, albeit briefly the day before on patrols. He has panic attacks, he has no sense of how good he is, his intelligence is off the charts and he doesn't realize it. He apologizes for being human sometimes, and then everything else we know need I carry on. Night Eye practically hissed. The sound alien to his usual calm demeanor. Emotional Night Eye had only ever had one cause before. He's a strong boy. Gallant enthused, only stopping to down the rest of his coffee. He may be, but he really shouldn't have to be. Everyone will be vying for him soon, and I really wouldn't put it past villain organizations coming for him once the news reaches them. Aizawa huffed, nodding along towards Night Eye as everyone seemed to shift slightly at the spoken idea. All but one at least. Midoriya is a bright boy. He loves heroes, he'd never side with them. Gallant continued to laugh at the preposterous notion. Sometimes Lotus had to wonder if muscle mass directly correlated with lack of critical thinking. But Night Eye certainly had both, so the jury was out on that one. Being bright won't help him if he's kidnapped. As stated earlier, his quirk would make it all the worse. Night Eye seemed the only one willing to try and reason with the giant man. If protection is needed, then I am surely the best bet. Sorted. Gallant slammed his hand down onto the table, sending half the cats flying in opposite directions. No, Aizawa. Apparently that was all that needed to be said. No one else could really argue that. I have intimidation on my side, my building is already guarded, and I will be able to take him home from work. I have a few spare rooms for him to choose from, a library on site. What could be better? Gallant chuckled at the silly little attempt to stop it. Watching as each of them realized that any social worker looking at the facts would agree Gallant was a good option on paper. Only people who actually met the man would realize how bad the idea was. Mike and Aizawa shared a pained glance, realizing in the same moment the social worker would look at them and probably reject it. Perhaps for anyone else it would go through, but they had to admit defeat at least partially. Aizawa nudged his foot against Night Eye's leg, and once he caught the tall man's gaze he nodded sharply. Night Eye nodded back. I have similar protections on my home, including its location being less well known. That will help as much as anything. My hero work is mostly non-violent, and it is heroes within my agency who patrol and not myself. I am located close to a lot of amenities, including a park and a highly rated middle school should Midoriya wish to transfer, and I live closer to Amaranth than all of us. His journey home would be just a few minutes rather than an hour. On paper I would suggest. We are pretty even. Night Eye turned his gaze to Gallant, a smirk pulling at the edges of his lips, his eyes sparkling slightly as he pushed his glasses further up his nose. Night Eye has a point. The shorter commute will help too. It looked as if it physically pained Aizawa to say something complimentary to Night Eye. I would recommend asking if he wanted to change schools? He was so scared going to the police he may not realize it's an option or that it won't affect getting to UA. Lotus added after less than a second's thought, effectively cutting off whatever Gallant had opened his mouth to say. It won't, will it? Bliss added, staring at the two teachers with wide kitten-like eyes. No. It wouldn't, and even if Nizu is worried I'll vouch for the kid myself if I have to. Aizawa promised after a second. He never could resist eyes like that. We will. Mike shrieked just a bit too loudly, so quiet by his standards. Mike nudged Aizawa's shoulder playfully at the annoyed huff his husband gave him. Which school is it? Lotus asked just as Gallant thought he could open his mouth again. Manabu Middle School. It is highly regarded and their security is high, I can assure you. They did a security check on me when I went to give a talk. Night Eye added the last point when it was clear he was only going to be asked to disclose it anyway. Plus it stopped them wondering about how much research he had done the previous night. Manabu is good, tend not to be easily expellable. Coming from Aizawa, that was the highest compliment a school could hope to achieve. A medal-worthy event really. Low villain turnout too, Lotus muttered under her breath. A sudden crash had them all admitting Gallant really did exist. Even if his bowling ball head was smashed into the table with a steadily growing pool of tears surrounding him. Why are you supporting Night Eye? Gallant whined on the table, tears streaming down his face. If they hadn't known he could turn this off and on like a light switch, it might have been disturbing. As it was, he only received a sharp kick to the shin courtesy of Lotus. He's the lesser of two evils and we live closer to him, Mike chirped back in response, his gaze hard as he bored holes in Night Eye's face. Hey! We want sprout-sitting duties too. Bliss hissed, her eyes wide, arm tightening on the equally appalled Lotus waist. Agreed. He obviously really enjoys your company. Night Eye waved his hands in a half-surrender motion at the deep glare Lotus had pinned him down with. We'll work out an arrangement. If you have any missions, we want first option of having him round. Mike nodded as if everything was already decided, and Night Eye for the first time felt as if he wasn't sure he wanted to win this argument. But the idea of losing Izuku, the bright-eyed boy who smiled so brightly despite everything, whose green hair looked wild but was soft, who giggled as he made daisies sprout in his hair, yet he was glad he won at least this argument. One step closer to Izuku being his son. He knew it wouldn't be like that yet. Izuku hadn't had a real parent for a long time, if ever. And it still hung in the air if his father was still around, but Sasaki Izuku made his heart clench in a painful manner while making him smile in a way he hadn't done in months. The next hour was spent with Gallant pouting and going through 10 hot chocolates, while the rest of the table, now covered in cats and kittens, worked through the application for Night Eye. It was calm. A very nice thing to be. Seikiyum had been sitting in the too clean office for the past half an hour going over the case file for one Midoriya Izuku. She was one of the more experienced social workers in the building, and she did not doubt she needed that experience for this case. Yum let out a soft sigh as she noted down some new to her information, the latest email from the police. They had talked to the elderly couple living above the Midoriyas who had lived there for years and had never once seen Midoriya Hisashi or anyone close to matching his description come in or out of the Midoriya flat. He was always away and apparently no one had ever met the man. Only having Inko's word that he existed at all. That certainly made that point easier for her, if only because it made the police's job that much harder. She had a neat table drawn out to the side with tally marks for and against each person vying for Midoriya's custody. Night Eye was currently winning, especially with 4 other heroes, 3 of whom worked with kids themselves, backing his claim. He also had very few negatives, the only one really that concerned her was him being single, but she had to admit it was a tiny niggle and he wasn't the type to bring a parade of people through the house confusing a young child. She's already gone over his and Gallant's claims. She tried not to have a favorite. In the end it was Izuku's decision and his alone. She assessed the father last, waiting on that crucial email. Sitting in a secondary desk, used only ever for this purpose, was the child specialist therapist Itawa Noah, who was busy making her own notes from the files, including some photocopies of the statement Night Eye gave about the panic attack. Both ladies accustomed well to working with each other, and while they got along well enough, rarely liked the reasons for working together. A knock on the door startled both of them, their gazes flying in sync to the clock before both winced at how quickly the time had sped past. "Come in," Yum called, trying to make her desktop seem neat in the last few moments. The dark door opened to reveal Kyoka, her bright hair clashing wildly with the more muted office colors, guiding a timid-looking Izuku. Yum smiled brightly at him while Noah waved slightly. "Hello Midoriya." Yum paused at the slight wince the name produced in Izuku. "We can call you something else if you want? We want you to be comfortable here," she offered while indicating the 2 soft seats before her desk. The long pause allowed time for Noah to cross the small space, her arms full of notes, to sit beside Yum, her soft warm smile directed at Izuku with no sense of judgment for his shaking form. "See, could you call me? Izuku, please?" he asked, his voice only audible because of the silence permeating the room. "Of course." Yum beamed at the boy, making note of how he had glanced at Kyoka and how it was only her reassuring smile that had let him speak. Or maybe let him feel confident enough to. "Now Izuku, my name is Seiki Yum and I will be your social worker from now on. I will be here for any issues or problems you have. You can message me day and night. Behind me is our resident therapist Itawa Noah. She is just here to help due to the nature of what has happened to you." Yum managed a balance of warm friendliness and genuine care as she tried not to upset Izuku. He took the card from her outstretched hand, noting quickly how her email, work, mobile and emergency number were all written clearly along with the adage Noah's email in elegant script. Thank you B, but why do I need a social worker?" Izuku managed to keep the stuttering low, but he still tripped over the words as panic began to take hold in his lungs. "We can take all the time you need. Please don't be scared, you are not in any trouble, this is about what is best for you, all right?" Noah tried to reassure him, silently glad for her own quirk in that moment. A nifty little thing that meant as long as her hand touched paper, her thoughts would be written down. The page slowly filling with observations and ways to help the clearly anxious boy, most about him needing a calming environment at home. "Hey, you know I wouldn't let anything bad happen to you." Kyoka had turned in the chair, her hand clasping Izuku's tightly as she ran the other up and down his back. The trembling didn't stop, however, and after a calming minute Yum decided to change tactics. "You sure Fairbrook Kyoka, I take it? Shamanda told us you would be here. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yum leant across the desks to shake her hand with a beaming smile. "Yes, I'm Izuku's quirk therapist." She nodded once with a soft smile, still rubbing her hand up and down Izuku's back. While Yum and Kyoka talked about banal light things, obviously hoping it would calm Izuku down, Noah moved to crouch before him so she was eye to eye with the trembling boy's watery green eyes. "Hey Izuku, I think we would be much more comfortable over there, maybe take a little look at the flowers? Or the beanbag chairs?" Noah spoke as softly as she dared while still being audible, and for a moment she was sure her words had no effect. But the eyes seemed to focus more on her, and after a long drawn-out moment he nodded. "Okay." She stood slower than she would have liked as not to startle him and led him to the opposite corner where several beanbags were strewn around in a circle on a brightly colored rug. The wall taken up by a bookcase, half holding the case files and half overflowing with beautiful flowers in a range of colors. "Is that a stargazer lily?" Izuku asked the moment his gaze locked onto the magenta-colored flower, whose bright coloring faded to the edges of the petals to a soft off-white. It looked beautiful against the painted blue of the bookcase it sat upon. "Yes, beautiful, isn't it?" Noah smiled softly as she settled herself on one of the bean-bag chairs. Watching him caress the petals softly. "Lilies always are, but I like orchids the most. They are stunning," Izuku spoke after a moment. He spent about more time interacting with the other flowers before he too sat down on a beanbag, looking decidedly less anxious than he had at the beginning of all this. Slowly the other two made their way over, trying to be as natural about the move as possible. Yum sending Noah a small smile in thanks. "Perhaps asking us questions first might be easier for you, Izuku? I promise neither of us will be upset at anything you have to ask." Yum kept her voice even and calm as the vibrant green eyes snapped towards her. The only part of him trembling now was his hands, which were wringing together in his lap. Have you contacted my father?" he asked after being unable to force any words out of his mouth other than that. "I'm sorry to tell you, but he won't pick up any calls from the police or us." Yum frowned at the almost relief on his face. Noah supposed that was a relief, that his father might just be truly unreachable or hated everyone rather than just him. "See, can I just stay in the flat then?" he asked, almost hopefully unwilling to think of anything else. "Unfortunately you are only 10 and we can't let you live alone. That is why I have been assigned." Yum really did feel for the boy. She couldn't even begin to imagine the whirlwind inside his head, though she knew it had to be wilder than his own green curls. But I don't have anywhere else, he's my only family." Izuku's arms wrapped around himself as his body wrecked itself with sobs and tears. The flowers on the shelves moving to point in his directions as vines wrapped comfortingly around him. Sprouting seemingly out of nowhere, or perhaps from his skin itself. "Izuku, we know he hasn't been in Japan for years, and the police have reason to believe you haven't spoken to him in at least 2. I can assure you we wouldn't place you with someone we didn't trust to have your best interests at heart." Noah had wanted to inquire more about Izuku's relationship with his father, but thought better of it when she saw how distressed that made him. "If needs be, we have emergency accommodation in lines with the law under the quirk therapist laws." Kyoka interjected immediately, lending her hand to Izuku to clutch tightly as a lifeline in this place. Thank you, Miss Fairbrook. However, I have had several requests for adoption or fostering applications for you, Izuku, specifically. I have gone through the pile and you won't be alone for long, Izuku. Even if you don't like these applicants, we won't stop until you have a family again. Yum promised him, knowing in her heart it was true. As someone wants me? The incredulous look on the still crying boy's face might have been funny or even just amusing if in any other context. As it was, Yum smiled sadly in his direction and opened her file to the table. Yes indeed, I have a short list if you would like. They won't know what you say here unless you tell them, so don't be afraid to say anything, alright? Yum paused for a moment to let Izuku take that in, and eventually he nodded with a faint but determined look to his face. Okay, these are in no particular order. You may ask for my thoughts if you wish. We rejected the few who didn't meet the standards, but you should know your godmother Bakugou Mitsuki did also offer. Once more Yum paused to watch as Izuku ran over that information. She hoped it was the right thing. As she dares? The words spilled from Izuku's mouth, startling the women in the room. Dares? Izuku, talk to me. Kyoka half begged, clutching at his hands, looking into stormy cold green eyes. Her son. I can't, she dares ask that. After what he did. I can't, the phrase repeated over and over, tumbling from Izuku's lips without any stopping point. Flowing as easily as his tears. I understand. I rejected her application personally. I believe you can still destroy the shreds if you like. Yum offered and was rewarded with a huff of laughter and a silenced Izuku, who was staring at her now as if finally realizing she wasn't yet another enemy. Of the applicants that got through to this stage. First we have one Hiraku Shin, who I believe you know as Gallant. I understand you spoke to him and have met him at the hospital? You work there from what I understand. Yum phrased it carefully. She knew all too well that Izuku worked there. It was one reason she disliked Gallant as a contender. Oh, once, he was out the first time delirious. He gets injured a lot, I think. Izuku frowned thoughtfully. Sure, he liked Gallant the hero, but... Well, our next applicant is one Sasaki Mirai, better known as Sir Night Eye. You spent some time together yesterday, I believe. Yum trailed off at that, letting Izuku think over this applicant. So maybe she was a little biased. He offered to take me to the Quirk gym. We talked a lot, he was nice, but he wants to foster me? Izuku asked after a moment, confused as to the feelings running through his body. He wondered if maybe he hadn't annoyed Night Eye the day before. You misunderstand, Izuku, he wants to adopt you. I will of course be checking in and be available should it not work out, but after 8 weeks it could be made permanent. He wants you to be in his family. Yum smiled softly, trying to not upset the skittish boy. Not that she blamed him, of course. What would that entail? Well, I would probably call him if you accepted, and he can come here for you to discuss with him at a time you'd prefer. He has a room set aside for you already. A partner at the firm did a house assessment earlier. We would help move you into his home. For the first week I would come every other day. And if you had any problems you would be able to call me or the emergency line for this agency and we would be there. That's no matter when, okay? But after that first week I would come once a week to check in on the both of you, and how you are settling, if there is any support needed. We would also help facilitate any school changes, etc. One thing you need to know is even when the adoption is official, we will still be there for you. No matter what. It wouldn't happen tonight. Yum tried to keep the overload of information to a minimum but couldn't help but explain the last few things to Izuku. He did seem to be listening intently, nodding along each time she listed something off. As school changes? Izuku stuttered out after a moment. Sasaki has mentioned that there is a school close to his home and closer to your work, Manabu Middle School. It is highly respected. It was mentioned if you wished to change schools. Or so you didn't have to worry about commuting times. Yum had personally checked the school herself when she had received the email just an hour before her appointment and was quietly impressed. He's not going to make me? Not that Izuku particularly wanted to stay, but he was sure Night Eye wouldn't know the whys of it all. Though the news of Bakugou and his mother's arrests likely would make school a worse place again, maybe that was enough reasoning? His head swam and ached painfully. No. He just gave it an option. He mentioned it was just to let you choose, nothing more. Yum assured the boy with a soft smile. Sasaki. If he still wants, could we arrange a meeting with him? Izuku managed to force the words out and Yum smiled softly at him, nodding quickly. Of course. He gave an extensive losers of available times for him, so don't worry about it not being okay timing for him. How easy is it to get here from school and then into work? Would it have to be next weekend? Yum asked after a moment, getting out the calendar she had marked out for Izuku in her notes. Can I check T-train times on my phone, please? Izuku asked after a long moment of tapping on his fingers and mumbling under his breath. Of course, go ahead, please don't worry. We aren't going to rush you. Yum assured. She watched as he fished out his phone, ignoring several notifications and tapped away at various apps until he nodded determinedly. I think I can get here after my shift. It ends at 1800 hours, so I should be able to get here for 1840 any day this week? I understand that's late. Izuku winced softly as he realized just how late that might make the poor pair. But both just shook their heads at him. Don't worry, that's perfectly fine. Our offices are open till 2000 hours on weekdays. Plenty of time for you to meet and discuss. Noah piped up, clapping her hands lightly together, delighted that the vines were slowly pulling back and shrinking down. What day would be best for you? Yum tried, and Izuku paused before worrying at his overlip. And Monday? He half-asked, watching carefully as Yum noted it down. Tomorrow? Of course, no worries. She smiled at him, this more genuinely warm and comforting than any he had seen on her face. Would I have to move in on that day? He asked almost as an afterthought, surprised that it managed to slip out. If you talked and decided not to know, or if you wanted more time, we could move you in at the weekend, but if you wished to start the process, we could start then. Yum laid out the options as concisely as she could, watching intently for Izuku's reactions. Start the process? Noah made note of how Izuku phrased it and the way his head tilted to the side as if the cogs in his brain no longer wished to work. He sat in the beanbag chair as Yum and Noah explained the next few days to him. He even remained silent as the pair took him home to help him pack up the necessities so he could stay at the Fairbrook's emergency accommodation. The only thing he insisted on was packing up his beaten-up laptop personally and making sure he could take all his homework. Otherwise he was blank and looked only half aware. Kyoka greeted him with a sweeping hug, letting them know she was on duty for the emergency rooms that night. Yum spent a little longer than necessary helping Izuku unpack some items in the small but perfectly acceptable room. She left hoping the meeting went well. Izuku awoke to a world turned upside down yet again. He awoke in the small beige room, with equally beige sheets pulled up to his chin. Kyoka stood in the doorway with a soft smile aimed in his direction. She was still in her pink striped pajamas and matching bunny slippers. Her bright hair pulled back into a low ponytail that looked ready to burst. Good morning, Izuku. I didn't know if you'd set an alarm, but you need to get up. I'll be taking you to school, okay, kid? Kyoka's voice was softer than Izuku had ever heard it. A kind of melancholy tone he usually saw in movies just before the hero saved the day. It was uncomfortable to hear coming from her this early in the morning. Why, you don't have to, I can find my way. Izuku found himself speaking before his brain fully engaged. Deep pink flowers sprouting in his hair as his cheeks turned strawberry red at Kyoka's barked-out laughter. She passed the short distance between them, ruffling his feather-soft hair and dislodging half of the still sprouting flowers. I know you could, but I want to. You've had a bad weekend. I will also pick you up from work so I can be there for you meeting Sasaki Mirai. Kyoka tried to smile with her usual energy, but there was a tremble at the edge of her lips. Why, you'll stay when I meet him, won't you? The words were spoken so quietly that Kyoka almost missed them. Though the sudden sprouting of sickly blue flowers that wilted across his hair would have alerted her even if she had missed it. Kyoka took less than a second to wrap her arms around her charge, pulling him into a tight hug, her hand running up and down his back gently. There was never any doubt on that, Izuku. I'll be sat right next to you throughout it, or wherever you want me. I won't abandon you. There was no teasing lilt, or sarcastic smile or anything that usually took up Kyoka's countenance in this moment. Her face uncharacteristically serious, even her bright orange hair did little to ruin the image. She let him hold her close for a couple of minutes, only releasing him when he made the first move to pull back. The blue flowers had started to be speckles with white ones, almost taking over his hair. Now, onto serious matters. I need to draft a permit for the hair thing. Kyoka grinned down at her charge at the look of utter confusion seconds before a dust trail was left in his effort to get to the bathroom. A trail of flowers left in his wake. Izuku sat in the beanbag chair, one Noah hadn't quite been able to get him out of since he arrived. She was sat in the one beside him, Kyoka on the other side, quietly listening to the stream of unconscious mumbling about each plant species he knew and their properties. It was a rather impressive list. Longer than she expected. Apparently there was a type of plant that reproduced by bursting into flames when the temperature got too hot. She wasn't entirely sure she was comfortable with Izuku knowing that, or why a kid his age knew that at all. It certainly wasn't innate quirk knowledge. Sasaki Mirai wasn't due for either a few minutes, leaving Yum sat at her desk double-checking all her paperwork. Including the few news articles she had managed to dredge up about Sasaki's split from being All Might's sidekick. It may have just been her nosy side talking, but it was something she was curious about. She had already placed the printouts in the not important pile. There was no indication of anything other than a sidekick wanting to step out on his own as far as she could tell. Disappointing, she was rather hoping for gossip. If you want it to stop, just take my hand or tap me with a flower, okay Izuku? I'll make it stop the moment you do. Kyoka's soft whispers barely made it to Yume's desk, but the woman couldn't quite contain her smile at it. Another note made on a separate page: Miss Fairbrook is trustworthy with Midoriya Izuku. Yume jumped as the page she had been waiting for alerted on her belt. She nodded to Noah on her way out the door to collect Sasaki. It allowed her a couple of minutes to talk to him, or any adopter really, before introducing him to Izuku. Or reintroduce as the case was. The man was in the small waiting room that had deliberately bad seating, and coffee that was never quite hot enough. When she first started working here she had questioned it, but after years of seeing the amount of adults getting in a tantrum because of the coffee she understood. She didn't know what she expected, but the man sitting in a perfect gray suit, briefcase on his lap and fingers tapping away was not it. The moment the man realized he was no longer alone he stood, towering over her easily. "Good evening, pleasure to meet you Miss Yume." Night Eye held his hand out to the woman, his height making their handshaking slightly awkward, but the candid smile never left his face. "You too Mr. Sasaki, Izuku is waiting in my office. I just have a few ground rules before you meet him." Yume perched on the opposite chair to the one he had vacated to greet her. She made a note on her file when Night Eye easily sat back down and turned to her expectantly. "First, I want to thank you for being able to come in at such short notice. Secondly, I know you already know this but Izuku is a very anxious child. If I believe you are making him worse I will ask you to leave. Third, I want to know if you managed to read the email I sent you this morning. It was no trouble at all. As to your second point, while I hope and will strive to never need such input, it is good to know you have Midoriya's best interests at heart." Night Eye went to continue but was stopped by a small frown knitting Yume's brows together. "He prefers Izuku. I believe the family name reminds him of his mother." She didn't have to elaborate further, Night Eye was already nodding along with his lips pursed into a thin straight line. "I will still ask his permission. I read that email by the way, the forms are all filled out including the housing assessment. I have brought hard copies of all of them." Night Eye tapped his briefcase lightly, and for a moment Yume wondered if he had ever not been prepared in his life. "Perfect, so you know topics to avoid?" Yume had already started to stand up as she spoke and Night Eye followed suit easily, with yet another nod in her direction. "Perfect, if you would like to follow me?" The walk back wasn't exactly long, but it allowed her to chat a bit about other matters to him, the stiff posture relaxing somewhat. The pair were both as nervous as each other it seemed. Another point in favor. All too soon they reached the door and she walked in as calmly as possible. "Izuku, Sasaki Mirai is here to meet you. Would you like to stay on the beanbags?" Yume asked, turning just in time to catch the indulgent smile on Night Eye's face at the sight of the green-haired boy half swallowed by a bright blue beanbag. The boy in question tensed slightly, turning as much as he was able to look at them with large wavering green eyes. "If that's all right, is Mr. Sasaki, sir?" "Of course it is." Night Eye responded before Yume could say the same thing, the man striding across the room easily and sliding into the beanbag opposite. In one swoop the furthest away from Izuku while also being able to still talk easily. Yume added yet another tick before she took a seat next to Night Eye with a soft smile at Izuku. "Miss Yume tells me you prefer Izuku, would it be alright for me to call you that too? At least for this meeting?" Sasaki asked after a moment of being watched by Izuku, the boy turning a bright strawberry red with deep pink flowers sprouting in his hair. Raising a chuckle out of all adults involved. Please." Izuku managed to stutter out in between trying to get all the flowers out of his hair. "That's rather new, when did that start?" Sasaki asked looking at the dozens of small flowers now littering the room. "Tea this morning, we think different colors mean different emotions?" It came out more as a question than a statement, and Izuku turned to Kyoka as if to double-check. Night Eye glanced her way in time to see her nodding. "We're still learning about his quirk, odd things like this will crop up. This is only minor all things considered. I'm Izuku's quirk counselor, Fairbrook Kyoka." Night Eye could sense the challenge she laid down with her extended hand, and he easily met it, shaking hands with her easily. "I have no doubt on that, seeing what he is capable of at the quirk gym I would be surprised if this stuff didn't happen Miss Fairbrook. It's a good thing he has you for a quirk counselor, I have only heard good things about your work." The quirked eyebrow coming from Kyoka and the small teasing grin told Night Eye he had won this round. Hopefully at least. "You still haven't told me how that went Izuku." Kyoka pressed when it seemed Izuku was phasing out again. His breathing growing more rapid, and eyes glazing over in panic. His whole body shaking like a leaf. "Izuku, it's alright, you're safe, can you breathe in time with me, with the tapping?" Night Eye has moved forward, trying to make himself as small as possible as he began tapping an ease rhythm on the suitcase, whispering instructions to breathe in and out until Izuku was breathing normally on his own, his cheeks tinged pink. "There we are you alright?" Night Eye resolutely ignored the sound of scratching pens on parchment. His only goal was making sure Izuku was alright again. Sorry. Thank you, it's been difficult few days. It was a testament to how calm Izuku now was that he only stuttered once the entire sentence. It was that more than the reassurance that caused Night Eye to return to being seating in the brightly colored beanbag. If he sent a silent prayer that he would never have to sit in one again, no one else had to know. Even if he was making a mental note to buy Izuku one. Sasaki was nice at the Quirk gym, gave me pointers. He's the one who suggested energy drinks. Izuku's enthusiasm grew with each word he spoke, and Kyoka sent a grateful smile Night Eye's way for that alone. Not that he noticed, he was too busy with being pleased that Izuku was no longer stuttering. Have you tried that then? Night Eye asked after a brief pause, not willing to ruin the calm state Izuku was currently in. They are really helpful, especially at work. Izuku beamed across the short distance to him. How was work today? I think it went well. Dr. Kubo wants to start trialing me on older wounds and other aspects of healing, so he took me to a few wards with people undergoing rehab for things to see if I could help. It was only meant to be a test, but the wards are empty now. Well, almost. A couple of them are being sent home tomorrow. Izuku huffed softly at that as he finally finished his mini rant, though considering how happy he was, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. You managed that in a couple of hours? Night Eye couldn't help but ask. His mind turned to how long it took to heal Gallant. Across G from him, Izuku's head was a green blur as he nodded. They were simple things already mostly healed, and I played around with healing 2 at once, but that took a lot of energy, so I'm not allowed to try again for a bit. Izuku shrugged at that, the pout on his face indicating exactly what he thought of that particular rule. If you could get Dr. Kubo to give you a warning, it may be worth having extra to eat the day before and a large lunch to help. I would also feel better if I knew, so I could collect you from work just in case, at least if this goes well. Night Eye had to fight the rising flush to his face at his own stutter. He had just been so caught up in talking he hadn't even thought how it might seem. Izuku seemed slightly overwhelmed as well, his eyes staring unblinkingly in Night Eye's direction. This seems a good time for me to jump in. It's nice to see you two getting along. We'll get down to business, shall we? Izuku, did you have any questions for Mr. Sasaki? Yum wiggled forward on her own beanbag, her hand poised back over her noteboard. Izuku turned and stared at her as if she had asked him to dance the hula on stage. Are you sure you're okay with fostering me? Izuku, let me make it perfectly clear between us. I would not have put in an application of adoption not fostering, had I not wanted to. I am not doing this out of duty or anything other than after meeting you and realizing what was happening, I wanted to adopt you immediately. Night Eye answered before Yum could even remind Izuku that Night Eye applied for adoption. But by the soft smile on Izuku's face she guessed it was deliberate. Night Eye quickly came to the same conclusion. Why, you mentioned you had another school in mind? Yes, it's only to give you the option, and it would allow more time in your day for things other than traveling. As she mentioned, it was? Manabu Middle School? But I'm a year away yet? Night Eye was almost 99% sure that Izuku asked it that way to avoid offense. And while he appreciated the gesture, he was sure it didn't come from a place of lacking self-confidence. Yes, I know, however it is a specialist school. It had a program for gifted students, as they put it. Those in elementary who are accepted, and I have no doubt you would be, are allowed in a year early and take advanced lessons, or a wider variety. What kind of variety? I suppose it might have more clubs, but those would be too difficult to participate in with work and everything. Night Eye forced Izuku to stop before he could get overwhelmed again with a soft chuckle. They teach the main subjects faster. I've seen how fast your brain works. A slow pace must be boring sometimes? They use the extra 4 hours a week for a rotation of electives, robotics, extra languages, time for science experiments or guided study in something specific. Just to name a few, I have a prospectus with me if you'd like to see it. Night Eye tapped his suitcase and with Izuku's inquisitive nod he opened it up with a swift click. The thick prospectus handed over easily to Izuku. If Izuku is alright for now, Mr. Sasaki, did you have any questions for Izuku, or us? Yum spoke after a moment of watching Izuku flick through the book with undisguised interest. Just a small one for Izuku, if that's alright? Of course, conditional on him being alright with starting the adoption. I have a room set up for you, but it feels a bit impersonal right now. I want to make sure you're comfortable, so I guess, do you have a favorite color or hero? Or any preference on anything there? I thought it might be nice to at least have a nice duvet set ready and we can sort out the rest at a later date. Night Eye could feel the burn rising up the back of his neck. He hadn't over-explained that much since All Might had laughter at his spluttering 5 years before. Izuku was bringing out all his worst traits. Not that he minded much. Why, you don't have to. I'm fine with whatever you have, you don't have to buy anything for me. Apparently the look on Night Eye's face alone, a sad melancholy look, forced Izuku to continue. I like blue, and All Might, but that might be weird with you working with him before. I'm dark blue like the ocean? Izuku had wanted to assure a second time he really didn't need this, that Night Eye was already being far too kind, but the man just laughed softly. Remind me to show you the office sometime. I have a wall of All Might memorabilia, some at home too. So safe to say it won't be weird you having All Might themed bed sheets. If Night Eye had once tried it only to be told by the man himself that it was a deal breaker, only he needed to know that. I mean, is there a bookcase in my room? Izuku asked after a moment of trying to come up with the right words to say. 2 I believe, 1 freestanding and 1 attached to the desk. Do you read a lot then? I have my notes. The quirk notes we talked about, and I like learning. I have some books on plants and water and healing, and they need to be cared for properly. Izuku has been given some medical textbooks by Dr. Kubo as well. Kyoka chimed in, delighting in the slight jump from Izuku. He had forgotten she was there. His attention focused on Night Eye. There's more than enough room for them and any other reading you may have, don't worry. If you need more room, we can easily sort some for you. Night Eye had the audacity to actually chuckle at that. Izuku nodded his head lightly. The pair beginning to discuss the various texts Izuku would bring, and Night Eye mentioning the library at the end of the street that Izuku would love. Apparently their horticulture section was to die for. Maybe not literally. Alright, I suppose it's time. Izuku, would you like to think about this some more, or are you happy to try with Mr. Sasaki? Yum asked when she found an appropriate lull in the conversation to inject herself into. Noah, who had been quiet throughout, hummed as she turned to Izuku, who once more seemed shocked other people still existed in the room. I am happy to try? If that's alright? Izuku whispered after a tense moment, the answering beaming, as close to beaming as he ever got at least, from Night Eye was all the answer he needed. Protect Sasaki. Izuku initiative. Night Eye is online. Night Eye, may I request your assistance with Izuku? I will be collecting him after his work to start moving things across, however I need to furnish his room a bit. Lotus, I'm there, give me a time and place. I have a list. Little buddy has plants coming by the way, so maybe some shelves for them too? Gallant, there can't be that many. Just put them in the bookcase. Lotus, more proof you haven't talked to Sprout. Plants are his thing, just, why do I bother reasoning with you? Eraserhead, aren't you on his payroll precisely to be his voice of reason? Lotus. Lotus, yes. Lotus, shut up. Eraserhead, truth hurts. Eraserhead, I'm available from 4 this afternoon. I want to help. Mike has his patrols until later. Night Eye, thank you, I appreciate your help. Bliss, I may be a bit late but I'll come along. Lotus, I thought you were on backup duty with the police tonight? Bliss, well, I mean I'm just on call in case, and most of the police I usually work with are on Sprout's case anyway? Lotus, just promise you won't come crying to me when they get mad at you? Bliss, but, who else would I run to? Lotus, I can feel the puppy dog eyes through the screen, fine. Night Eye, if you are both done, we'll be at Shinchaku Mall from. Any update on the Bakugou case? Night Eye asked approximately 43 seconds after greeting Bliss, or the time it took to take the offered coffee from her hand at any rate. Are you asking as a hero or as Sprout's dad? Bliss, to her credit, hid her blossoming smile behind her own coffee cup. Hers with decidedly less caffeine in it. But a lot more sugar than anything Night Eye was willing to drink. Why can it not be both? Pragmatic and simple. Just the way he liked to be. Flamboyance was for All Might. Bliss stared up at him for several seconds. Slowly sipping at her cup as if she could pick him apart piece by piece to discover his true reasoning. It usually worked. However, she found it was a technique that didn't seem to work on the stoic man. Or usually stoic. He looked rather worried about something. Probably Sprout. Fine. Yes. We found a couple of other witnesses, and Sprout's mum really isn't helping her case either. The pair won't listen to their lawyer. The trial will come up soon. I can tell them to leave it a bit longer so Sprout is settled if you want? Bliss took another sip of her overly sweet coffee. Night Eye could smell the sugar coming from it even with the cap firmly in place. He hoped she didn't notice his shudder. He didn't want her telling Lotus. It took a moment for him to realize she had even asked a question, or that she had stopped speaking for that matter. I will ask him myself if that is all right. Something tells me making that kind of decision for him is a bad idea. Night Eye sighed after a moment. As much as he'd like to push it off, he couldn't. Not without Izuku's say-so. He doesn't think much of himself either. So make sure he knows he matters in this. Bliss hissed across at him, somehow managing to look intimidating despite, well, everything about her. Sometimes Night Eye wondered if that was her quirk. I know. He hoped that assured her, but he had known Bliss long enough to know it wouldn't. She was a worrier. Much like him in that regard. Glad we're on the same page, Lotus spoke giggled as the pair jumped, using the shock to press a quick kiss to Bliss' lips and snatch her coffee away. Drinking the last few gulps before throwing the cup away. Don't sneak up on us like that. Despite Bliss stuttering, her deep red cheeks told everyone just how much she had liked the small interaction. As did Lotus snort. We need a bed first, don't we? Bedding? The two ladies beside him nodded and Izuku paused just before he pushed the door from the break room. A frantic Dr. Shinso stood in the doorway, his chest heaving. His panicked face slipping into a relieved grin at the sight of the green-haired boy. He was in the main emergency area. Izuku had checked the timetable himself when he found he has been put in another area of the hospital. He had hoped for one doctor he knew at least. Midoriya. Brilliant. I need you to come with me. The older man grabbed the young boy by the arm and dragged him through the corridors, babbling on and on under his breath. He didn't even have a chance to catch him up on the name change. All Izuku could tell was that the man was angry. But not at him. It was odd. Not to be the reason for someone's anger. He couldn't quite shake the flinch that ran through him every time the doctor ground out the word BSTRD. The flowers in his hair slowly turning black. I'll warn you, it's bad, but we need you. Just yell if it gets too much. The doctor truly looked conflicted. Then pushed the doors open with the look of someone entering the battlefield. Which in fairness wasn't that far off the reality. The bays were packed tight with people whimpering and screaming to varying degrees. The smell of burnt clothing, flesh and other things Izuku hadn't wanted to smell ever. What happened? He asked after a second, already moving to the bay indicated to him. One with a sink inside and a small family already inside. The poor little girl had burns all up the right side of her face. Endeavor. Izuku didn't really need another explanation. Because the name alone was enough really. He had to fight back a growl on that. Endeavor did more damage than the rest of the top 20 combined, just on property damage. Top 30 for civilians. Izuku took a moment to school his expression, taking a deep breath before stepping closer to the family with a warm smile. Nurse Miyajima already trying to clean the brother's leg. Hello. I'm Apprentice Sasaki. Izuku beamed at the little girl and her family, some white flowers sprouting across his hair to match his pearly white teeth. Nurse Miyajima glanced his way before she smiled softly, nodding gently. Apprentice? The poor father looked as if he was about to faint at the idea. Izuku almost bristled at the implication, before realizing exactly how it must look to the man. He could hardly fault him being concerned at a kid being helpful. Aizawa reminded him of that each time they came across each other. Sasaki is apprenticed to Dr. Kubo, he has an extremely powerful healing quirk, Matsuoka Saki, and Michi won't even have a scar. Nurse Miyajima nodded as she spoke. It didn't seem to settle the poor parents much. But it did allow a few precious seconds for Izuku to get the tap running. I pinky promise it won't. You might feel a little dizzy, so make sure you're sitting properly, okay? Don't worry, it'll only take a few seconds. Izuku assured the pair, who looked no older than Izuku spread his arms out wide, his eyes lighting up, which only served to entrance the children more. The water already arcing its way around his body to gently lay in a thin layer on the burns. The water glittering the moment it touched skin. Oh, you weren't kidding, the father breathed out, as Saki let out her first giggle for what had to be hours. Her previously bright red face returning to its usual coloring. A second later Michi was healed too, and the water retreated as easily as it came. Are either of you injured? Just my leg, I'll be fine. Before the mother had a chance of speaking further, the water encompassed her leg too, stopping in its retreat. Izuku frowned at the degree of injury he was healing there. A deep V etching itself into his forehead. Nurse Miyajima shook her head minutely with a smile and he nodded back. Sir? The three of them may be a little lightheaded for a couple of hours, and I'd recommend keeping an eye on them. It usually wears off in 2 hours. Izuku beamed up at the man whose two kids had started babbling again. Izuku's distaste for Endeavor did not wane in the next hour and a half of emergency patients. Most worse than the poor kids, half he wanted to forget on the spot. As horrible as that sounded in his own head. So, if Endeavor found a tree going through his skull, it's his own fault. Izuku didn't have a choice in the matter. The only good thing was that no one had left him with a scar. He was sure no one wanted to be reminded of this day. Izuku was just about to return to the ward he had been assigned to, something about learning procedure, when he noticed one boy stood awkwardly. In a posture Izuku himself knew all too well. He also recognized the blooming bruises on the boy's exposed skin. Do you need help? Izuku asked after a moment of studying the form before him. Tall, but then most kids his age were taller than Izuku, and he was sure this boy was his age. Give or take a year. The hair was unusual for sure, half red half a shocking white, color like that usually indicated a rare quirk. A badly healed burn covering a third of his face, that was startling. The mismatched eyes were a clue to something else, something that was best thought on later. When the poor boy wasn't in pain. And no everyone else? I'm not burned. The boy was trembling as he stood there, glancing around at the few people, most with usual emergency issues. One who cut her finger, someone already dealing with her. Izuku took a slow step closer with a soft smile plastered to his face. Come with me. I'm Apprentice Sasaki. Lovely to meet you. Izuku gestured for the boy to walk beside him, not wanting to risk the boy running. Todoroki, it was soft. Almost too soft to be heard. It didn't stop Izuku from positively beaming though. All the way back to his bay he couldn't stop smiling. It was something at least. If you would hop up here? Izuku patted the bed in the bay, while Nurse Miyajima, who really was looking after her own patient in the next cubicle, sent a nod his way. It wasn't as if he really needed the supervision. Now, as I said, I'm an apprentice here, under Dr. Kubo. I have a healing quirk, it'll take a couple of seconds. Izuku began his short explanation, watching as Todoroki nodded along, eyes narrowed in his direction. Dr. Kubo is famous, it must be brilliant to learn under him. Todoroki's face turned sour. Or the barest hints of it anyway. He watched as Izuku's face turned red and matching flowers populated his hair. It was almost cute. He found himself blushing at that particular thought. He's amazing. I'm lucky to be here. I have one last thing, and you can say no, it's up to you, but I can heal old wounds, if you'd like. It's an open offer, but you don't have to. Todoroki almost let Izuku continue tying himself in knots. If only to process what had just happened, had just been offered. His long nimble fingers touched the burn-roughened skin. His hand shaking violently with the weight of the information. Izuku was just starting to wilt. Worry setting in that he had said the wrong thing when a deep half-laugh sounded from somewhere in Todoroki's chest. Please? If you can. The voice was so soft even with how deep it was, that Izuku thought he had misheard for a second. It wasn't a deep voice like Bakugou's was, all hard edges and promise of pain. No, this was the sort of deep that calmed the roughest waters. Stable, if not kind. Night Eye hadn't been sure what he expected when he picked Izuku up from work to help move everything home. But it wasn't a quiet word with a nurse about making sure Izuku had extra chocolate and was okay. That the day had been particularly bad. Something in the way she said that did nothing to stem his rising fear. Especially as Izuku seemed surprised to see him. That was nothing on the state of the small room Izuku had been in. It wasn't bad. Oh no, it was immaculate. Even with the plants everywhere, it was neat and orderly. Unlike practically every other teenager Night Eye had been forced to know. Including his own friends at that age. Night Eye could vaguely remember Izuku half warning him that he had a lot of plants he was bringing. It was the one thing he was adamant on. But, this wasn't 5 small plants. It was well beyond double digits. All kinds, mostly some orchids with dark purple petals that seemed very well cared for. Sorry, are there too many? Izuku seemed to have finally caught the look on Night Eye's face and the man quickly tried to school the shock away. Not at all. I was just surprised. That's all. We may need some more help in moving these in one night. He was quick to reassure his son of that. The word he hadn't quite earned yet. He knew that. But, he couldn't help the small smile on his face each time he dared to think of it. Izuku as his son. Good thing he called up the cavalry sprout. Lotus skipped in from wherever she had been hiding. Her blinding smile rivaling Izuku's own. Though that wasn't much to boast at considering he was swaying on his feet slightly. Night Eye caught him before he had the chance to fall. Sit down Izuku, do you have your energy bars? Can you sit here and let us deal with this okay? Night Eye gently helped Izuku down onto the bed, making sure he was safe to be sitting up. The slow nods not helping the clenching cold in his chest. He slid the bright backpack over and pulled several bars from its depths, pressing them into Izuku's hands along with a water bottle. Finish those, and then we'll get you home. Let me know if you need more, okay? Night Eye waited for another too slow nod, and for Izuku to take a bite before he turned around to go back to work. Even as he worked with the others to divide up the carrying load. All deciding without speaking that Izuku wasn't going to be carrying a thing. The week had been rather eye-opening for Night Eye. By no means had he expected Izuku to be better by now, but flinching for every slightly raised arm? It twisted something in his gut every time. Those bright green eyes widened beyond belief and the whole form trembling. It caused bile to rise into his throat each time. He had only reached up to get a plate. Overall though, things seemed to be going well. Izuku had stopped waiting for permission to eat. He had even stopped blushing and thanking Night Eye for basic necessities. They had even managed some light discussions. Discussions that lead to the green-haired boy standing in the hallway, trembling like a newborn deer, holding out his analysis notebook. Night Eye promised himself to never mislay the trust that must have taken. Everything seemed to be getting better. Until day the letter lay innocently enough on the welcoming mat. Address down. With a wax seal, showing the HPSC symbol keeping it closed in a deep blood red. They had only gone out to finish a discussion with Izuku's old school about the transfer. Izuku blanched, his whole face going a stark white at the sight of it. He ignored the deep questioning tone from behind him. He could only focus on his own trembling fingers snatching it up from the floor, and on his feet taking him to the kitchen table. Unable to stop the mechanical movements that had him reading the offending item. Dear Sasaki Izuku, I do hope this letter finds you well. We at the Hero Public Safety Commission thank you for keeping us up to date on the changes in your circumstances. It would not do to lose track of you. I feel I must introduce myself to you at this time. I am your Hero Public Safety Commission handler Ishii. I shall be your main point of contact with us and will be present at each of your assessments. Consider this a reminder that your first assessment is fast approaching. It should only take a few hours the first time. I wish to know my charge well. In light of your circumstances, I would ask you to bring your guardian Sasaki Mirai and your boss Dr. Kubo with you so we can get fully acquainted. See you next week. Ishii Soda. Level 5 Handler. Hero Public Safety Commission. Izuku let the letter fall out of his hands. His eyes wide and staring unseeing at the table. Night Eye snatched up the page as he rounded the table. Strong hand moving to rub Izuku's trembling shoulder. He had really only meant to glance at the letter, to check it wasn't anything bad. He never thought he'd miss being scared of bad. Izuku, can you calm down for me? Breathe in and out? Do you need my help? The deep calming voice stayed steady, giving Izuku an out if needed. Night Eye had felt a small burst of pride when Izuku thanked him for the technique. He had even caught the kid tapping his fingers on the wooden desk to help with timing. That didn't mean he was willing to leave Izuku alone for this. Not by a long shot. PPPL please. Izuku's weak voice sounded so broken in that moment. Big fat wet tears trailing down the still childishly chubby cheeks. Night Eye moved his hands to tap gently with his fingers. Left for in, right for out. And slowly increasing the time until Izuku collapsed into him. Night Eye wound his deceptively strong arms around Izuku, pulling his son closer. It's alright? I'll make it alright. We'll talk to Dr. Kubo, you're safe, I promise. Night Eye could only whisper those words over and over into his son's hair. Hoping they would sink in. BB but. Why you're already DD dealing W with everything else. S-school, TT the T-trial and now this. I am sorry. Izuku whimpered, tears wetting the collar of his shirt as they rolled down the curve of his neck. Night Eye had to hold back the growl that threatened to erupt. Stop right there. None of this is your fault so you have no need to apologize alright? This is the only thing we are dealing with, everything else is just what a parent does Izuku. We will sort this out together. Alright? Night Eye fought back another growl at the awestruck expression Izuku wore as he pulled back. A look he certainly didn't deserve. Not for this. Night Eye stared at the phone. Or more specifically the number displayed across the screen. There at the green circle waiting to be pressed. The red one looked just as tempting. If only he had that choice. He had to keep his promise. What? Oh, that hurt. To hear Yagie's voice so harsh towards him. To hear that deep wonderful voice so cold. It hurt more than almost anything in the world had. A week ago it would have shattered the man where he stood. But Night Eye was a changed man. I just wanted to see how you were. The words clung to his tongue like tar, unwilling to be pushed into the world. Where words between them had once felt as easy as breathing. No thoughts needed to continue whatever flow they had found themselves in. If Night Eye was affected he hid it well, Izuku didn't need to see him like this. Yagi didn't need to hear him like this. You didn't care last time. That voice. Oh, it hurt knowing the pain and it was all because of him. You can't believe that. Toshi. Night Eye pleaded down the crackly connection, tears wetting his cheeks. How can I believe anything else? Why did you really phone? Yagi huffed out in between rounds of hacking coughs. Night Eye could hear the telltale sound of blood even through the crackling connection. It sounded just as it did that last day in the hospital. Toshi. I was terrified of losing you and I'm so sorry I made you feel like this, but please don't shut me out like this. The words were rushed, spilling from his mouth as his chest constricted around his rapidly beating heart. The low sarcastic laugh on the other end of the phone didn't help matters much. Just get on with it. I did want to hear how you were. I miss you Toshi, but I need some help too. Oh, how he hated having to phrase it like that. No matter how true, that voice he missed so much, loved even. Any excuse would have done to hear it again. Help? Short. Sweet. To the point. Yagi had never been one for mincing his words when he was mad. I am fostering a kid, hoping to adopt him actually. But, Night Eye allowed his voice to trail off as he tried to think of how to word it all. How could he explain what Izuku was currently dealing with? Night Eye couldn't help the blossoming smile overtaking his face at that. Just 7 more weeks and it could be official. It didn't necessarily matter that he was already planning the celebration and he may already be going overboard with excitement, but no one else had to know that. If this is about him being a successor. Yagi growled down the phone line, and Night Eye swore he could hear the sound of the phone breaking between his fingers. No. He wasn't going to allow himself to think of those. Not today. Not now. No. I mean, he'd be a good candidate obviously, but no. It's just, he has been called up for an assessment and just? Can we please meet? I don't want to discuss this over the phone, but I can't help him on my own. Night Eye felt his heart squeeze at that admission. The guilt that plagued him ever since that DMN letter taking hold once more. You were always so good at this, talking people into a corner? I won't meet him. Or you. I told you how I felt last time. Yagi was probably rolling his eyes. Or reading from some script. It sounded more like that than anything he would say naturally. But then months could change people. Night Eye knew that now all too well. Please, you just need to meet him. Night Eye didn't even get to finish before Yagi slammed the phone down. He pressed his forehead into the cool surface of the wall. That could have gone a lot better. But Yagi always had this way of getting under his skin. Any idea of being cool and in control ripped away. He ran through the conversation over and over in his mind, trying to unpick where it went wrong and the why of it all. It was not lost on him how he hadn't even thought of discussing Izuku helping Yagi. He knew the boy would do it in a heartbeat, but no. He needed to be put first. It looked like he needed a new plan to deal with the HPSC. Izuku had the weirdest couple of weeks. He had only just managed to shake the feeling that he was in a dream. Even if sometimes he had to remind himself dreams couldn't last weeks. And sure, sometimes he still found himself in his All Might underwear staring into his full-length mirror to check the scars really are gone. But he's working on it. He's trying. That did not stop the fear gripping something deep in his chest. Sat as he was on a small wooden bench, while Night Eye stood across the corridor from him with his briefcase clasped in front of him. An indulgent smile on the usually impassive face. Manabu Middle School was large. To put it lightly. The corridor was wide enough for Izuku to spread his legs out before him and not even be halfway across. Night Eye hadn't stopped watching him since the receptionist had left them there. If the man noticed his mumbling through a list of scientific principles, or heroes and their quirks in the top 200, he certainly didn't mention it. At least Izuku hoped he hadn't noticed. Night Eye had. At least 15 minutes before, when Izuku was still mumbling about various plants he knew about and their interesting properties. If he couldn't see the boy in front of him, he would have thought Izuku was reading from a textbook. Except there was no such book in sight. Furthermore, with the bit of plant knowledge he had, it didn't matter that he'd been researching plants ever since he found out Izuku loved plants outside of his quirk, told him everything Izuku said was correct. A warm ball of pride, and a little fear for when the kid would meet Nizu, filled his chest. Hence him fighting back a blinding smile. Managing to somehow tread the fine line of pride and indifference. Principal Hamada will see you now. The secretary, or was it personal assistant, Night Eye was never entirely sure of the difference, stood in the double-wide doorway. Bright smile stretched across a friendly-looking face. The school crest, some complicated symbol that Night Eye couldn't quite remember the meaning behind, was embossed onto the lapels of the woman's jacket. Her long dark ink black hair scooped into a low-hanging ponytail that swung behind her. The right edge between professional and approachable. He waited until Izuku stood, making sure he wasn't crowding his son. That still made his heart leap to even say that. The quick glance over the shoulder Izuku did? Just to check he was still there. Oh, that was just icing on the cake. Even if he hoped one day Izuku would never need to worry that he wouldn't be there. The principal's office was rather large, to accommodate the plush chairs that sat opposite the desk. It looked to have been carved from oak and sat in front of a wall of bookcases that were half-stacked with neatly arranged boxes detailing classes and the years. It took only a second's glance to realize each color had a meaning. It was rather comforting to find a principal to cared so openly. The man himself was a rather plain-looking middle-aged fellow, who was beaming happily at them. Ah, Sasaki Mirai. It's been a while, please take a seat. You must be Sasaki Izuku, yes? Your father told me a lot about you on the phone. But I'd like to hear some from you, if that's all right? The man certainly seemed nice. The kind of man who put everyone at ease. One that was almost quirk-induced, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder if that made his job any easier? Surely being able to calm down unruly students had its upsides? Or even mellow out stressed teachers, the possibilities were simply fascinating. Night Eye calmly took his seat with an inclination of his head to his old friend, waiting just a moment for Izuku to sit in the other unoccupied chair. The wild green hair sprouting a few nervous blue-colored flowers. "And nice to meet you, sir." Why yes, that's fine." Izuku just knew the flowers in his hair were turning pink with embarrassment. He took a moment to wonder if they would ever be another color again. By the time he tuned back in, the conversation had moved on. "You don't have to worry, they aren't trick questions. It'll only be a few and then I'll send you on for the placement exam, alright?" The principal smiled at him in the way adults had come to in recent weeks. The one that almost seemed to come from worry. It was still unnerving to see such a look directed his way. First, he mentioned a loft for plants. "Especially the flowering kind. We have an extra class for botany. Would you like to be placed on it if you decide to come here?" The principal certainly seemed excited, but for what Izuku couldn't tell. Though if the soft smile on Night Eye's face was to be believed, it wasn't a bad thing. "Why yes, if that's okay? I'd really like that." Izuku nodded, accidentally shedding several small pink flowers on the ground around him. As they had discovered over the days, they'd last for an hour at most once separated. "Of course, now second. I have it noted that you may need more calories. We can of course provide this, but I wanted to double check what you felt about it." Oh, Night Eye definitely approved of the man now. In one fell swoop the man had shown he had read Izuku's file and understood it well. Certainly only a good thing. I do need more. Maybe double would be enough at school? B, but I have energy B bars if I need more. H, healing ups the caloric need. Izuku blinked several times to try and push back the anxiety clawing its way across his chest. If only he could stop the stuttering. How about a compromise, Mr. Sasaki? I will tell our staff to give you double and have a third portion ready for you, just in case, and you will eat it. Especially if you've needed to heal, but I hope that would never happen. If you find yourself needing more than 2 energy bars a day, please come back and I'll up your lunch quota. If Night Eye hadn't been impressed before, he certainly was now. Yes, Izuku would be perfectly safe here. Perfect, and we will be sure to keep you updated if there are any changes to this. Night Eye added, and as he predicted, Izuku settled almost immediately. As if remembering that he wasn't alone. That he had people who cared now. "I understand you recently had an evolution of your quirk? You don't have to tell me everything, but would you like any extra support? Or have any worries you would like to tell me? We just wish for you to be safe, there is no judgment." He is still learning odd aspects, such as the flowers, different colors display his moods. Izuku automatically heals himself using any water in the room. He has a water bottle specially for that, but it may need more. After that the notes continued, including the need for warning of exams so he could let the hospital know. Izuku tuned them out when the discussion of the trials came up. He didn't want to think about that, not now. The panic already clawing its way up from the inside out. Panic that dissipated the moment he saw the first question on the test. Q1, what is the definition of a villain according to law enforcement? This had to be easy. He knew this, he could do this. Q12, list 3 plants that have a beneficial relationship with fire. Q34, state Hyoki's law. The rest of the questions were sporadic in nature, with Izuku quickly recognizing they were testing his ability in a wide range of subjects as well as deduction, reasoning, and thinking under pressure. Why else would a question suddenly ask about ancient Norse mythology if not to see how he dealt with the unknown? There was a certain comfort to it though, to answer each question carefully. He missed the bright unnerving smile from the teacher watching him. Each answer he saw pulling his grin wider and wider. Oh, he was going to enjoy teaching this student. A brain that was actually used was such a rare thing, especially in one so young. He might actually enjoy teaching this year. Izuku had spent the previous evening discussing his test with Night Eye, debating the points back and forth. The latter taking a few tries before they both grew confident enough to mention the other might not have seen it correctly. Both trying not to think about what was happening the next day. Izuku wished he hadn't woken up as early as he did. Or that his plants needed more tending that morning. A new hero debut to analyze would have also been welcome, but his wishes were ignored. It was an odd feeling to get used to again. Neither Night Eye or Dr. Kubo disagreed with that sentiment much. Both men would have preferred to delay this meeting as long as possible. Along with rushed talks during Izuku's work shift and a few coded emails, they had come up with a plan, of sorts. "Izuku, we need to leave." Night Eye spoke softly as he stood by the front door. Hand clasped on his signature briefcase. His eyes tight as he watched his son drag his feet across towards him. The pair were slow in making their way to the train station, only pausing in their almost mechanical movements when Dr. Kubo joined them after 2 stops. Though none of them spoke, an inclination of their heads the only sign they had even noticed each other. 10 stops later and it was just a few more streets. A few more minutes. The densely packed buildings gave way to a vast circular campus protected by an intricate white wall. Set directly in the middle was a towering building, taller than any they had come across on the way. Whatever was holding the building together was a bright shining white, just one shade off of being blinding. With tall windows taking up the north side wall. Grass gardens surrounding it up to the walls. No flowers in sight. Izuku didn't need to get any closer to know the grass was fake. The thick soles of his smart shoes clicked against the tarmac path. Everything felt just a little off. As if someone was attempting to be human but had missed the mark. Izuku couldn't help but think of the medieval paintings of cats that looked like a second-hand account. Take a deep breath. You're fine. Dr. Kubo leant into Izuku just for a second. Long enough to whisper those words into his ear before taking a step away. Hands clenching and unclenching on his thigh. Night Eye lowered his chin trying to hide a soft smile at the immediate breath Izuku took. Sometimes he wondered if Izuku ever forgot to breathe. The reception area was just as grand and lifeless as the outside. Only a wide-set receptionist desk manned by a young male marred the far wall. A vast expanse of intricate colored marble set in the floor divided the area into a stark minimalist waiting area. The kind with chairs that looked as if they were made deliberately to be uncomfortable. Izuku hated them on principle. The other areas held a huge aquarium with fish that still looked too cramped together for any to be comfortable, and several lifts to the upper floors. Good morning. May I have your appointment details? The receptionist was the overly happy sort. The kind whose smile was most definitely fake, and Izuku couldn't help but respect how well he managed to keep it up. Izuku let the question hang in the air for a moment, trying to see if there was any hidden meaning in the words, but eventually politeness won out. I have my first annual assessment, my handler is Ishii, and my name is Sasaki Izuku. Izuku was still unused to how his own name sounded in his mouth, but he kept the slight smile off of his lips. He didn't want the man before him to know anything more than he had to. He had seen that smile all too often with Inko to see it as anything other than bad news. The smile stayed plastered onto the receptionist's face as he typed away at the computer before him. Head tilted to the side in what had to be an attempt at innocence. The humming from his throat coming out in a staccato beat. Too irregular to tell much from it, even if Izuku had known Morse code. Though he filed that idea away for later. Handler Ishii, there is a Sasaki Izuku here to see you. The man spoke with his fingers pressed onto a pale blue button to the right of the keyboard before waving the small group to the seating area. No further words passing his lips. The minutes seeped by as slow as treacle. The only sounds the tapping of the receptionist's fingers on the keyboard. Sasaki Izuku, pleasure to finally meet you in person. Ishii was a tall man, similar in height to Night Eye, perhaps just an inch taller, although that might be down to his rather dapper shoes. Beside him was an almost as tall female, lizard-like scales protruding from the sleeves of her blouse and down the outside of her legs. I am Senior Assessor Fuki and this is your handler Ishii. Please come with us, all of you. The woman's voice was clipped, and as stiff as her scraped back bun would lead you to believe. Ishii was in a similar state of dress. Impeccable clothing that looked to be just ironed, not a crease out of place. And hair perfectly coiffed into the perfect style for his handsome features. Izuku wondered once more if this was part of the assessment too. Izuku found himself wedged between Night Eye and Dr. Kubo, as if that could protect him from the twin perfection in front of him. All the way to the lifts he couldn't help the thought that he should have just stayed in bed. The office was a pale imitation of the one Fairbrook Kyoka had. Sure, it took up the same amount of floor space. More even. But the main office, the one with the desk and chair, sat in the middle surrounded by glass walls but otherwise ruined any flow the room could have had. It was a room built for intimidation over use. Night Eye was well used to such places. Such design work rarely led to good things. There was no sense that this office actually belonged to either of the pair. None of the books, just files with no labels on the spine. The furniture was dark, a stark contrast to the sterile white of everything else. Even Kyoka, who had appeared just in time to follow them up, looked uncomfortable in this place. Izuku took some comfort in the twitch to her lips as she saw the surroundings. It even extended to the more interactive elements. The desk, too clean, looked like it had come straight from a showroom. Instead of a comfortable sofa, 4 wooden chairs were set up, wooden chairs that had to be less comfortable than any school chair Izuku had ever sat in. He wondered for a moment if Akihane had sat in chairs like this. If he now sat where the angel boy had. Miss Fairbrook's notes were fairly detailed, however we prefer our own data for our personal archives. I am sure you understand. Miss Fairbrook's notes mention your own, we'd like to take a look. Ishii let his voice trail off, a sickening sort of smile affixed to his face. The kind that turned the stomachs of all who saw it. Izuku glanced across to Dr. Kubo, who nodded, his lips pressed into a sharp thin line. He flipped to the latest entry, apart hoping they wouldn't actually look through it. A glance would do surely? If only Izuku was that lucky. Name, Sasaki Izuku. Age, 10. Quirk, Hydrophyte. Basics, Hydrophyte is a dual-output quirk, allowing the user to manipulate and grow plants while also controlling and pulling water from the surrounding area. The user can also heal with the water side of their quirk. Named after a class of plants that grow in or near water. Third self-assessment basics. Water side. The user can extract water from the surrounding area, as yet undefined. The user can extract water from anything as long as the molecules are present, e.g. from other people, buildings, etc. The user is currently unable to create water even if it can look as such. The manipulated water exceeds normal bounds, e.g. being able to lift, push, grapple, float and throw large objects. The user can use water to heal both self and others. Self-healing is involuntary and happens automatically as response to injury. External healing requires the user to deliberately heal the other person. With a few millimeters of water needed to coat the wound in order to aid the healing process. Using this aspect of the quirk uses a high amount of calories. The user is advised to keep energy bars and drinks on him at all times. Thus far the user has been able to heal broken bones, third-degree burns, exploded shoulder. See apprentice notes for further examples. The user can also heal previously healed wounds including scars, leaving unblemished skin. The user can heal torn muscle for muscle building purposes. The user's memory seems to have increased, more testing needed. Plant side. The user can manipulate plant matter in the surrounding area, from blades of grass, to flowers to trees. The user can also grow plants of all types around him from nothing. The user has found flowers grow in his hair and their colors have meanings so far the user has noted: deep pink for embarrassment, pale blue for anxiety, red for hurt, yellow for happy, bright blue for concentrating, and white for confident. The user can bloom any flower in the surrounding area even in the middle of winter. The user can manipulate plants far past their usual limits, e.g. bending a tree towards the ground, increasing the size past normal limits and creating shields or additions out of plant matter. The user has found if they are in danger a wooden shield will spring up around him to protect him. The user can create pseudo-creatures out of plant matter. This began with arms but the user has managed to create miniature horses, cats and goldfish out of plant matter. Max specifications. The user can manipulate 50 gallons of water at one time. This has doubled since the evolution. 23 gallons is a comfortable amount of water for the user to manipulate before straining his quirk. 10 gallons can shove or lift a weight of 100 kilograms. 20 gallons can shove or lift a weight of 250 kilograms. 10-meter radius for plants blooming. The user can create pseudo-creatures up to 10 inches tall. The user can control up to 3 pseudo-creatures at once. Noted side effects. The amount of calories needed is currently growing with the abilities used. It fluctuates based on the use of quirk but the user needs several servings at meals and high-calorie energy bars to correct the deficit. Healing causes a fuzzy or tipsy effect that lasts up to 2 hours after. This can cause difficulty thinking. If the user tries to manipulate more water or plant matter than able, it causes a headache which increases with time. Freshly healed skin can be sensitive and the user has found his skin has raised in sensitivity since the evolution. Something to keep an eye on. If the user attempts to draw more water than readily available, the water will come from other people, dehydrating them and potentially causing harm. This is to be avoided. A deep-seated huff of hot air forced itself from Ishii as he finished reading the neat kanji that made up the 2-page spread. Pseudo-creatures was new, and something he just had to see. This could be even better than the last kid. This one was almost perfect. Maybe with a little adjustment he could be truly perfect. Most informative, thank you. He held the book out, holding it a second longer than necessary. Izuku's tensed shoulders told him all he needed to know. Skittish subjects were the worst to deal with, ones with protective parents even more so. Izuku enjoys quirk analysis. Night Eye interjected after a moment's silence. He had not taken his eyes off of Ishii since the man took that book. There was something, maybe the too wide smile or the eyes, yes, something was odd in Ishii's eyes. It spelt trouble, and Izuku was his son. His to protect. I can tell, he certainly has a talent for it. It will do him well in his future career. Ishii commented with a smile that was supposed to look kind. But it was as if he hadn't ever seen anyone be kind, merely had the emotion dictated to him by someone who had seen it years prior. A tad too uncanny to be real. It does well in his current one. Dr. Kubo couldn't stop the words from spilling through his pursed lips. Izuku couldn't help the pleased flush to his cheeks nor the deep pink flowers sprouting across his green hair. It's odd to see that effect in person. Fuki had so far been quiet in her observations. The only sound coming from her fingers tapping at the screen. Her nails just long enough to clack annoyingly against the screen. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, trying to remember Mamoru's advice. Play the game, remember the rules. Play nice, make them think you know less than you do, they disappear people who don't play along, you are not the only player on the team, make yourself big enough to not disappear. Most of all, don't forget Akihane. They fall out quickly, mind if I use the rubbish bin? Izuku lifted a hand to rub the back of his neck as he spoke, his gaze fixed on the one crack in the otherwise pristine flooring. And if Izuku happened to use his 1000 megawatt smile on the pair seated the other side of the desk, no one else had to know about it. Ishii's agreement was all he had wanted after all. Playing nice he was good at. After all, he had years of practice. Fuki took a second longer to nod at him. He sent another too bright smile their way, and he decided to ignore the spluttering cough from Kyoka beside him. The bin was beside the desk, and it too looked as if it had been placed there just hours before. Too perfect to be real, only two balled-up pieces of paper with unreadable writing. They were swiftly buried under pink flowers. I read in both sets of notes that Sasaki's healing ability is growing, could you elaborate? Fuki asked the moment Izuku sat back down. He glanced towards Dr. Kubo for a second, unsure who needed to answer. When Miss Fairbrook first introduced me to Izuku he required several inches of water coverage in order to heal, and several minutes. He was also rather limited on what he could heal. Since then he has improved on all fronts, he can now heal with a centimeter or less of water, his timings have reduced significantly, and we are steadily expanding the types of injuries he can heal. Dr. Kubo spoke in a tone Izuku hadn't heard since their first meeting. It was rather odd to have the warm caring mentor replaced with the head of department. It was almost calming, to know he wasn't the only one playing a game in that moment. Chess had always been a fun game to play. How are you expanding the types of injury? Neither set of notes elaborate on that point. Ishii asked after letting his greasy smile sit on his face for a moment too long. DDRKK Kubo gave me extra reading as PP part of my apprenticeship. I have found an increased understanding in how healing or injuries affect the body and how scars are formed the better I can heal. I expand BB based on this new knowledge, it's similar to my P-plant side, I need to know the P-plant and understand it to be able to create it. The speed also seems to be linked to this, although it could be linked to the extended healing I have done on shift and therefore my limits have reduced naturally. I will have to await for more DD data to be sure though. Izuku trailed off with another blush when he noticed everyone staring at him. He willed the bright pink flowers into his hair, less than before. He didn't think anyone noticed that fact though. Perhaps he leant a little too hard into the rambling angle if the creased forehead of Night Eye was any indication, but he couldn't be sorry. Not yet. Izuku had never been more glad for his evenings with Mamoru. Sure, coding and electronics were fun, but learning a playbook? How to play a situation to your favor. That was about to save him. Possibly more than just him. Play 1, pretend you aren't too upset at the situation. Play 2, act as if you were giving information without giving anything away they wouldn't already know. Play 3, act innocent, you're young enough to pull it off, let them make conclusions. Play 4, establish a baseline early, easily embarrassed, excited, one you can keep up even if disturbed. Never let them know you're upset. Izuku kept the inane grin on his face as he watched the adults slowly turn back away from him. Only Ishii's weight-filled gaze remained on him, those eyes piercing deeply into his soul. Though Ishii didn't seem to actually be seeing Izuku, it was more THLOEs of a man eyeing an expensive bottle of scotch. Not pleasant. You're dedicated. That's a good trait to have. It will serve you well in the future. Ishii tilted his head to the side, assessing the young boy in front of him. Too old to be taken, too new to the school and with too many to notice him gone. Even the last kid had been cutting it. He would bet Sir Night Eye would certainly have issues with it too. He was too valuable to alienate. Fuki was having similar issues, though she was a much more pragmatic case. She glanced over Izuku activating her quirk with each movement he made, noting down how his muscle mass was denser but better developed than most his age. The fibers knitted tighter together, it gave him an extra couple of points to his score. A score she was happy to note was improving rapidly. Izuku had quickly decided he hated the tests. He hated every single moment of 5 people watching him obey. Even if one was his new dad, who was at least attempting to look as if he wasn't uncomfortable. Kyoka had even got her own notes out. She was smirking too. I hope you don't mind, I'm always excited to see any improvements Sasaki makes. Kyoka threw a wink in Izuku's direction as he spluttered in her direction, making sure Fuki couldn't see, and her own sheepish grin in place giving her permission from the terse-looking woman. Izuku decided in that moment that Kyoka owed him several pints of ice cream. 4 hours. The assessments took 4 hours. And 20,000 calories in that 4 hours. Kyoka had already promised to take him out for ice cream afterwards. While Night Eye had quietly promised Katsudon, maybe he'd even order it in special as a treat. Dr. Kubo on the other hand couldn't take his gaze away from Izuku, even when 3 pseudo-creatures surrounded him, each moving differently as instructed. No, he was staring at Izuku, his apprentice. One he was sure looked more stressed than he had even when dealing with the fallout from an Endeavor fight. Izuku was spent. He hadn't felt this tired since before the quirk evolution. Wasn't that an odd thought? It caught him just before he retook his seat before the desk. He slept, but tired wasn't really a factor, not how it used to be. Not the bone-deep tiredness. That was a worry for later Izuku. He stared up trying to fight back the temptation to sink into the chair. Instead keeping his gaze locked on Ishii, bright smile fixed in place with a soft nervous chuckle in the silence. Fuki blinked across at the young boy for a moment before dipping her head, whispering into Ishii's ear. A smile lighting up both their faces. Izuku had the distinct impression it only meant bad things for him. Well, Sasaki, we have a proposal. Ishii paused, and Izuku got the distinct feeling this wasn't a proposal so much as an order. That sick greasy feeling whenever one of them looked his directed increased tenfold at this. Your healing is at an incredibly high level. Therefore we are willing to offer a special quirk license. Think of it as an extension of your apprenticeship under Dr. Kubo. Fuki continued. It did nothing to stop the ice shooting through the tip of Adult's veins at what was coming. Or the static taking over Izuku's thoughts. He wished he had missed the underlying meaning. We are willing to give you a special healer support license. You will be available to heal heroes and civilians on site when you come across villain attacks. You will have a quirk license to use it only in these circumstances, just as you do for the hospital. Under a hero or paramedic's guidance, of course. Fuki tilted her head to the side, as a robot would to imitate a human. Her smile stretched across perfect teeth and a bit too bright for the words tumbling from them. Her speech only interrupted by a tittering giggle that erupted at her own joke. You will of course have access to one of our Joho tablets. This one is yours, already set up with the necessary apps. Keep it on your person, it will beep if you are within range of an attack where your services are required. Get the hero or paramedic to sign in the Shiharai app after scanning your license and you'll be compensated. Ishii leant down into one of the desk drawers for the briefest of moments. His movement slow and careful, pulling out a pristine white box with a stylized image of a thin tablet. Izuku couldn't help but be reminded of the pre-quirk company Apple's designs. Arrange? What KK kind of C compensation? Izuku didn't have to exaggerate his stutter this time. His brain stuck ticking over the information again and again. He couldn't even think around that, his body trembling as black flowers sprouted across his hair. Black meant terror. The Sagasu software will alert at different intervals, depending on the level of incident. Its main setting is roughly the equivalent of 2 city blocks. Compensation will also depend on incident level. Ishii twirled the pen in his hand. No one missed how he hadn't really answered the question, and the sinking feeling only grew under that weighted gaze. Kyoka desperately wanted to wrap Izuku in her arms, or run. Running sounded good, and Night Eye wasn't far behind her on that. Every nerve in his body alighting with the same conviction. That greasy-looking smile on Ishii's face spelt nothing good. Get Izuku and run, but he couldn't. He couldn't. A hand caught Izuku as he reached out to take the tablet still being shoved in his direction. An old wrinkled hand. How will this affect his work with me? My apprentice needs to be at his best for work after all. For his qualification. Dr. Kubo huffed out the last, his arms folded in front of him. The same stern glare as earlier affixed on his face, and same gruffness to his voice. Izuku sent a silent prayer of thanks to Kyoka for sending Dr. Kubo his way. Sasaki needn't go out of his way, and Sagasu can be turned off during shift hours or set to only be on outside of work and school. Ishii's easy response still didn't quite do enough to settle their heightened nerves. What happens if he can't attend a request? Dr. Kubo asked the question, and the whole world ground to a halt, stopping the conversation in its tracks. Silence fell. Minutes could have passed. I don't see that being an issue. Ishii spoke after a quick glance towards his colleague. Izuku just managed to refrain from rolling his eyes at that. No matter how mature he tried to act, sometimes his age showed all too well. Well, we shall be off then. Izuku needs some rest and perhaps a meal or two before his shift this afternoon. Dr. Kubo stood, ready to dismiss the pair from their own office. The glint in their eyes told him otherwise. A low chuckle escaped from Ishii's chest. The kind that sent goosebumps up Izuku's arms. We just need to get his license printed, and a photo for it. Izuku could swear he heard all 3 of his companions swear under their breath. All 3 were curse words Bakugou had never used. Which was an achievement in and of itself. The license shone with holographic details in the cool-toned hospital lights. It was almost 1.5 times the size of a credit card, but a bright pure white, set in a black lanyard clip. A lanyard he had some sort of choice in. A white one or a black one, neither with any identifying features. It had been looped onto the keychain of his backpack and tucked into the pocket of his bag, but he just wanted another look at it. Make sure it hadn't been a nightmare. Are you sure you are up to your shift? Dr. Kubo had asked that several times over the last couple of hours. Even offering to let Izuku have the whole weekend off at one point. They can track me now, can't they? They'll know. Izuku couldn't help the words stuttering as he forced them out, unable to even stop the trembling in his form. Alright, but, take an extra long break, okay? Dr. Kubo finally relented, passing his charge off to a Nurse Mudo. Izuku liked her immediately. She was a kind-looking woman. With long sweeping black hair that was intricately braided to keep it out of her eyes and a round face that suited her permanent smile. Nice to finally work with you, Apprentice Sasaki. I'm Nurse Mudo. But I guess he already said that, huh? I've set up your booth, and have some extra energy bars if needed, just let me know, okay? Her dark brown eyes glanced over him, sharp shark-like teeth digging into her bottom lip, worrying it. This boy didn't look well enough to be on shift in her opinion. But, it wasn't her choice. Thank you. And nice to work with you too. Izuku stuttered out his reply and Nurse Mudo had to hold back a squeal at the cuteness. Oh. Dr. Shinso is in the same area, he'll probably check in too. With that, Nurse Mudo waved and left, no doubt to fetch a patient. Leaving Izuku to slump into his chair. Lanyard stuffed back into his bag, and energy drink placed within easy reach. He really did have to thank Night Eye for that. Or All Might, he supposed. Miss Gwen, this is Apprentice Sasaki. He'll be looking after you today. Nurse Mudo led in a young-looking woman, or perhaps an old-looking girl, certainly not out of high school. Certainly not Japanese either. I speak little Japanese? Gwen spoke carefully, shifting on her feet despite the obvious discomfort it brought. I can speak a little English, if it's easier. Can you let me know what's wrong, please, Miss Gwen? The switch to English surprised both women, eyes wide as they glanced at him, though Gwen relaxed somewhat at the sound of it. Izuku was rustier than he liked to admit, a faint pink shading in his cheeks. Thank you. I have karate at the weekend? I was hit a bit too hard, my sensei sent me here to get checked out. My ribs, she replied easily, lifting the edge of her caramel-colored top enough to show off the deep purple and red bruising. I see, do you mind lying down for me? Just so it's easier to heal you. Do you have someone in the waiting room? You'll need someone afterward, my quirk can leave you feeling a bit dizzy. Izuku carried on as professionally as he could, cursing the lack of more specific English. It was certainly a goal to add to the list, learn English to a hospital level. Gwen beamed at the younger boy before hopping up onto the table and lying down, shimmying her trousers down just enough to expose the rest of the bruise. It looked angrier on the second look. Let me get the tap. Nurse Mudo was clearly out of her depth. She understood the occasional word, but French had been her language of choice. The tap at least was something she could do. Izuku stood up from the stool he had slumped onto, his eyes alighting as his quirk activated. Gwen couldn't help but watch as the water arced around him, following a path only Izuku seemed to know. The cool liquid hit her fevered skin, before spreading thinly across the expanse of her stomach and side. Izuku frowned at what he felt. It was something he really hadn't wanted to tell the HPSC, that he could now detect wounds. He wasn't even sure how Gwen had remained standing, let alone able to walk on her own. 2 broken ribs, a bruised kidney and even a small bleed. He whispered his findings to Nurse Mudo, who in turn frowned softly before nodding his direction and noting it on the sheet. All in the few moments it took for Gwen to be back to her normal self. Thank you. You fixed it. Gwen made a move to throw herself at Izuku, only to fall to the ground in a slump the moment she tried to stand. Nurse Mudo huffed silently. Looks like it'll be a fun shift. She whispered to Izuku, already stooping to help Gwen to her feet and out to the waiting room. Izuku wished that she hadn't been right. For the first time he legged it all the way to the break room. Dr. Shinso's laugh following him the entire way down, the traitor. Sending him the little girl with a water quirk who had yelled at him for stealing her specialty. At least the good doctor had apologized. Even if it was while laughing. Izuku had planned to crash on one of the sofas for an hour. Had even pictured which one he wanted. The plush royal blue one that was against the window and had matching cushions. But someone was already there. A purple-haired boy, who was almost as tall as the Todoroki boy. Almost. Not that it mattered much, those long legs stretched out to take up the entirety of the royal blue sofa. Sorry that Izuku had had entirely too much. His brain just didn't want to think anymore. Quite frankly, he couldn't blame it. Just spit it out. Hitoshi huffed out. Trying to sound more enthusiastic than he felt, but still sounding half dead. Jeju, sorry B, but are you by any chance related to Dr. Shinso? I am sorry if TTH. He's my dad. You must be Sasaki Izuku? I'm Shinso Hitoshi. How'd you work it out? Why your hair and why you have a similar presence I guess? That probably means you have a speech-related quirk too, right? Why yeah. I do. Sorry D, didn't mean to upset you. I find your Dr. Shinso's quirk fascinating, and just assumed, sorry. Okay, the boy was being too adorable for his own good. He was more like a kitten than a boy really. Hitoshi wasn't going to let this continue before he knew where they stood. Of course Izuku would always be higher, a strong quirk demanded it, but maybe he wasn't as bad as some. I got a weaker version. He puts people under. I just can mind control people if they answer a question. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck for a moment, wincing at the silence that fell for a moment. It was almost painful. But a sudden stream of violent mumbling sounded and he looked across to the starry-eyed boy practically vibrating in place. Weaker. Weaker, he says. Oh, that's just so cool. I wonder if he could get through panic attacks or a terrified mind. Is it any response or does it have to be a purposeful one like the DRS? The rambling continued, but Hitoshi had stopped trying to make out the words. Instead just staring at the shorter boy who practically had hearts in his eyes. He hadn't stepped away. In fact, he was closer. I can't understand when you talk that fast. Hitoshi managed to force out after several more moments of trying to listen to the aggressive mumbling from the shorter boy. Sorry. Izuku leapt backwards with a deep blush and bright pink sprouting flowers. Luckily for his sanity, none landed on the tall purple-haired boy. You aren't afraid? Hitoshi regretted the words the moment they left his mouth. Watching the green-haired boy's awkward smile fall into a look of utter despair. Oh. No, never. Not of your quirk. And there it was. Hitoshi couldn't help but stare at the boy in front of him. They were the same, not mirrored certainly, but the same nonetheless. Most people say otherwise. Hitoshi wasn't sure why he kept speaking, maybe just to keep the greenette's attention on him. They're wrong, Dr. Kubo, everyone has been telling me that you know? People used to hate me for mine too, but none were afraid, they shouldn't be. Izuku trailed off, staring up at his new friend. He hoped they were friends. Maybe Hitoshi could join his study sessions with Todoroki? Set for Mondays after school, he hoped so. He just wished his friends weren't so tall. The first time I used it I couldn't switch it off. A girl walked into a table because I told her to go away. I just wanted to know why she picked on me. Hitoshi couldn't stop the word vomit if he tried. The incident itching under his skin, telling him to warn the boy. That everyone was right about him. He didn't deserve the bright boy's sympathy. Two hands clasped around one of his. Why, you didn't mean it. You didn't know. If that's the worst thing you can think of, when you were 4, you're doing pretty good. Izuku half-whispered, unwilling to speak louder than necessary and spook his purple-haired friend. Hitoshi in that moment knew he had to protect Izuku. Someone so kind couldn't be left unprotected. If that meant he accepted the phone number exchange and offer to study together? No one had to know. No one had to see the smile creeping its way across his face either when Izuku finished his break. The green-haired boy stopping briefly to wave with the brightest smile Hitoshi had ever seen. His first friend. He found he rather liked that idea. The end of the weekend ushered in a new set of emotions to Izuku. He had almost forgotten, what with all the HPSC, that he was to start a new school on the Monday. A school that Night Eye was so proud of him for getting into. Let alone being in the 99th percentile of those taking the test. The bright smile sent his way was warm. Warm enough to burn someone and used to such affection. Izuku was desperate for more now. He had a taste of someone parental and he understood other kids' reactions now. How they ran to tell parents their test results, how they told their parents everything. He wondered just when he had started thinking of Night Eye was a parent. Probably the defense of him during the HPSC examination. Or maybe the katsudon he ordered in from the fancy place that evening without prompting. Or when he found out Izuku was meeting friends and rather than getting upset at him, or berating him for doing something not work-related, the man had asked if he needed any money or recommendations for places to go. So maybe Izuku was feeling more than a little spoiled. Izuku walked down the corridors, nowhere near as decrepit as his old school. No scuff marks from explosions or fires, no scratches in the floor, or unknown stains on the ceiling. Just clean and well kept. The classrooms were even clearly labeled. His was the second to last in the east wing. A door tall enough for 2 Izukus to be stacked on top of each other and still fit through comfortably. Probably widthways too. Izuku walked into his class and almost immediately regretted it. He didn't think he'd ever seen a class so small. 10 students turned to stare at him, pleasant smiles tugging at the edges of their lips. All in the same pleasant burgundy uniform trimmed with black. The cream blouses and buttoned-up shirts added to the pleasant look, much less harsh than his previous uniform had looked. He hoped it wasn't just that made the students seem much nicer too. Class, please welcome our new student Sasaki Izuku. Sensei Ito bowed his head towards the class, who bowed their head in turn. Good morning, Sasaki. The 10 students responded, none of them sounding sarcastic. Only 1 or 2 sounding forced. You'll be seated behind Morimoto. Please raise your hand so Sasaki knows who you are. Sensei Ito continued, sending a soft smile Izuku's way. The young boy held his hand up. He had aquamarine hair that seemed to defy all known laws of gravity. Morimoto was one of the less enthusiastic. Izuku took his seat anyway. I am Sensei Ito, and I ask you to address me as such. Sasaki, if you need any help or wish to answer a question, please raise your hand. We don't allow for yelling in this class. Sensei Ito nodded once more in Izuku's direction before going back to the mathematics problem on the board. Ones Izuku knew, but not for any reason he wanted to disclose. Mamoru was a hard taskmaster. Can anyone answer this equation? Sensei Ito asked after a brief pause from the sound of marker on whiteboard. Silence filled the classroom, but eventually Izuku raised his hand. Sensei Ito nodded in his direction. X is equal to 68.75. The silence continued. Sensei Ito's smile grew wider. His hand smacking into the board. Should have known that. Morimoto hissed under his breath, but there was no heat to the words. No anger directed solely Izuku's way. No one laughed, no mean comments about being a SCK up. Nothing. Maybe Izuku liked his new school. None of the other classes disappointed either. The same 10 other students always in the same room. Given 5-minute breaks between the lessons, to talk, and people even talked to him. But nothing would ever be as good as the taster lesson in horticulture after lunch. Ran by Sensei Iro, a tall man with shoulders double the width of his waist. With thick ringlets pulled into a messy bun at the base of his skull and skin darkened from a lifetime in the sun. Ah, Sasaki. I've been told all about you. Planning on joining the club, huh? You'll be working with an upperclassman, Kohara. She can get you set up. Just turn right at the orchid and follow the purple row until you hear humming. Sensei Iro huffed out a half laugh and sent Izuku on his way. Not entirely sure why the sensei wasn't the one he would be studying under. The greenhouse was nearly as big as the east wing, with raised flower beds and hedges dividing it into corridors and streets. Plants divided for temperature, soil type, and even seemingly so they didn't hurt other plants. Kohara was just where Sensei Iro had said she would be. Stood in the corner by the roses, humming away to a classical tune. Her leaf green hair floating lightly in the circulating air. Oh, Sasaki. Sensei Iro said you might be in today. I love getting new members. Kohara spun on her heel, with a smile nearly as enthusiastic as her voice. Pink flowers began to sprout in Izuku's green curls. And nice to meet you too. Thank you for having me. He bowed lower than he needed to. It helped to get the flowers dislodged. Not that Kohara even seemed to notice. Her eyes had hearts in them. Ah, aren't you adorable? How much experience with looking after plants do you have? Just so I know? She stepped closer, hands clasped together as she desperately forced herself to not hug him. Or to try and identify the flowers from his hair, but the hugging was most prominent. My quirk works with plants, but usually ones I create? I have some flowers at home I look after but mostly orchids. I've had the oldest for 5 years I think. Izuku racked his brain to try and think of the moment his father had handed it to his mother. One night later it had been in the bin, still looking pretty and healthy. Izuku had rescued it. Most of his plants were rescues. A cackling laugh interrupted his thoughts. There was a gleam in Kohara's eyes that terrified Izuku. Another plant quirk user. No human should be able to make the noise Kohara did as she launched herself at Izuku. A high-pitched giggle accompanying it. Her arms wrapped tightly around him, just like Lotus did. Except that Kohara spun him around on the spot, still giggling. Manners, Kohara. Sensei Iroha's dulcet tones could be heard over the low hum of the sprinkler system and Kohara's incessant giggling. Sorry. It's just always so exciting. We're officially buddies now, you know. We gotta stick together. AG is another. He'll be along later. He can do all sorts of stuff with plant roots. I can talk to plants, or they talk to me. Just basic things like what they need, usually complaints about their water levels. Some conversations, they're real gossips. But you said, you can create some? Oh, Kohara had just found her new protege. Nothing could stop her rambling, even the annoyed glare of their sensei. Plant quirks were rarer than people like to think. Especially ones focused on growing or helping. She didn't count pro hero Annome, who excluded different plant poisons from her pores. Seriously, that barely counted as plant-related. Why yeah, and manipulate them, and any plant really. It might be interesting to check if my plants act the same as real ones? With you able to communicate with them? Izuku tilted his head as the possibilities threatened to short-circuit his mind. Do it. Kohara's excitement bit through his own. It only took a couple of seconds to grow an orchid in his hands, one matching that first present from his father. Kohara's gaze never left the plant as it sprung from nothing. There were no discernible words coming from Kohara's mouth, barely anything audible at all in fact. But there was something. It's amazing. I didn't even realize plants could have accents. Yours can talk to me, but it's almost clunky? Like speaking a second language, some words and phrases aren't quite perfect. Kohara began to ramble on about the intricate differences and similarities. Soon enough every other student had stopped to stare at the pair, unable to understand a word of what was being said. Izuku did though. Do different plants speak differently? And normally I mean? Izuku asked in a small gap as Kohara took a breath. If anyone, Sensei Iroh included, thought this had stopped the intense discussion, they were sorely mistaken. Different species can. Orchids sound kinda posh, but anything from the rose family sounds like a lady from one of the old princess movies. I haven't been out of Japan though, so maybe if I get some American plants they'll sound American? I need Sensei Iroh to let me get some for the greenhouse. The gasping sound Kohara made would not have been out of place in one of those movies either. What do you want now? Sensei Iroh looked as if this was normal for Kohara, or like a beleaguered uncle realizing he didn't want kids of his own. A rather interesting look on a teacher. American flowers. Sasaki gave me an idea and I need to test it. Kohara stepped forward, hands clasped in front of her chest. Even her bottom lip jutted out in an attempt to beg. You get along then? Sensei Iroh looked over Kohara's head towards Izuku, who nodded slightly with a faint pink-stained blush. He's my kohai and you can fight me for him. Kohara half-growled this, putting her arm out as if she could stop Sensei Iroh getting closer. No fighting please? Izuku's trembling voice sounded from a few steps behind her. Shush pumpkin, your senpai is speaking. She called over her shoulder with a blinding smile before glaring back at her teacher. What type of flowers? Sensei Iroh at least looked ashamed at giving in to the upperclassman. What do you think, kohai? Orchids and some sunflowers? They look so pretty, I've wanted some here for ages. She ticked off a list on her fingers, completely ignoring their sensei. You only have a year and a half left here, you know? At least Sensei Iroh was trying to make things better, not that Izuku thought it would work. A few minutes and he already had plans for Kohara never to meet Lotus or Kyoka. But that's forever. Todoroki glanced at the last message from Izuku, double-checking the address of the cafe they were meeting at. As he thought, he was at the right place. He just hadn't expected it to be a cat cafe. With two cats trying to paw at him through the window. It suited his green-haired friend. One of the kittens was bright white with eyes that had to match Izuku's hair. Surely playing with that one wouldn't be too odd? Todoroki didn't stop to check the scarless reflection in the window. But, if his fingers traces the shape of where burn-roughened skin used to be, no one had the right to mention it. Welcome to Nikko Heya. I'm your hostess Miyata. Do you have a table booked? The young woman at the front booth was too bright. Pink hair, too smiley. Too hyper. But without a sign of the shock of green hair, he couldn't avoid her. I am meeting a friend here, the table should be booked under Sasaki. He tried not to let his annoyance show. It wasn't her fault after all. Sasaki isn't here yet, but I can take you to his table if you like. Would you also like a menu and a kitten menu? Todoroki blinked at the woman twice before realizing what the latter meant. A laminated page being handed over with pictures of the various cats and their names and personalities. Yes to both. He nodded after a moment, taking the page from her and following Miyata to the secluded corner table that had the softest seating. The white cat was number 3 on the list, Shiroi, denoted as a princess who loved a lap. Have any idea on what you would like? Miyata just didn't know when to leave, but this once it was useful. I'll have a cup of tea please, and could I pet Shiroi for a bit? He indicated the cat on the sheet, but Miyata was already nodding. I'll get her first. A minute later, the white ball of fluff with Izuku's special brand of green eyes was sat on his lap, purring gently. So long as he was petting her with his left hand at least. Whenever he stopped she looked as if he'd killed her sainted mother. The tea followed a couple of minutes later, not that he noticed. The bell above the door had sounded and Izuku had arrived, stranger in tow. Todoroki knew who was with him. Sasaki had warned of his other friend. Just not how close they were. Laughing together as Izuku bounded across the room to them. Todoroki. I hope you weren't waiting long. Exuberant, but he could handle it from Izuku. That bright smile sent his way may have helped some too. Hey. Hitoshi. That was the boy's name. Purple hair reaching towards the sky. Hello. Two could play at that game. Izuku twisted between the two boys with a soft sort of frown. He had been so sure they would like each other. Maybe they just needed a little time? Either way, he needed a kitten to pet. The pair slid into the booth the opposite side to Todoroki, settling in with a request for hot chocolate and coffee. The hot chocolate was Izuku's obviously. With extra marshmallows too and a double chocolate chip muffin please. I did not realize you liked cat cafes, Sasaki? Todoroki asked after a moment, his hand never leaving Shiroi. The purring fur all having snuggled closer to his warmer side. I haven't been to one before actually. My Yuan uncle likes them and recommended this one for us. Izuku stumbled over that word, for once in his life not for stuttering reasons. It was a word he was unused to saying. One brand new. One hadn't expected. Izuku still wasn't exactly sure how Aizawa and present Mike became his uncles. He was attending another underground hero with Aizawa having brought them in. The pro had even smiled at him. It took all his cool to not ask for an autograph. Just, call me Uncle Kid. Hizashi offers the same. Aizawa told him right as he had begun healing the other pro. Izuku couldn't help the blush rising as he recalled stumbling and falling into the wall at that. He still couldn't quite believe it. Not enough to not call him it though. Your uncle has good taste. Hitoshi nodded softly after a moment, already finding himself swarmed by two black cats, one of which was attempting to climb him. Its tiny little murder knives digging into the soft material of his shirt. It was perfect. That's Cordelia. My uncle likes her too. At least, that's what Izuku supposed from the man grumbling about his tall blonde idiot of a husband not letting him adopt the terror. Todoroki and Hitoshi watched on with half-fond smiles as Izuku quickly became inundated with kittens. Two small calico kittens, couldn't have been more than 10 weeks old, were fighting for prime position on his shoulders, while a gray one was snuggling itself on his lap. Which do you have, Todoroki? Izuku's innocent question pulled both boys out of their daze. Neither one would ever admit the light blush staining their cheeks. Shiroi. She's the white one. Todoroki pushed the laminated page across the table, pointing out Shiroi with his free hand. Not before noting Cordelia was apparently a brat not to be allowed near pancakes. Izuku hummed, a much happier sound than any hum Endeavor had ever made, as he pursued the cat menu. Yami, and Kami, of course they're twins, oh and your jelly bean. Izuku patted the twin calicos on their heads as he called out their names, with he gray kitten mewling in his lap for more attention. You had your first day at your new school today. How did it go? The deep calming voice held no trace of annoyance. It was a genuine question accompanied by the tiniest of head tilts. Hitoshi frowned in Todoroki's direction, twisting in his seat to face Izuku better. The pink-stained cheeks and matching flowers made for a rather adorable picture. The soft, wary smile added just a little something to the picture. Though the three doting kittens may also have had something to do with it. Why, you remembered? Izuku blinked owlishly across the table at Todoroki. It was still a bit too alien to have someone who cared enough to ask, even if he was getting more used to the idea of it. Hitoshi hummed along to his own nod, a smirk pulling at his lips at the soft scowl sent his way by Todoroki. Thank you. It went well. My class is nice and I've joined the horticulture club. At this both of the taller boys frowned at their green-haired friend. Will you have time with your work at the hospital? Both of them asked some variation of that at the same time. Hitoshi might have sounded a tad more sarcastic, but only if you were to listen particularly hard. My new C commutes give extra hours in the day. Plus it'll help train, that has to be good, right? Izuku flushed under the darkening gaze of Todoroki, whose furrowed brow was directed his way. You can take a rest, you know that, right? Do you even sleep? Hitoshi just managed to beat Todoroki to the punch, sending a wry grin his way. I'm resting right now, aren't I? I made time to see you both. And I sleep plenty, thank you very much. Somehow neither boy believed him. Though it wasn't technically his fault. Reduced hours in sleeping meant he really did have extra free time. We're about to have a study group. Todoroki pointed out after a beat of silence. Still carting his fingers through very soft white fur. The soft purrs just loud enough to be heard. A single huff could be heard from Hitoshi at this. Meanie. There was a very interesting perk to having a job that paid very well, especially for a 10-year-old boy. For the first time Izuku had a brand new computer. His old one had been haggled from some elderly lady a few doors down, with a promise to help her flowers look beautiful whenever her friend visited. She had let him go after 2 years and more than 200 visits. That had been a piece of old rubbish, barely able to keep up with coding let alone anything difficult. This new computer was chosen specifically. His first paycheck had gone on the beast. Powerful enough to take everything he threw at it, and more than enough storage. He was brilliantly pleased with himself. It had one major upside. Other than being able to play games on it. It was finally his turn to invite Mamoru to a private server. The inky black screen, protected by the highest level of firewall he could manage. A background script running to make it look like he was doing homework if anyone attempted to hack his computer. He wasn't going to mess up. Not now. The invite was accepted within seconds and Mamoru appeared in the inky blackness, or his chat box did. Izuku grinned at the screen in front of him. He'd been preparing himself for the ensuing conversation for an hour, well used to the double meanings Mamoru dealt in. Mamoru, well, the student has done well for himself, hasn't he? Kashikoi, in some ways I guess. I upgraded my system, what do you think of it? Mamoru, very impressive, but that's now why you dragged me here. Kashikoi, no. But this new bully of mine has made a move. One that may put me on our mutual friend's path. Mamoru, a move? Kashikoi, I went round theirs for a spot of tea. They have given me an honor, in the game we play I'm a field medic. Gave me a shiny new system to play with too. Mamoru, was the tea to your liking? That's a heavy responsibility, too much stress playing that type of character for my liking. Do you play it all the time? Kashikoi, a bit too bland and bitter for my taste. They seem to think I have a talent for this sort of honor. Oh yes, it's always with me, has to be, so I know when the next game is. Mamoru, they brought out the fancy stuff then. Here I was thinking your talent lay elsewhere, silly me. This does sound fun. How are the games activated? Kashikoi, very fancy. I have multiple talents, though I suppose most fall under 2 branches. If the game is being played close by, I am alerted and given directions to the other players. The next message took a while to come through. An unusual contrast to their usual speed. The icon indicating Mamoru was typing began and stopped every few seconds, while Izuku watched, teeth biting into his lower lip. Mamoru, you play a dangerous game, my protege. The new bullies have found a way to keep an eye on you, the game is just a bonus. Kashikoi, I know, but this is not a game for quitters. Thank you for confirming the rules for me. Playing a game is no fun without rules. Mamoru, make sure you play it safely. Our mutual friend broke the rules, I would hate to lose you too. Kashikoi, I know better than to break rules. I plan on beating you at a game in person, cannot do that if I lose. It was the closest the pair had ever gotten to showing affection for each other. Izuku wondered, if things were different, if Mamoru was more an uncle figure than a friend. Sometimes he believed the man actually cared. Though staring at the now empty black screen, he wasn't sure if he was just an interesting pawn in a game of chess. Kohara slid her arm around Izuku's shoulders, already set on guiding him to the lunchroom. Prattling on about the shipment of flowers she put in from America. As if she hadn't just asked Sensei Iroh about it the day before. I managed to add in some lobelia too. They are native to the USA. I could use your help moving some plants around to make space this afternoon if all right? Kohara nudged him sideways, narrowly missing someone in her class. Or Izuku guessed the boy knew her because he flung himself against the wall to get out of their way. Do you use bees to help with pollination? Or is it artificial? He asked after a couple of steps, the genuine confusion leaking into his voice. Bees, it's how she'll get away with lobelia. Eiji, who Kohara had half thrown Izuku into as they left the greenhouse the day before, was stood in the hallway. Leant against the wall in a deliberately handsome way. His dark hair pulled back into a low-hanging ponytail, and looking more like he belonged in a magazine than a greenhouse. Don't pretend you won't love a new species. Kohara grinned back at him, with a faint pink tinge to her cheeks. Eiji raised his hands in defeat. Aha, I'd love it more if Sensei Iroh had let me choose some too. Eiji huffed under his breath, moving to wall the other side of Izuku. The upperclassman more than tall enough to have a conversation over his head as they got in line for food. Izuku flashed his card at the lunch lady while the pair were busy arguing with each other. It's to understand my quirk. Help my future, no future will be helped by you getting your hands on poisonous plants. Kohara hissed over Izuku's curls. Ignoring the pink sprouting flowers at everyone staring at the odd trio. Sure. You aren't scaring the newbie already, are you? Eiji shrugged his angular shoulders in Izuku's direction. How dare you? Kohai? I'm not scary, am I? Kohara turned the full force of her pout down to Izuku, with no chance of escaping it. And not at all? It's nice to find someone as into plants as me, even his face was red now. A choking sound came from either side of Izuku's form. It seemed this short exchange had let the two upperclassmen finally see Izuku's tray. The tray with 2 plates teeming with food. The lady serving the food scanning him for a moment before adding another pile of rice and sending him on. Their eyes bulged at the sheer volume. Come back if you need more. Was her parting reply, and Izuku found himself back in silence as he waited for his student ID to be scanned, showing he had 2.5 plates of food, and with a promise he would. He was about to break from Kohara, the the icy feeling of rejection already gripping itself tight around his heart. But it seemed she wasn't done. At least not with him. "Where are you going?" "We're plant quirk buddies." Kohara whined at him, one arm linked into Izuku's to drag him over to a table sat in near enough the middle of the room. "I take it your quirk has a calorie requirement?" AG asked the moment Izuku sat down, his own katsu pork curry steaming in front of him. "Pretty high one too," Kohara muttered, frowning softly at him, in the way Lotus did whenever she was worried. He'd seen that look often enough when they met at his work, to know it on sight. "It gets higher when I use my quirk too, this is my minimum at the moment." The blush that stained his cheeks had reduced but only to a rather unattractive pink. "I am so making you my baking dumpster." AG grinned across the table, as if he hadn't just spoken the oddest sentence. "Eh?" Izuku yelled, a tad too loudly. Though, in that moment he really didn't care. His eyes half bulging out of his skull while Kohara laughed beside him. "AG stress bakes, and he's a very stressed boy, he usually forced them upon me, but looks like he has a new victim now." Kohara took a bit too much pleasure in Izuku's freak out. It was all for a good cause though, she would no longer have to foist off bags of cookies to her friends, and Izuku would get to taste AG's special lemon meringue cookies. A win for everyone. "Give me a list of allergies and I'll try to keep them in mind. Hope you like chocolate and lemons." AG nodded, as if this was a normal conversation and business deal. "I don't have allergies I don't think?" "B but then I'm not sure it would matter too much anymore? I might need to talk to Dr. Kubo about it." Izuku had tried to answer the question, really he had. But, it was an interesting question. It was also an issue that if he was, would his healing make any reaction worse? Wasn't an allergy just your body having an inappropriate response to something inane and trying to heal itself? Maybe he needed to double-check some books. Histamine was a natural reaction to certain stimuli, but maybe he was getting it confused. "Care to translate for us, newbie?" AG broke through Izuku's spiraling thoughts. Those bright green eyes blinking blearily across at the older boy. Sorry. I am used to people ignoring me? Part of my quirk is healing too? So. I was just debating if it would affect allergies." "Wow Kohai, no wonder you need so many calories. Is that why you can openly help out for a couple hours?" Kohara had that frown on her face again, and even nudged the food closer to Izuku. A frown did not sit well on her features, and Izuku had to wonder if she knew about it. If she wielded it as efficiently as her pout. "I am an apprentice at the local hospital." Izuku nodded his head. Fast enough that he managed to blur at the edges. In fact, the move of schools had allowed him an extra 2 hours in his day due to reduced travel. Hours he had quickly given over to the horticultural club. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku startled at the aggressive beeping coming from his backpack. Though really, it was more of a screech than a beep. One he was becoming all too familiar with. New attack alert. Follow the on-screen directions. That was one thing he hated about the tablet. Ishii's voice sounded from it when giving instructions. Sure, it was the same recorded lines, but it didn't help the whole HPSC are using the GPS to track you thing. It made him feel watched. On guard. Fear flooded his veins as he made his way towards the fight. Sure, he'd been a fanboy for years and sure he had gotten close to fights before, but not like this. The public were kept as far back as possible. At the moment the police noticed his tablet and the lanyard around his neck, he was shoved into the fray. The sounds of explosions ricochet around the street as he turned the last corner. He remembered, more than felt, their heat on his skin. "Hey kid, stay." The officer, a young man barely into his 20s, caught a flash of the lanyard, and attached ID being held out from the young boy's chest. Sometimes, the man really hated his job. "Let him through, go to the paramedics all right?" An elder officer, one currently holding back several people with a banner proclaiming, "Marry me gallant." Izuku hit a sigh at that name. He liked the man well enough, but it was too early in the morning to be dealing with it. Not the man himself necessarily. Gallant was still one of his favorite heroes for a reason after all, but he did always end up in the most violent conflicts. Hence him turning up at Amaranth Hospital several times a week. "Someone sent an alert for me?" Izuku asked the moment he reached the ambulance paramedic station they had set up. Explosions ruffling the drapes they set between transportable beds. The heat prickling at the places where wounds should have been. Just on time. "This is a bad one, be on standby to heal the heroes once they are done, but if you can work on Paladin for a second?" The head paramedic, one Izuku didn't recognize, nodded over his shoulder. Izuku looked away from the man towards the hero, a debut who seemed more obsessed with TTRPGs than being a real hero. The few fights Izuku had seen, the man looked like a very cheap cosplayer. The kind who didn't care and didn't respect anyone else with it. It was an affront to cosplayers everywhere really. He was one from a less well-regarded school, no doubt one going lower in rankings when he praised them as his school. Right, Izuku made his way over to the young man, wincing at the plastic shield that looked to have half melted into Paladin's arm and was being carefully removed by another paramedic. Ah, good, can you start working on his leg while I finish off on his arm? Thanks, apprentice. Kibi, a tall, imposing-looking woman, had she not had a harmless little quirk that caused her to sparkle, worked with Amaranth Hospital often. Bringing in some of the worst cases, but at least she was cheerful in her bright green get-up. Okay. The smell of burning flesh burnt into Izuku's nostrils. The left leg of Paladin was bright red and gave off waves of biting heat. The sounds of explosions kept growing louder. Izuku had too much practice blocking that noise out. Even though his whole form was shaking from the echoes of what explosions meant. What that shape on Paladin's leg must have come from. A whimper escaped his lips. Kibi paused, her hand extended in his direction for a brief moment before retreating. She recognized all too easily the light that shone from Izuku's eyes. She couldn't help but watch as he worked. Her eyes trained on the large water bottle strapped to Izuku's backpack. How the water began to sparkle with life and rose upward. It twisted against the fixed cap until it came undone, falling with a small clatter to the floor and arched upwards towards the leg. Kibi blinked. That part she hadn't seen before. The water spread thin across the entirety of the hero's leg, shimmering nearly as much as Kibi's skin. It was always a marvel, so see damage undone. Throughout the next couple of minutes she never stopped working on picking out plastic. Do you have to be so rough? Paladin hissed after a particularly difficult piece. Sorry, but plastic has melted into your skin. The apprentice will have you as good as new once I'm done. This was Kibi's least favorite part of being a paramedic. Sometimes she really hated people. Boom. The building 2 away crumbled to the floor. Large chunks of it cascaded into the street below, cracking the roads. One hit just a few inches from Izuku, throwing him backward into the ambulance. Paladin and Kibi didn't fare any better. The hero was flung onto the floor into a crumpled heap, while Kibi was flung from view behind the ambulance. The ground still felt like it was shaking. Kibi might have shouted something at him. At Izuku. His ears full of static and explosions. Of yells and screams that took place years ago. A shadow. Bakugou? She stood in front of him. When did she get up? Her hands gripped too hard on his arms. Like Bakugou's did. The explosions continued. But Bakugou's hands were heated. Kibi's were cool. Bakugou's voice was angry, mean. Kibi's was soft no matter the volume. Kibi loosened her grip. Bakugou would never have done that. Bakugou wasn't here. Kibi was. There you are you alright? Of course you're not, stupid question, but do you need to sit down? Kibi's sweet frowning face came into view, with dark brown eyes, not vibrant red. Bakugou would never have been so nice, or let someone be so nice. Izuku took a breath. It burned. How long had it been since he took a breath? Sorry, he stuttered out the words in between gasps of air. It's alright, chickadee. Maybe if you concentrate we can block it out, Keep talking to me? You said something last shift about a project at school? Kibi only looked away from her. Young charged to throw a flare over her shoulder at Paladin, who had been grumbling. Did he not see Izuku shouldn't be here? Oh okay. I need tea to heal PP. Paladin alright? Why yes, ANU upper C-classman ANI. Izuku tried to focus his brain away from the continuing explosions and bursts of intense heat. The sounds of screams? Paladin's annoyed face only helped to a small degree. The thoughts of Kohara's beaming smile calmed the raging thoughts. The DLVRY of her new plants should be today. AG had said something about baking extra special cookies for the occasion. At least the plastic is gone now, so you can heal the arm, right? Paladin half growled at them, and Izuku wondered for a minute if the anger was pain or embarrassment induced. Either way, he slipped into that part of his quirk, the water rising from the ground around them and wrapping around Paladin's arm. Boom! Sprout! The shout forced its way through the pluttering static. Lotus form crashed through the air in time to deflect the streetlight that had been inches away from impaling Izuku right through the middle of his chest. Thrown away from the battle as Gallant had thrown the villain away from the crowds. A scream. Blood. Lotus was bleeding. She'd saved Izuku, and it had ripped through her side instead. Lotus. Izuku felt more than heard himself scream. He was by her side before he realized it, eyes aglow and using the water in her own spilled blood to heal her. His movements frantic, his own tears mixing into the water. He had never been so thankful for the tears. She looked so pale. Sprout, Lotus tried to speak, her voice weaker than he had ever heard it. Too weak. Too pained. He had to work faster. The water glistened brighter than ever, seeming to glow with the same intensity as his eyes, covering the jagged wound. The tears flowed into the stream, even as the wound slowly knit itself together. Rebuild to what it once had been. The static began to lessen. Sprout! The shout once more pierced the static and he looked down at his hero. When had Lotus become his #1 hero? Maybe that first day, or when he had a hero name to link her to. It didn't matter. Lotus was alive. And soon had her arms full of Izuku's sobbing body. His face tucked against her neck. Her arms wrapped easily around her little buddy. Once Izuku had learned hugs didn't lead to pain, he had taken to them like a duck to water. Lotus had always been more than happy to oblige him. Today, here, right now, she wasn't going to let him go. As the sounds of explosions continued to ripple through the air. Who knew a villain with a plasma quirk could sound like that? It's okay, I'm alive, you saved me. I promise that everything is okay. Lotus kept her voice soft, her fingers carting through Izuku's hair. Had anyone else made that promise, Izuku would never have believed them. But this was Lotus. She understood. You need to let me up, Sprout. I need to get back to helping. That did something. Suddenly Izuku was beside her again, his face schooled into his professional demeanor. Even the tear tracks seemed to disappear, even if his eyes were still red around the edges. No. As your healer today, I cannot allow that. The skin of the affected area will be extra sensitive and could injure more easily for the rest of the day, and your reaction time will not be as fast as usual. You will have a checkup with one of the paramedics. Please. Izuku added the last word as his cheeks heated and pink flowers sprouted in his hair. Lotus chuckled, and badly hid a wince. He hadn't been kidding about the skin being sensitive. Wait. I'll help you up. Izuku really isn't kidding about the dizziness. Kibi spoke just as Lotus tried to sit up. She had let the pair have their moment, but now she needed to step in. Thanks, Kibi. Izuku beamed up at her, his smile brighter than anything Kibi had seen before. Lotus squeezed his hand for a moment before letting the older woman lift her up and drag her to an empty bed. Izuku spent the next couple of minutes dealing with some civilian injuries, a young couple who had been trapped under one of the pieces of rubble and a kid's twisted ankle. So he almost missed the heavy thud and crowd screaming their praises. His mind already filled. So it was a true surprise when an arm with bulging muscles came into view, the hand patting Lotus' shoulder from where she was still lying on the bed. You both alright? Gallant's usual happy booking voice was low, a hard edge to it, as he stared down at Lotus. His knuckles turning white in his clenched fist. I think we should be asking you that, Lotus croaked back, her gaze flittering to the mass of wounds littering Gallant's form. Huh. As if such a villain could hurt me. I can wait for your friend to be free. Gallant boomed out the first sentence laughing as the crowd screamed their delight. He had no doubt the cameras were tracking him after all. He had already handed the villain thug off to police. I'm ready now, Gallant. Izuku bounced over to the hero, grinning at him with those big green eyes, and smile wide enough to split his face in two. In only the sweetest of ways. Gallant found it quite odd to be so lucid while being healed. Even on his best days the pain usually blurred his thoughts when he was sent to Amaranth. Watching it happen with a clear head was something else. Both of you need to be careful of dizziness for the next couple of hours and... Lotus may have some issues with sensitivity to her side. Izuku stopped with a deep flush to his cheeks. At least he realized he had begun to rant. I'll look after them, let me just sign your app for you. Then get yourself to school, and take some rest if you can, okay? Kibi held her hands out expectantly, trying to force her brow not to furrow at the twisted look on Izuku's face. Izuku handed the tablet over with shaking hands. Even Gallant couldn't have held him still. Not that the man tried, he didn't think Izuku would be too receptive in that moment. Soft beeps filled the too-silent street as Kibi made her way through the screens to sign off on the event, cataloging each injury. She couldn't hide her frown this time. Here you go, Squirt, get to school safely. Kibi held it back out to Izuku reluctantly. Her body tense as she fought the urge to take it and run. Not that she could have. Still, it was a nice thought to have. Thanks. Izuku nodded to the three of them. His eyes half-glassed over and body trembling from the force everything he had seen. Bao threatened to rise but he didn't have time for it. He was going to be late if he wasn't careful. School. He had school. Yes. Something normal. Hey, little helper, what's your name? The reporter held the microphone out to Izuku, their eyes blazing. Ignoring the indignant squeak from the boy himself as she trod on him to stop him leaving. No one had caught the boy for an interview yet, and she could see the views and yen already. Izuku stared longingly at the police line. It wouldn't be the first time he tried to outrun someone. This little guy is the Fey Prince, he's going to be an amazing hero one day. Gallant's large arms wrapped around him from behind, somehow mimicking the hugs Kohara and Night Eye had given him occasionally. It was almost comforting. You know, if Gallant wasn't flexing his muscles around Izuku's head. So forgive him if it took a few seconds for the name to sink into his poor befuddled brain. When it did, he spluttered and twitched in the strong arms. Suddenly realizing why they were there. Already such a wonderful hero name you have, little one. Which hero school do you go to? The woman took a step forward, camera following behind her. I am not old enough for hero school yet, Mississippi. Izuku had enough forethought to not be exact. If only because Mamoru and life in general had told him to always be aware. Never give out specifics. Not if you wanted to get through unscathed. He wondered if he'd ever unlearn being careful. Being scared. Oh, you must be truly dedicated, so start so young. Well, which one are you applying for later this year? The woman was persistent, that too bright grin still in place. Izuku and Gallant blinked at her for a moment, both wondering, in different terms, if she really was that stupid. Or if she was just desperate to continue. Izuku couldn't help but think it was a healthy dollop of both. Apologies, but the Fey Prince will be late for his school if you continue. Thanks again, my boy. Gallant boomed out, sudden, why shoving Izuku bodily towards the police line, where he was shoved through with a teasing grind nod by an officer and sent on his way. Izuku may have only attended the horticulture club a handful of times, but he was already in love with it. After the morning he had had, he loved it even more. The vast greenhouse simply sang with life. The pathways gated off several sections from each other, with more aggressive species given their own miniature section to keep them separate. Newbie and Kohai maybe became his favorite words while at school. There was only one section he wasn't allowed in. Sensei Iroh had apologized, but kids his age simply weren't allowed in the poisonous section. So Eiji, while Izuku tried the best lemon meringue cookies of his life, shared pictures of all the plants in there. That was the section Eiji liked the most. It suited the handsome boy. In an odd sort of way. Only one girl from Izuku's class went to the same club, the others more interested in the Tai Chi or cooking clubs. A girl with long black hair she braided in a different style every day. Ife could produce water along the palms of her hands, creating a fountain-like effect against her dark olive-toned skin. Izuku wondered if this school recruited models or if they just all found themselves in the horticulture club. Because Ife was very pretty, for a girl anyway. The pair had often found themselves working together, whenever Kohara was off on her own projects at least. Why you need to be careful. Izuku caught Ife's hand, his pale fingers wrapping almost all the way around the slim limb. Eh? Ife blinked at him, her cheeks darkening as she blushed. The bright yellow duck-themed watering can half-tipped in her grasp. The plant? It's already waterlogged, why you may have heard it. Izuku stuttered out as his cheeks heated, matching the pink flowers in his hair. Something I've had seen a handful of times already that day, from Kohara leaping on him when he was late, to Eiji moving a bag of cookies on him like they were doing a drag deal, or when Sensei Ito praised him for getting 100% on one of the tests. He even had his own personal bin in the classroom now to deal with them. That had been the first time she spoke to him, offering her help. He never quite got all of them at the back of his head. Oh, thanks. She nodded her thanks to the shorter boy. Sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want to. Izuku was interrupted by the deep laughter of the girl beside him. Don't worry so much. I wasn't thinking. She flapped her hand in his direction and turned back to the plants they were looking after. The pair shared a small smile before ticking off that on their to-do list. We just need to repot some of the seedlings and we're done. Izuku beamed up at Ife and lead her across that station, the pair getting lost in the small task. Easily working in sync, Ife taking the seedlings out of the small plastic pots and handing them to Izuku to repot in the clay ones. She hadn't even realized the time had been going until Izuku cleared his throat. Ife? Do you mind? I need to tell Sensei Iroh something. I'll be right back. Do you mind? Izuku didn't even look her way as he spoke. It didn't feel right to see such a sour expression on his face. I can handle this, don't worry, hope you're okay. The tight smile she received in return did not make her feel any better about the situation. Izuku nodded before jumping up. He was off. Sensei Iroh and Kohara were stood in the middle of the greenhouse, just a few pathways away really, in an argument. Apparently she had to wait another day before dealing with her new project. Although, argument was too strong a word for it. More like an indulgent teacher listening to a girl ramble on about plant accents and how cute it would be to have a sunflower with an American accent. It was an odd image. Yet it worked. Sensei Iroh? Kohara? He forced the words from his mouth as he drew closer. Snapping Kohara out of her pouting. The look instantly transforming into a bright smile. Yes, Kohai? Arms wrapped around him once more, but he was getting rather used to these greetings from Kohara. Today he welcomed it even more. Even if he didn't want her to know this part. Izuku glanced up at Sensei Iroh, trying to convey what he meant. Kohara, I need to speak with Sasaki alone, could you please go make sure the others are alright? Sensei Iroh let out a soft sigh as he spoke. Kohara turned the full force of her pout back in his direction. It took only half a beat of silence for her to change tactics. Tell me if he's mean to you, I have ways to get back at him. Kohara half-whispered into Izuku's ear, being just loud enough to make sure Sensei Iroh heard. Kohara, he hissed, returning her pout with a glare of his own. All right. I'm going. Later Kohai. Kohara squeezed Izuku one last time, as if to reassure him no monsters could get him and scampered off. No doubt to start talking to Eiji. Sensei Iroh then led the boy to a more private corner, making sure no one would disturb them with a steely glare. He waited patiently for a mumbling Izuku to begin. I won't be able to come next week, or am maybe a C couple. I mean, my FF father should have sent a letter to the school. It took a couple of minutes, but Izuku eventually got the words out. His cheeks heating at the admission that his teacher knew. He did, Sensei Ito and I were both going to talk to you, but thank you for being proactive. As always, Sensei Iroh created a warm sense of calm when he spoke. Something Izuku really needed. TT talk TT do me? Izuku still hated that stutter, as much as Night Eye tried to say it was fine, he knew it just sounded silly. It did in his head at least. Nothing bad I promise, Sensei Ito just wants to let you know the afternoons are fine, some homework stuff but nothing bad I promise. I just wanted to offer you some time in here, before school or during lunch if it's a bit too much for you. You seem happier here, and I know the next couple of weeks will be tough for you. Sensei Iroh spoke in the way someone would when approaching a trembling deer. As if one wrong syllable would send it flying. Izuku supposed his paler than usual face and trembling form lent itself to that image. The elder man had to force his face from falling into a frown. Having Sir Night Eye himself turn up at the school, asking for an audience was odd enough, even after sending his kid here, but the reason. Oh, he could understand. Hey, Sasaki, can you look at me, deep breaths in and out, okay? You don't have to take the offer, it's just there in case. Sensei Iroh breathed a short sigh of relief as the rising panic attack seemed to have been averted. Now for the actually hard part. I notice you've made some friends in the club, Kohara notwithstanding, Eiji and Miss Okoro. Sensei Ito may ask similar, but, if they ask where you are, what would you like me to tell them? Sensei Iroh hoped he didn't sound as strained as he thought he did. That discussion between him and Sensei Ito had taken a long time. Neither sure of the best option. Ito had suggested claiming a family emergency, but they didn't exactly want to make one up. Especially if any student knew he was adopted, that could raise awkward questions Izuku didn't need right now. If ever. So this was the best cause of action. But Izuku's brain still felt like it was cloaked in static. See could you tt tell t them I was needed at my work longer? SSO I see couldn't SS stay? The words were out of his mouth before Izuku had a chance to process them. But he didn't necessarily dislike what he said. It was just unusual for unrestrained thoughts to be smart. At least for Izuku. Professor Iroh beamed at him. Amaranth Hospital, right? I'll let them know there's a bug and they need all hands on deck. How about that? Sensei Iroh's soft calming tone and matching smile meant a lot in that moment, even if Izuku would never tell the man that. The trial had come all too quickly. The weekend ended all too soon. Izuku, Night Eye stopped just as they reached the doors to the courtroom. His glasses shining in the fluorescent lights, and clouding any idea of what he might be thinking. Izuku continued to stare up at him all the same. His voice not willing to work. I'll be sat with you, I know this will be tough, but, you won't be alone. You can squeeze my hand if it gets bad, alright, no one will think any less of you. If they did, Night Eye would have a thing to say to them. Or maybe not, if they managed to make his kid cry, there'd be no protecting them. Thank you, D-Dad. Izuku hoped he hadn't just ruined it all. But, he'd wanted to call Night Eye that for so long now. A few days was forever to a 10-year-old after all. Now it was Night Eye turn to short circuit. His kid had called him Dad. Boom! The doors swung open before them, revealing a man nearly as tall as Night Eye himself. With slicked back blonde hair, red eyes, he could have almost been related to the Bakugous, had he not been so kind. Both of you are here, please sit, if young Sasaki would like to sit between us? He might feel a bit safer. Hirata was the kind of lawyer you wanted to represent you. Enough presence to not be ignored, but smart and kind enough to pull it off. Night Eye had known the man for years, being with All Might had its disadvantages after all. The name still hurt to think. Please. Izuku nodded his head gratefully at Hirata. A man who had made sure to come to the apartment to speak with him, taking extra time to make sure Izuku was comfortable in his presence. Normally he would have charged for it, but having seen pictures of the Bakugous, he understood why it was needed. Had even offered it pro bono before Night Eye had even spoken. Don't worry, let me do that, okay? I'm going to do everything I can. Hirata nodded his head with a soft warm sort of smile, gently leading them to the front of court where they would sit, making sure Izuku had a good seat between them. It was the first time either of the men were glad of Izuku's short stature, even if they now knew where it came from. Izuku couldn't get the words out, jammed in his throat as they were. Even knowing Lotus would be in the room, his first protector, didn't help matters much. Did you tell your friends you wouldn't be at the club? Okay, so maybe Night Eye needed to have thought of that before, but, in his defense, making sure this trial went smoothly took over a bit. Even his cheeks did have the faintest hints of a pink blush. If it helped distracted the preteen, then that was just planned, he promised. Sensei Ito W warned IW was needed at the hospital more, and SSOH has Sensei IRO? IIT told them someone W was sick. Izuku didn't know how he could stutter on soft sounds, but somehow he managed it. Maybe the chattering teeth helped some. Hey Sprout. Looking good buddy. Lotus tapped him on the shoulder, the first time he had seen her since the incident. She certainly looked a lot healthier, if a bit different. He almost mistook her for someone else, but no one else called him that. Thanks L Lotus. Somehow he managed to speak through his beaming smile. Her hand squeezed his shoulder for a moment. I have chocolate and some other goodies in my bag. Think of them as a thanks for the other day. Lotus winked, opening her bag just enough to show the copious amounts of food she had stuffed into the bag. Why you don't need to, why you saved me first. He didn't think he'd ever be able to repay the debts he owed Lotus. Even if she denied it at every opportunity. Nope. My little Sprout owes me nothing. As he suspected. It didn't stop the smile from growing wider on both their faces. Or the affectionate huff from Night Eye beside him. UBSTRD. That voice. He'd recognize it anywhere. For the rest of his life. He froze as the sound of metal on metal filled the large room. And an angry growl filled the air. He half expected the sounds of explosions to follow. None did. Control yourself. The gruff voice of the police officer holding onto the chains, the one who seemed the most in charge of the three surrounding Bakugou, was just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Let go of me. That DMN, no doubt he would have continued had the officers not bodily lifted him from where they had slammed him to the floor when he attempted the attack. Izuku caught a glimpse of the bright blue middle to the cuffs. That explained the lack of explosions. They had Bakugou under quirk suppressant cuffs. The officers tried not to look Izuku's way as they passed him by, not particularly wanting to see how the boy reacted to his tormentor here. But Izuku was already trembling and unfocused, trying to stave off one of the worst panic attacks he had ever experienced. Izuku only tuned back into proceedings when Lotus squeezed his shoulder again. She was stood in halfway to the stand before he realized she had been called up. He wondered for a brief moment just how much he had missed. But only for a moment. Choosing to focus on Lotus and her unnaturally serious look. You are pro-hero Lotus, real name withheld for confidentiality, correct? Hirata began, smiling just as warmly at the young pro as he did with Izuku. The court scribe quickly jotting down the acceptance, no one wanted to out a hero. Correct. Lotus nodded. It was the first time Izuku had gotten a proper look at her. She wasn't in her hero costume, or anything else he'd seen her in. A navy three-piece suit, tailored perfectly to her body, and a pair of sensible black shoes. Even her hair was scooped back in an attempt to look more professional. On XXXXXXXX you took Sasaki Izuku, at the time known as Midoriya Izuku, to Detective Shimanda after an attack, correct? Hirata continued, keeping his words clear and concise. Lotus was halfway through nodding before remembering to be verbal. Correct, yes. Can you explain why you took Sasaki there? Takes your time. Hirata took a cool step backward, turning his attention to the judge and jury. So Lotus began. And she didn't stop. I was out shopping. I like going at that time because less people recognize me, so I go to Shoji's corner shop every other day. Just for the essentials, while my girlfriend is working. I had just come out when I heard a noise coming from the alley across the street, and saw a tall blonde boy attack Sasaki. There were explosions coming out of his hands as he punched and used the full force on Sasaki. I had my phone out so I took some photos, knowing I couldn't get there in time. The blonde kid smashed Sasaki's face into the wall just as I started to move. I ran to cross the road, but the blonde boy had already started running off, so I chased him, trying to get a better picture. I thought I was too late when I got back to Sasaki. Sasaki was on the floor, his right side was caved in, there was so much blood, his neck, half of it was gone, his face, it was horrible. He was so pale? I was about to call it in, to the police station, and to my superior gallant, when I saw Izuku wake up. I later learned that his quirk healed him, but his uniform was ruined and he was so dazed. I realized we weren't that far from the police station, so I offered to walk with him, help him get there. I didn't. Want him to go off on his own, and I have a duty to report such things. Lotus looked as if she would have continued had she not ran out of timeline. Though less her usual flustered self, more a crease in between her eyebrows and a downturn to the corners of her mouth. On screen are photographs taken of the uniform taken from Sasaki after the incident in question. Hirata waved his hand in the direction of the photos. Izuku felt sick just looking at them. Night Eye too looked a little green. He just couldn't comprehend it. He'd seen a lot in his time as a hero, but the sight of the hold and the blackened edges of it all, it made his head spin. The large hand clasped around Izuku's squeezed. Can you identify the tall blonde kid in this court today? Hirata asked after giving the people a few seconds for the pictures to sink in fully. Yes. Him, Bakugou Katsuki. Lotus pointed in the boy's direction, the muffled sound of his rage hindered by the several sets of hands clamping his jaws shut. Why did you not take Izuku to hospital? Hirata tilted his head to the side, just a tad, letting his voice trail off in mock confusion. At that time he seemed as if he was perfectly fine, if a little dazed. I felt getting him to the police for processing and to gather evidence was more important, especially as I knew this station to have its own medical officer who could help. Lotus easily flowed through her answer, as Hirata knew she no doubt would. Did Sasaki accept your offer? Hirata took a glance at the jury who were all watching expectantly. He didn't dare check in on Izuku. A courtroom was as much about the performance as it was the actual truth. A glance back could be taken the wrong way, and he didn't want any chance of Bakugou getting away with it. Not initially, he seemed almost scared to go to the police. Lotus answered after allowing herself a beat of thinking time. Did he give a reason why? Sasaki gave me a couple of reasons. First, he was terrified of not being believed. He also had an emergency quirk meeting at Fairbrook's quirk counseling. He was terrified of losing the appointment too. Lotus nodded her head slightly, a slight frown pulling at the edges of her features. A couple of the jurors leant forward at this. Do you have any idea why Sasaki didn't think he'd be believed? Hirata watched as Lotus shifted for a minute before opening her mouth to speak. Objection. She's not a mental health worker, how would she know? Nakashima, the only lawyer to take on the Bakugou's side, growled the words out with his ice-white eyes blazing. He was the only one to have looked at the evidence and decided it was worth trying, or at least, the damage it could do to his reputation was negligible at best. The judge let out an annoyed huff, but did turn his head towards Hirata, waiting for the response. The rest of the court whispered to each other at the odd turn of events. Lotus is a pro-hero, trained with dealing with Saitotuyans and in finding motivations due to her time as an underground hero. Hirata cut through the chatter, rendering the courtroom silent once more. Objection overruled. Answer the question. The judge nodded down to Lotus. Nakashima hid a growl as he slumped back into his seat. I believe that this wasn't the first time Bakugou has hurt Sasaki. It was more as if he was resigned to not being believed. I personally think the fear came from what would happen after he told. Being hurt or retribution. Lotus caught herself just in time to stop herself biting her lip. A nervous habit she couldn't indulge in here. Thank you. You mentioned the Fairbrook's appointment. How did you get Sasaki to come with you? Hirata continued as if he hadn't just been interrupted by the other lawyer. Nakashima, despite the fact he would have done the same thing, glared in the older lawyer's direction. He hadn't expected it to work, it was a weak ploy after all, but he had hoped that Hirata would have been thrown off by it. Originally he was set on going to the appointment, and even had a panic attack due to it. After that I changed tactics. I had realized just how scared he was. I offered to take him to Fairbrook's to see if we could delay the appointment so that we could go to the police as they were close to each other. Lotus ignored the other lawyer too, setting her gaze on Hirata. What happened when you got to Fairbrook's? First the receptionist screamed, a Miss Kanda. It alerted everyone to us being there. I can't really blame her though. Sasaki started to speak to her, but he kept stuttering, so I explained that he was attacked, and if we could move the appointment back a bit. I flashed my pro-hero license at her so she knew how serious this was. Lotus paused as the jury gasped at this information. She knew it would happen, but it still made the hairs on her arms stand up on end. You used your pro-hero license while in casual dress? Hirata asked with a hint of unnatural surprise. Under Section 113 Part B of the Hero Accords, pro-heroes are allowed to use the card in civilian form so long as they are acting as one. Due to the nature of the situation I was well within my rights to. Lotus would have quoted the actual law, she knew it off by heart, but Hirata had advised her before that the jury were going to have a copy in their file, and she needed to actually explain it. Make them understand. Let it be known, people of the jury, that the receptionist, Miss Kanda, signed her testimony, confirming everything Lotus just said. It is on page 23 Section B in your folders. Hirata turned full-bodied to the jury, who quickly flicked through their folders to get to the right page, nodding along. He waited for the last one to join before turning back to Lotus. Back to you. You then took Sasaki to the police station, correct? Can you explain what happened next? Hirata smiled encouragingly at the young pro-hero. Yes, the moment Miss Kanda confirmed the appointment could be held back. For an hour or so. We reported what we were there for at the front desk, and waited for an officer to be out. A detective Shimanda came out after a couple of minutes. I was allowed to sit in with them while Sasaki was interviewed. Lotus added before Hirata even had a chance to ask. She glanced across at the jury who were watching intently. She hoped none of them were good enough actors to fake that. This was when you learned it wasn't the first time, correct? Hirata intoned in a deeper tone than he had used in the minutes before. One which rumbled through the air, leaving everyone quiet behind it. Yes. Sasaki told us both of the day before, how Bakugou and 2 others left him for dead by a creek in the park. He said his quirk evolved to heal him, that was why he had the emergency appointment at Fairbrook's. That physical attacks against him had been going on for a long time. It was very hard to listen to. Her voice broke several times just speaking of it. Now she knew exactly what Sprout had meant, her heart hurt for her little Sprout. Thank you. Did you take Sasaki back to Fairbrook's after the interview? Hirata let her clear anguish sit for the court for a moment before he had to make her continue. Lotus shook her head immediately. No, Sasaki was taken to the medical officer, to collect evidence, get him cleaned up and checked over, and some clothes to replace the ones they needed for evidence before being released. Detective Shimanda wanted to interview me too, he took my phone and got the pictures off of it. Lotus paused at that point, her hands twisted in her lap, out of sight of the jury. The pictures on the screen are the ones you took that day, corroborated by IT experts. Let the court know they have been out in chronological order. Be warned, these are pretty graphic. Hirata turned towards the screen as it slowly cycled through the images. There was no mistaking what was being shown to the court. Izuku could only look on in horror as he saw stills of Bakugou's attack. The vicious nature clear even in still images. Several caught his face perfectly, leaving no doubt as to who was being photographed. Bakugou's blood-red eyes piercing in their anger even through the photos. Night Eye forced himself to keep watching, as the last picture of Izuku showed, crumpled on the floor, parts of him caved in or seemingly missing. It made bile rise to the back of his throat. This picture was angled, obviously an accident, as Lotus chased down Bakugou. His hand squeezed Izuku's again. DMN nerd deserved it. Although he was quickly hushed, Bakugou's voice had been loud enough, or the court quiet enough, for everyone to hear those words. I will ask you to keep such comments to yourself. If you have one more outburst I will hold you in contempt of court. Although if anyone noted the flex to the judge's neck, they realized that was no empty threat. A frustrated scoff answered him. Izuku didn't hear much else after that. Nakashima had stood up and he had shut down. The static clouded his mind, rendering any hope of thoughts a moot point. It was like swimming through custard. He just sat sadly staring into his own lap as Lotus' testimony ended and Kyoka was brought to the stand. At least her testimony was shorter, the emails and memos about the meeting being delayed shown for the court, and just mentioning the healing she had witnessed. When Nakashima bit in that even healing quirks had their limits, did they really believe a boy could heal from something that would have killed him? Izuku focused back, if just a moment. It is widely known Recovery Girl is noted to heal things seemingly impossible to, but her quirk limit is stamina. Sasaki's works in another way, his own consumption of calories aids his healing abilities. There are several testimonials to that effect, including my own in the evidence. Izuku knew Kyoka well enough by now to know she has dreaming up all sorts of humiliations in her own head for Nakashima. None she would ever do, but it helped when dealing with awful people. Apparently Izuku had lasted the longest anyone had without her dreaming up something. Nakashima might be the fastest though. Izuku faded out again, this time with a smile on his lips. Sensei? Kohara knocked on the doorway to Sensei Iroha's office. He was one of only 2 teachers with his own office, a privilege earned due to no other teacher wanting to deal with the mud he trailed everywhere. Sensei Iroha was bent over a desk, marking off something that looked suspiciously like new plant order forms. One she thought might even be in French. Despite her mood, a smile twitched at the edges of her lips. Oh Kohara, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at lunch? He even glanced upward to the clock to double-check he hadn't missed lunch entirely. It wouldn't have been the first time. Even this week, with one of his pupils, even a new one, in court. Eiji is picking some up for me. He knew I wanted to speak to you. Kohara took a step closer, half closing the door behind her. Had she been older, or another girl entirely, or her usual self, he might have been worried about that. He had chosen middle school for a reason, less kids playing pranks. But Kohara was looking at him so sadly, He didn't think she was pulling a prank. "Why are you here then?" he asked after the silence stretched on. "Sasaki, I know he's missing the club and some lessons, whatever Sensei Iroh expected, it wasn't that." "How?" he hissed out, managing to sound more tired than angry. A small relief, he didn't want Kohara afraid, even if he wished she didn't know. "My mum? I told her about my new friend. I wanted to invite him along to the botanical garden trip, but she recognized his name from the paper. Even if his face wasn't there, it's really him, isn't it?" Kohara's hands were balled into fists at her sides, her eyes wide and trembling with the force of withholding tears that threatened to leave tracks down her face. "Sensei." Iroh blinked at her for a moment, as if remembering just how young she really was. "Unfortunately, yes. Take a seat." He waited for her to plop down in the other seat before daring to continue. "Are you handling it okay?" "Me? How? What about Sasaki? He's been dealing with this and I didn't even know." Kohara pulled back from him as if she'd been slapped, the tears finally falling down her cheeks. "Kohara, do you remember last week when I sent you away so I could talk to him?" Kohara nodded. "Well, I asked him then if he wanted his friends to know. He didn't want to worry you, or Eiji, or Miss Okoro. You didn't know because he didn't want you to be sad or to worry. Don't blame yourself. You're wrong. I may not have known him long, but I know my Kohai, Sensei. I think he genuinely didn't realize we would worry about him. You know that first day he sat and ate lunch with me? He had so much food and I was so worried because of what that means, and he thought I would throw him away over that. He doesn't think he's good enough for people, he's expecting one little thing to be too much." Kohara let the emotions rip through her, no longer caring for the tears streaming down her face and neck, no doubt ruining her shirt. She didn't care. In any other situation Sensei Iroh might have been impressed. Kohara knew that calorie issues meant in a quirk that access to less than needed could have bad side effects, ones not for thinking about. If you were lucky your quirk wouldn't work. He had no doubt Izuku wasn't one of the lucky ones. "Thank you for letting me know about that incident. I'll keep an eye on him." He had meant to say something else, only having said that to soothe her fears. He really meant to let the other teachers know so they could help or offer up the school counselor. But Kohara didn't let him continue. "No. He's my Kohai. Teachers have failed him too. Mum showed me them, the stills from the school CCTV. What that boy did to him. The injury list. I don't want him hurt again." Kohara forced the words out, hoping they sounded less angry and filled with rage than she felt in that moment. Hands rested on her shoulder as Sensei Sugimoto drifted in, having finally stopped listening in at the door. She hadn't intended to, but when she heard Kohara crying, she had to know what was happening. Even if she had no doubt Sensei Iroh could have handled her. The man looked somewhat relieved to see her. "Kohara, no matter what, you are not to blame for anything." She tried to keep her voice clear and calm, ignoring the crack to her voice. She recognized all too well what Kohara had been trying to say. "I know. But he's my friend. My plant buddy, and I don't know how to help him." Sensei Sugimoto let out a low sigh, gently patting Kohara's shoulders as the girl cried in her chair. "You already are." His first day he jumped at any loud noise, any unexpected touch, even someone brushing past him. You brought him out of that shell, he seeks you and Eiji out, he talks more. You both are already making a difference. Sensei Iroh felt he had to make sure Kohara understood how much he saw. How worried he had been over the green-haired student who looked scared of his own shadow, and probably was. How he worried over Kohara looking after him until he saw them together. How if Eiji hadn't firmly held that place he'd call them best friends already. Though if he was honest, he hoped he'd win the bet with Sensei Ito on if Kohara and Eiji ended up together. Sensei Sugimoto had scoffed at the bet, claiming it was an obvious outcome, which would leave Izuku as her best friend. Though no doubt the girl before him would proclaim them both her best friends if ever asked on the subject. He let the silence continue for a moment before offering what she had clearly come here for, advice. This may sound stupid, but be there for him. Don't treat him differently. Run to hug him as you've done every day. Ask Eiji to bake more of his lemon meringue cookies, Sasaki seems to like them. Be there for him if he's a little sad or snappy. Take him to the botanical gardens and have fun. Sometimes all someone needs in the bad times is someone still being there as a bright light. Sensei Iroh continued after a nod from his coworker. Sensei Sugimoto only had Izuku's class once a week, and she wasn't about to make any assumptions about him at this point. Eiji's already got the ingredients for the cookies, and the raspberry cupcakes Sasaki likes. We're going to get a tin to keep them looking nice for him, so he can take them home if he wants. It wasn't a surprise Kohara had told Eiji, though both teachers wished she hadn't. Even if it was for such a sweet reason. The next week and a half were harder than Izuku ever thought they would be. The jury had been sequestered to another room for an hour while both lawyers debated the use of the see-through shield that would separate him from Bakugou. Hirata won out after pointing out Bakugou had already made a move to hurt Izuku, and therefore the threat was real. Nakashima had tried to argue some sort of bias, but even the judge argued any bias was already there when Bakugou tried for that attack. The last two on the stand were Bakugou and Izuku, in that order. What were you doing on the date in question? Nakashima smiled in what could have been considered a charming way had Bakugou not been scowling across from him. The DMN nerd strutted back into school like he didn't have to beg some stupid villain to pay attention to him to heal him. As if his weak but quirk could be useful to anyone. Talking about some DMN quirk evolution as if anyone would believe the DMN nerd. So I went after him when he ran off. Bakugou might have continued if his lawyer didn't look quite so constipated in that moment. Wild Eyes begging him to stop without any words being spoken. What happened when you caught up to Sasaki? Nakashima asked after making sure Bakugou had calmed down. DMN nerd tried to run from me. So I had to teach him a lesson. Again Bakugou was stopped by the twitching fingers of Nakashima. You two have known each other your whole lives, correct? Maybe he was getting a little desperate. For as charismatic as Bakugou could be, he had spent the last couple of weeks in a juvenile center, and was face to face with the boy he blamed for it. Bakugou was nothing if not a hot head. As if I had a choice, our mums were friends. He hissed through clenched teeth. Those red eyes flashing. See, people of the jury. It was just harmless roughhousing between old friends, nothing that needs a court to sort out. Izuku had been warned about that ploy. That they would paint Izuku was weak, unable to keep up, because denying it was impossible. Even the specialist had proven it was Bakugou in the photos. Didn't mean he didn't flinch as Nakashima turned to smirk in his direction. Night Eye squeezed his hand again. Lawyer Hirata, your turn with the witness. Izuku noted the slight tenseness to the judge's voice. Hirata patted his shoulder as he got up, allowing Izuku to curl into Night Eye slightly. Bakugou, you and Sasaki were childhood friends, yes? Hirata started off simply, as he usually did, allowing the picture to build on stable ground rather than going right for the good stuff and risk becoming a mansion built upon sand. No. Why would I be friends with a worthless loser like him? Bakugou raged upward, only held in the chair by the chains the judge had agreed to. Once more because of the unfortunate incidents of Bakugou attempting to launch himself Izuku's way. So why did you follow him on the day in question? Hirata rarely enjoyed the court aspect of his job, but sometimes he really did hate it. Like I told the OL, Nakashima, I needed to teach the nerd a lesson. Bakugou bit back whatever nasty name he had meant to call his lawyer. Though Nakashima did look like he knew exactly what Bakugou had intended to say. What lesson did he need teaching? Calm, keep calm. Let him walk into the trap. To keep his DMN mouth shut? That he was just another pebble. Bakugou growled the words out, sounding more animal than human. How did you plan on teaching that lesson? Hirata knew, everyone in the court knew, they'd seen the photos, but it was a needed question. Bakugou growled in his direction, showing off his teeth, but no words came out. Bakugou, you need to answer the question. The judge spoke after a moment. The same way I usually did. Was what finally came from Bakugou's mouth, scowl still firmly in place. Can you explain for the court? What this usual teaching method was? Hirata tilted his head again, and Bakugou snapped. If the DMN nerd can't handle my explosions, that's his fault. So what if I smashed him into that stupid wall? He was in my way. He deserved it, looking down his nose at me. His voice had turned into a growl halfway through speaking, but everyone understood his words all too well. Section 232 in your folders catalogs every incident of Bakugou assaulting Sasaki caught on school CCTV, and those found through other cameras. Hirata's tone turned cold as he spoke, knowing that section was almost as big as the rest of the pack. Each incident timed and dated with a photo to match to show the most violent moments, or moments in some harsher cases. Only a couple had been leaked to the papers when an officer took the stand earlier in the week. Section 233 in your folders shows the punishments given for each infraction. You will notice often Sasaki was punished, for his uniform being burnt, or having blood on it, or for being late. Please note how Bakugou never received punishment. Adding to the abuse suffered by Sasaki because of Bakugou's actions. I hope it shows these teachers are not unbiased, they played their favorites early on. Hirata hadn't meant to find that, but it had been a huge help. Something had always seemed a bit off about the glowing reports of Bakugou's nature and dedication. It was almost a relief to be able to show such reports were fake. Why should I? It's the nerd's fault. I'm going to be number one, he's just a small stepping stone. This whole thing is a farce, can't you see he's worthless? Bakugou screamed in rage that seemed to come from his core, eyes blazing in the direction of the court, his hands twitching in desperation to feel the explosions again. The questions continued, but Hirata was quietly confident he already had Bakugou right where he wanted him. Eventually it was Izuku's turn. The reinforced glass screen between him and the court. But he could still see Bakugou glaring at him from the front row. Eyes ablaze. When was the first time Bakugou hurt you? We were 4. What happened? MIQ Quirk had just come in, at the time I could just control water, and make flowers bloom, he said it was a worthless quirk, just like me, he shoved me away, you using his explosions, threw me onto metal bars, and my head was bleeding. Izuku forced himself to keep the stuttering to a minimum, even if it meant his whole from trembled instead. What was the worst incident during school? One that comes to mind? Take your time. He had been practicing larger explosions, we were 8 I think? I was on the way to lunch when he came out of nowhere, it was so loud. The heat, he threw me out of a window? If I hadn't landed in the koi pond. Izuku shuddered as he remembered that moment, the fish bumping into his arm, the water reacting to him instinctively to keep his bag from getting soaked. The rest of the questions came smoothly after that, clarifying points, such as what happened that day in the park. The fear he felt. How he hadn't reported it because everyone always took Bakugou's side, how he just wanted to be left alone. He just wanted to be left alone. He barely noticed it was over, just let Hirata lead him back to his spot, his body still shaking even when Night Eye wrapped an arm around his shoulder. He didn't even listen to the closing statements, or the judge dismissing the jury to deliberations. He only knew that Night Eye was rubbing his arm, and hugging him in a way he had only seen other parents hug their kids. A way he never thought he'd have. He only noticed when they returned. Faces grim. The jury finds the defendant guilty on all abuse charges, and guilty of the 2 attempted murder charges. The jury took just a couple of hours to decide. Apparently most of that was spent being horrified, as Aizawa later claimed after speaking to a police buddy of his. Though Izuku doubted his uncle would ever use the term guilty. Who knew a word could sound so good? So be it. Bakugou Katsuki, I have taken your age into account, and the environment you have grown up in. I hereby sentence you to spend 7 years in a juvenile correctional facility, a minimum of 2 years once you become an adult in rehabilitation, released upon the confirmation you are safe to have in public. You are barred from seeking out a career as a pro hero. You are also henceforth barred from contacting, be it in person or via any other method, one Sasaki Izuku. You will not be eligible for parole. The judge's voice never wavered as the sentence was given.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.